it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us. From the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought it, still fighting today. Made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you. Turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundation law, Black American. You want us to fight. Every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the globe for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop chase the cadence, study how we move. Rapper world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes, Hannah McCann spitting bars, connected to the flame. That ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the ground. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, don't say the name. This was home before permission. Before approval, say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. Benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundation law, Black Americans. You want us to fight. Every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Don't need your respect, never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you, surviving on scraps. FBA stopped begging. We learned to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name.
Y'all don't hear this. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. Why you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath? Now you spit on the ark disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place. Whoa, whoa.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. Why y'all fools on the outside looking? Y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, take your duties back just fly home.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, take your duties back just fly home. Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing. You lost your mind.
We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy style was discussing is whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation. Facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
This our soil, on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, taking your business, I can just lie on.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, taking your business, I can just lie on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The soil is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds. They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the rules. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see. Every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirits woke, we realize. All we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We happy. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been there all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the scars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know what's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our veins are power. Our roots are trees. We know world. It's rhythm and grace, shout, and now we're reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans. Still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the root, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here is what see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're enemy to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You use our culture like an access card. Backstage pass, a straight facade. But now the mirror's in your face, no disguise. And you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't own. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite at the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You wave that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, or fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Like Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi.
Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Still in my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Hate y'all still, hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, suck the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the role they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBA, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tones switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid. You can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought. That's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit, no care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live in resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. We've been on a marathon this evening. And on this season 6, episode 29, part 3, part trade of the Frontline Black News, part 1 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics on this continuation of part 1 of the Frontline Black News. The part 3, continuation of part 3, part 1 of the Frontline Black News. We'll be discussing several topics. The first one is the very unfortunate news. Our brother KARMELO Anthony was found guilty. But before that, we're going to give you the dark history of the FIFA World Cup. Another Lego video, y'all. Then we got KARMELO Anthony found guilty of murder and the death of Austin METCALF. Boo. Boo. A clear injustice was done. Then Black Americans meet an immigrant who came under Biden from Sudan. Cuba 6.1 earthquake for the Tremors and latest updates. Trump's no new wars claim. Fact check and analysis. SpaceX IPO could make the musty man, otherwise known as Elon Musk, a trillionaire at your expense, in massive wealth transfer. Then we got Eric Gardner, the battle for Los Angeles. Pratt out as Bass and Raman to face off in November. Then our unhoused neighbor news, our illegal migrant news, and our local Denver/Aurora news. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We get the news from our frontline and Black First perspective. We are signal boosters of the new Blacc Media and also a part of the new Blacc Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting, and we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is the first one, which we started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based off the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also a part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Remember, family, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. And join us. We just did an episode on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced previous to this, where we're discussing the Atlanta child murder. So make sure y'all check that out. And please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News, Frontline Black News 2, our backup channel. Make sure y'all sub to that for real, just in case they try to take Frontline Black News down again. Then we got my main page, or my personal page, Jesse Paris, aka Chain Criminal. Make sure y'all subscribe to that as well, so y'all be abreast to all the city council meetings here in Denver and Aurora, and what's happening in regards to Denver politics and regarding Black people and community events and the Sunday Morning Food Bank, which I've been doing for the past 10 years. And then we got Lady Chase backup channel, Seduction Doll. Make sure y'all sub to her channel as well, so she can start going live on that channel, Seduction Doll 5991. And then we got her main channel, the RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda. And make sure y'all check out the episode she did this morning on the RBA. In her previous episodes, she's been covering them data centers extensively. So check her out. Let's help get her to 100 subscribers tonight. Then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Janet1. Make sure y'all sub to Shabaka's channel so he can start going live again on YouTube. He needs about 10 more subscribers. So let's try to make it happen tonight, Black family. Then we got our cousin, our local out the Bay Area, Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. We're like pretty much neck and neck with him right now. A salute to our cousin. Then we got our brother Kookeezy out the Mile High by way of the Bell side, the Bellows, Montbello. He's a dope MC and rap artist out of Denver, Colorado. And he also came up with the FBA Culture Reports. So make sure y'all check him out. Let's get him to like 500 subscribers. Then we got our brother Breeze Omega, my brother from another mother, who's also an MC and a content creator. Check him out. He is out of VA, Virginia, by way of Hempstead, Long Island. Then we got our brother Church of Black Power out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas. Make sure y'all subscribe to him as well. He does some of the content to what we do over here, and he shows us love, so we show him love back. Then we got our brother Twin Rain Reloaded, who is out of the DMV area and has been around for a decade plus now. And shout out to Professor Black Truth. He shouted him out on one of his hiatuses. So salute to that. Check him out. He showed us love, so we show him love back as well. Then we got our brother Black Alpha Network, our brother Afro Lee, and last but not least, our brother Black Truth United. Make sure y'all check him out. He came up with the B1 Rolodex as well, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. Then we got the merch from Church. Make sure y'all check that out. The Freedman Reparations Party merch. The website is in the description. Then we got Council the Congressional Black Caucus and create a Foundational Black American Caucus. The link to that is also in the description, and that is long overdue, Black family. Then we got the anti-reparations fund that the Supreme Court just shot down. Were you the target of politically motivated actions by the Biden DOJ? Yes. Was the Biden DOJ weaponized against you? Yes. If this is true for you as well, hit the link for that. That's in the description. Well, you could have hit the link for that, but the Supreme Court shot that down. Then we got Sister Brooks' call to action from the U.S. Freedmen Party. Is it the party or commission? Is it the Freedmen's Party? Something. Anyway, submit those letters. Sister Brooks' call to action. The link to that is also in the description. There's about 4 days left of that. Then we got the reparations for the descendants of the Freedmen's Project. Yeah, make sure y'all support the Freedmen's Project. And then we got the reparations for the descendants of American Slaves Act. That link is also in the description. Then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. Donate to that if you haven't already. Then we got our brother Josh Hart, who was a military veteran who put hands and feet all over that Nabisco, shot the bussy, the suspected white supremacist, Dalton Etherly, aka Chuck the Bussy, Chuck the Builder. Donate to our brother Joshua Hart's GoFundMe. The link is in the description. I think they meant to go. Then we got to stop Netflix from releasing a damaging docuseries about Michael Jackson. Shout out to Dr. Randy Shore for setting that up. Then we got myself, who was a candidate on the ballot for office, as you can see from the background. And for Colorado State House of Representatives for the state of Colorado. I am on the ballot, and the website is in the description. And then we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, the only racism that exists, everything else that you think or think you understand will only confuse you. Every area of human activity in 9 to 10 areas. Yes, I am going to be able to do this. Let me do what I do. And that is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition. And all 9 to 10 areas of human and people activity. And that was by Mr. Nellie Fuller Jr., who transitioned exactly a year ago, at the age of 95, ProduceJustice.com. And when you're a Black person or captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court, also by Mr. Nellie Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy, which is the only racism that exists. Is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And you can also get this book at ProduceJustice.com. This is the United History Code Concept for Victims of Racism, White Supremacy, textbook, workbook, study guide for victims of racism, white supremacy. So those are the topics. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. Oh yeah, shout out to Tariq Nasheed for paying for Dr. Francis Cress Wilson's funeral, along with several others. All right, so what do you have to say, Lady Cherry, before we get started? I'm going to play the Lego video first.
Nothing? nothing yet. I mean, always got some good shit.
Always.
That verdict was bullshit.
Yeah.
Straight bullshit.
I
And
concur.
35 motherfucking years is a long fucking time. Goddamn. And
Right.
all these white folks is just
Celebrating.
elated, happy, fucking everywhere in every chat, just talking and whooping shit. Like, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's sickening, really.
It really is. But we're at war. We've been saying that since the very beginning. So So they're basically telling us we can't defend ourselves. It's just damn if we do, damn if we don't.
Right.
Either way, they're going to get us. So I might as well go out fighting, right?
Right.
So here is the first video, and that is from the Lego. They're going to give you the history of the FIFA World Cup. You know, that's coming up starting this week or so. So it's going to be heavy in the news, especially with all the diseases running around and viruses. So let's go.
They sold you a celebration. They hid the graves beneath the stadiums. The World Cup was never just a game, it was a cover. And at this time, you knew the truth.
Billions watched the flags go up. They cheered and sang along. But behind the celebration, there was suffering all along. Dictators shook the hands of FIFA men in suits. They built the game on bribery, on blood, and on abuse. Wake up to the light.
They used football to hide the crime.
Wake up to the light.
30,000 disappeared in 1978.
Wake up to the light.
6,500 workers died for Qatar's gates.
Wake up to the light.
FIFA took the bribe and looked the other way.
Wake up to the light.
This was never just a game. They let you play. In 1978, Argentina hosted the World Cup on the world stage. General Jorge Rafael Videla was in power, running a military junta filled with rage. 2 years before the tournament, he took control through a coup and removed the elected state. He told his military commanders that as many people as necessary must die to make Argentina safe and great. The Navy Mechanic School, known as ES, stood 700 meters from the stadium wall. Inside that building, 5,000 men, women, and children were held in
torture halls.
Prisoners were drugged and thrown alive from military aircraft over the Atlantic Ocean deep. 30,000 people were disappeared and the world was told to watch the football and go to sleep. 9 pregnant women vanished during the tournament's weeks. Some gave birth inside the detention center walls, then their bodies sank beneath the sea. Henry Kissinger walked into the Peruvian dressing room 20 minutes before they faced Argentina on the pitch. Peru lost 6 goals to 0. The result handed Argentina the passage they needed.
Stitch by stitch.
FIFA knew the host was a dictatorship.
FIFA chose to stay.
The junta called the World Cup the perfect instrument to wash their guilt away.
Billions watched the flags go up. They cheered and sang along. But behind the celebration, there was suffering all along. Dictators shook the heads of FIFA men in suits. They built the game on bribery, on blood and on abuse. Wake up to the light.
They used football to hide the crime.
Wake up to the light.
30,000 disappeared in 1978.
Wake up to the light.
6,500 workers died for Qatar's gates.
Wake up to the light.
FIFA took the bribe and looked the other way.
Wake up to the light.
This was never just a game. They let you play. On the 27th of May, 2015, the United States Department of Justice spoke out loud.
14 senior FIFA officials were indicted. Racketeering charges named before the crowd. Wire fraud and money laundering spanning over 24 years of coordinated crime. Bribes were paid to control television rights, sponsorship deals, and World Cup hosting time. The 2018 World Cup went to Russia. The 2022 went to Qatar through corrupt vote. A 430-page confidential investigation report was hidden. They sealed it so the world would never know. FIFA President Sepp Blatter resigned under pressure, but the Congress reelected him 2 days after the indictment came. They showed the world that power protects itself when money and corruption play the same game. Qatar. Workers came from India, Nepal, Bangladesh, and across the African continent's land. They built 8 stadiums, airports, metro lines, and hotels with their bare hands. A Guardian investigation in 2021 documented at least 6,500 migrant worker deaths. Qatar classified thousands of those deaths as natural causes, denying families justice with their last breaths. Workers were paid nothing for months. Workers were trapped under a system they could not leave. Alright. FIFA Commission reports later confirmed FIFA itself carried responsibility, yet no compensation fund was ever made. They sold you 90 minutes and hid 100 years of crime. The trophy was built on torture. The stadium was built on time. Stolen from life. From Argentina's disappeared to Qatar's unnamed dead on foreign ground. The beautiful game was never beautiful for the ones who never made a sound. 1934, Mussolini used the World Cup as a stage for fascist power and display. 1978, a military junta tortured its own citizens while the world cheered far away. 2018, Russia hosted while its bid was built on documented corrupt exchange. 2022, Qatar built on migrant graves. 2034, Saudi Arabia walks the same arranged stage. This is not a series of isolated events. This is a documented and repeated pattern of institutional betrayal. FIFA is not the governing body of football.
They lied to you. The dark history of world. Cup will shock you. In 1934, Benito Mussolini hosted the World Cup in fascist Italy with full command. He called the head of the Italian Football Federation into his office and gave a direct demand. He said, Italy must win.
Not should win. Not should win.
Must win.
That was the order from the dictator's hand.
Mussolini personally appointed the referees who officiated Italy's matches across the land.
Italy's players were forced to join the National Fascist Party before the tournament began.
The coach was warned in front of the squad. When or face consequences no one
would withstand. Italy won.
The reigning champions, Uruguay refused to attend in protest
and were never given a stand.
The first World Cup champion was absent.
The second World Cup was fixed by a fascist man.
FIFA attended, FIFA awarded the tournament. FIFA
watched and continued with the plan. Wake up to the lies. Mussolini told the referee who to favor on the field. Wake up to the lies.
The first World Cup trophy of fascist
dictator forced his nation to steal. Wake up to the lies.
1934 was not football.
It was a propaganda reel. Wake up to the lies.
FIFA gave the tournament,
knowing what the deal revealed.
Yeah. Now the year's 2026, and the World Cup lands on American soil. 3/4 of all matches are scheduled in the United States under political turmoil. Amnesty International published a report and called the United States a human rights emergency ahead of the event. 500,000 people were deported from the United States in 2025, more than 6 times the number who will attend the final in the MetLife
Stadium 10.
An asylum seeker took his children to the Club World Cup final in July of 2025 in New Jersey without a threat. ICE agents arrested him at the stadium.
He was deported before the tournament could end.
Fans from Cote d'Ivoire, Haiti, Iran, and Senegal are banned from entering the United States by travel restrictions
Placed in effect.
The national teams can play their own people.
Can I watch FIFA? Call this arrangement correct?
Dallas,
Houston, and Miami all signed agreement.
allowing local police to collaborate with immigration enforcement at the game.
2 American citizens were shot dead by ICE agents.
In Minneapolis in 2025,
And no senior official faced any legal claim.
1934,
1978,
2022,
2026.
from Mussolini Stadium
To the MetLife immigration fix. Wake up to the light.
the pattern does not break.
The institution does not bend. The World Cup never belonged to the people. It never did. It does not now. And they will do it again. Oh.
And they will do it again.
All right. Wake up to the lie, y'all. To answer your question, Nabi, I'm not 100.
All right, so we are following this breaking news.
I think it's 50-50 because I did see what looked like a tether doing those videos. So it might be a combination of both humans and AI generated. What are your thoughts on the video, Lady J?
I mean, this video, I was listening to the words. Jesus, that's like heavy. Like all of those. And how the fuck is people gonna come here knowing that other motherfuckers got deported or killed?
Right.
And that don't sound right. That don't make no sense either, you know?
Yeah.
How's that gonna work out?
Only time will tell. All right, so moving along, I enjoyed the video. I think it shed light on a lot of corruption that was going on even back then.
That was heavy.
Yes, I think, yeah.
That was really heavy.
Yeah. It was heavy. So now you know the dark history of the FIFA World Cup that Mussolini put together.
This is like, I don't think this should come. I mean, they're not coming, are they coming?
Yeah,
That would
they're
be
coming.
dumb to come. All that, I mean,
When they coming, it's going down this week or next.
like, how's that gonna work? The country's all shut off. We ain't accepting nobody, you know what I mean? Except Africaners.
Oh, God. Not them boards. They're not African, Lady Che.
They're not letting nobody in or out.
Yeah.
So, like, really, how the fuck is that gonna happen?
FIFA World Cup is happening. Regardless.
How's that gonna happen with the Olympics, too?
Well, the Olympics ain't so. Oh, they're this year, too. The winter Olympics is this year?
I don't know, but let's say either way, a lot of deporting. I mean, they might as well just stay in their own country before you come here. You know what I mean? So you send them a memo and be like, "Hey, shit going on over here. It's a future poverty.
Yep, June 11th.
Big deportation."
June 11th, that's when the deportations will begin. June 11th to June 27th.
That's fucking crazy. I wouldn't come over here. But you know they're deporting the motherfuckers that don't live in the United States. I'm cool.
So it's going down this month.
Oh my God. That was crazy. That was super heavy.
All the way until July. Yeah, all the way to July.
Like nobody's gonna be able to stop it. You're like, somebody can be like, "Yo, your visa isn't good."
It's gonna be in Mexico City on the 11th, and it's gonna finish off in New Jersey, in New York, New Jersey Stadium on July 19th. 16 host cities: Atlanta, Boston, Dallas, Houston, Kansas City, Los Angeles, Miami, New York, New Jersey, Philadelphia, San Francisco Bay Area, and Seattle. Okay. Of course. And then we got Guadalajara. I think that's how you say that. Mexico City and Monterrey in Mexico, and then Toronto and Vancouver in Canada. Or is it Canada? No, it's Canada. That's how you say it. Yeah, it's an indigenous name. They did a whole Lego video on that. The defending champions are Argentina, who won the 2022 tournament in Qatar. Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I watched a little bit of that. Yeah, following an iconic final against France. Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, they were playing France. Mm-hmm. All right, so move on to the unfortunate news that just happened earlier today. Our brother KARMELO Anthony was found guilty of first-degree murder for defending himself against a racist white supremacist Nabisco that thought he was going to put hands and feet all over our brother KARMELO, and he wasn't going to defend himself. So they sentenced him to 35 years. Good old state of Texas. And the judge was friends with the family of Austin Metcalf. Like, Read those videos or something, right? They are, Nobby. They definitely are. All right, so I think this is Street Media TV. He'll give us an update about George, the bishop, right? Bishop Macon. Yeah.
Right here, as a jury has just announced that KARMELO Anthony, they have found him guilty of murder. This is a live look right here from outside of the courthouse. And earlier, we did see some very tense moments between folks there outside of the courthouse.
Damn, bro, that's fucking insane. Oh, he's guilty. Guilty of murder. Just like that. Y'all are guilty.
Guilty of murder. Somebody clip this for me. Clip this right now.
Yeah. Let's go, y'all. Guilty. The verdict is in. It's guilty.
I need to get this posted out right now.
Nothing is happening here.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not shocked. I seen this coming. I told you guys you had that judge, John Roach Jr. He took all the cameras out, so nobody knew what was going on inside the courtroom. But this is a guy that has to be voted in by the people that live in that county. He has to go and be voted, right? So, like, listen, he has to be elected. Texas judges are elected by registered voters of their specific county in partisan elections. I told y'all that. So there's no way in the world he was going to preside on that bench and then have to go back to those people. They would never put him there, right? The DA, Greg Willis, he has to run every 4 years to be voted, right? So he has to answer to the people. So KARMELO never had a fair trial when everybody in the town wants his head. Everybody in the town wants him to be found guilty of murder, right? So now they put manslaughter, but they went and came back within 15 minutes of murder. So they already had was finding him guilty off rip. He was already going to be found not guilty. Now there was lawyers at the time that was talking about this, and they act like they're stunned because they said, well, there's no way that this could be first-degree murder. There's no way that this could be murder. This has to be manslaughter, right? Based off the evidence. They was talking like this.
Along with us, Michael Jafer and Sonny Slaughter. We've all watched this trial play out through the eyes of Cody Thomas. And again, if I cut you off, it's because we're getting some transmissions from Cody. But Sonny, to you first here as we await this verdict. There are three basic scenarios. You've got guilty of murder, the top charge, which carries with it a potential life sentence. Next is manslaughter. Put on the table today through the defense. The judge granted that. And then, of course, the third option, not guilty. How important is it for that jury and for the defense to have manslaughter on the verdict form?
I think it's really important because I do not feel like Carmelo Anthony had the initial intent or the intent to murder. I think it was reactionary. I think all of them should have calmed down. They didn't. And I just think, I don't think it was an intentional homicide, but I don't see this as a not guilty verdict at all because someone is dead, Austin is deceased, and that is a criminal act. So manslaughter is the best that they can hope for, and with a lower sentencing, but I do not see Carmelo walking out of court today as a free young man.
Michael, do you agree that's a long shot?
I disagree with Sonny on this one. I think that there's a good chance he's going to be acquitted because here's why. There was only one testimony that I've seen is that he stabbed him one time. He didn't stab him multiple times. I do agree that he shouldn't have done it, and I do agree that it was maybe disproportionate. But there's a good chance that this jury is going to come back not guilty because they came back so. If this deliberation was 3 days, 4 days, I think I would tend to agree that probably they'll come back with manslaughter. But coming back in 3 hours, man, I can't imagine them coming back in 3 hours and finding him guilty. I feel like they're going to come back and find him not guilty. It's just I question the 3 hours. I just question that. So I think there's a good chance of that. But look, could it be that they came back in 3 hours with manslaughter and manslaughter was the gift that they needed?
They are back on the record, according to our Cody Thomas inside the courtroom. The jury is heading into the courtroom. Carmelo is looking very serious, but expressionless.
Now, as a content creator, I've seen black lawyers online just really, really wanting Carmelo to go to jail. I see so many W folks want Carmelo to go to jail. They're united in the united front of putting this boy away for the rest of his life. But I see black people. I was on a panel yesterday with this black guy. He was just talking so bad. Your regular sellouts and Sambos, they want this. Remember, this kid doesn't have a police record. He come from an intact home. So y'all say that y'all don't like the so-called YNs, right? But now this boy ain't even a YN. It don't matter. You could be perfect. You come from a great home. You got black people that want to see this boy go to jail for the rest of his life because they want close proximity to whiteness. This is the sad. This is, you know what it is though. And I always tell you guys, man, just take the emotion away because you can actually see how this thing play out. You can just see it play out, right? So now these people, they were talking about the case, but then the guy cut right in the middle because remember the defense rested yesterday. And they came right back today, deliberated and guilty. So he was already guilty.
Or we do know what comes next. Guilty of murder. This is Cody Thomas. The verdict is guilty. Guilty of murder, the top charge against Carmelo.
Wow.
So,
wow.
Wow. Yeah, wow. Indeed. We'll watch the crowd outside. They will start to get this information momentarily. And if we could keep that camera up on the outside there, because it'll just be a matter of seconds before this crowd reacts.
Wow.
There's a live look outside the courthouse as people have gathered. Again, if you're just joining us, Carmelo Anthony has been found guilty of murder, the top charge in this case, after just 3 hours of deliberation. Sonny, but besides wow, which a lot of us are feeling, thoughts?
I was not expecting the top charge. I really was thinking that they would see manslaughter, still guilty, but manslaughter, different sentencing, but guilty of murder. So, that's heavy.
Wow.
And I hope everyone just, it does not seem like everyone's going to be calm. It seems like we're going to have a problem there.
Yeah, this is dumb.
You can see the.
This is dumb.
Yeah.
What is dumb, Michael?
I'm sorry, Ted. This is just dumb. This is stupid. I can't believe that this jury came back in 3 hours with guilty. I'm totally stunned. On top of that, this judge as well, not letting cameras in the courtroom. I mean, good job. Good job, Your Honor. Really, really, really good job. You handled it really, really well. You have this community that's about to get lit on fire. You don't allow cameras to go into a courtroom. The community already believes that this kid is being railroaded. And then look at what happened. Your jury came back within 3 hours for a guilty verdict for a kid who used a 4-inch knife one time, didn't use it multiple times. Was it wrong? Yes. But was it murder, like beyond a reasonable doubt? No. And was it murder beyond a reasonable doubt within 3 hours? Absolutely not. This is insane. This is dumb.
Cody Thomas saying that there are tears on Carmelo's side of the courtroom, and they're going into the penalty phase immediately. So this, no one is leaving the courtroom. They're going to now go into the penalty phase. There's a huge, Carmelo Anthony is a young man. He is now 19. And the sentencing for the top charge, a lot of states, you're found guilty of murder, you're going away, sometimes for life without, or at least 25 to life before you're eligible.
So what I'm hoping is if it's true that picture of the judge, the DA, and METCALF's father or somebody, like they had a connection, and there's something in the game, maybe they can bring this back up on appeal. Listen, I don't know about this lawyer, man. They didn't have the cameras in the courtroom. But that lawyer broke it down. He said, man, they came back within 3 hours of a first degree, right? This ain't good. You took the cameras out. He said, man, this city's about to be in trouble, man, right? But we seen the railroad. We saw this before, and it's 2026, and they want to do that now. I think he's going to sit for a minute, but he's going to come down off appeal, because if they do have a video, right, or they do have some things that wasn't admitted in court, and that stuff get to come out in the next trial, right? I think that he's gonna sit for about 1 to 2 years, and man, he'll be home, in my opinion, because I feel like they wanted to hit him as much as they can hit him with, to get him to sit for a while until the appeal process go through, and at some point they'll get out. But by that time, they'll have some prison time on them. That's the way I see it, because they did it to my son, right? Did it to my son, right? The DA at that time recommended probation, and then they recommended 1.5 to 3. The judge gave him 11.5 to 22 years. After the appeal process, it took 4.5 years and got him out. They got him out after that, but by that time, they got damn near 5 years out of him. That's what I see. That's what I see that them doing to Carmelo now, because if all this stuff is true and what people were saying in the retrial, when this comes back for appeal, we'll see. Because remember, he didn't get no fair trial. It's impossible to get a fair trial when you got the judge and the DA and all these people that got to go in, and they got to be voted in by the people of the goddamn town. But y'all, let me know what y'all think, man. If you made it this far in the video, hit that like button, subscribe to Street Media TV, leave your comments in the comment section. And remember, I love y'all. Till the next time. Peace.
Do you have anything you want to say about?
Yes, tons of shit. I was like our friend right there. Uh, I was in a different chat room when it happened. I was listening to another podcaster that once in a while I frequent. You know what I mean? Kind of like a coon, but just kind of want to see what he was on because he was live streaming it and he said that Vertigo came in or whatever. So I would have jumped on that, right? I'm listening to it. As I'm reading the chat, there's nothing but motherfucking white folk in there just talking the most shit, just saying the ugliest shit. And he just kind of like triggered me, to trigger my black nationalism like all day. So I was in there just talking shit, They were on some white supremacy shit, talking about, their blood was pure. I was like, motherfucking blood is fucking polluted. They're like, I love being white. I was like, I love being black, bitch. Things like that. I was just going in. I was fucking like, just super fed up. Then when they said that he was guilty, I was like, man, what the fuck? This is like the shortest motherfucking trial ever. You know what I mean? In my opinion. And then I felt like, man, did they just give up? Did his fucking defense team just like everybody just gave up and just let the case ride on whatever? You know what I mean? Like there was no real effort, it seemed like. And then, as I was watching it, we ended up going live, our own shit, and I'm sitting here, probably and I'm just like him. I had seen a couple of through the whole thing from the start, from when he stabbed a boy till now. I have been watching a couple of like black content creators. They were avidly against Carmelo Anthony, and just off of basis of being black, they were not having it. They were on some other fucking like I don't know how to explain, Officer Tatum type energy. Like some real like they're like maybe they forgot they were black. You know what I mean? But they were just on some old white shit, and it's not about race. It's about what he did. I'm like, no, it's clearly about race. Clearly about race. You know what I mean? Even if it wasn't at that moment, it sure was after that, And I was like watching these motherfuckers just talk shit, talk about our culture, how we just be blaming and and all this extra shit, right? And I was just so fucking disgusted. I was like, I can't believe y'all motherfuckers. We gotta leave you fuckers alone. Like you're on the list of motherfuckers to leave behind. You know what I mean? I was like. Word of the day for me is race trader, right? Race trading coons. That's been my thing all motherfucking day, right? So then they say he's guilty, and then it was like maybe an hour or two later, they say guilty, and they gave him 35 fucking years. Yeah. 35 fucking years. He's just a little boy. He's just like 19 years old. 35 fucking years. He's not no YN. He was a good boy. He had a job. He was taking care of his family too. Was a part of the church, pillar of the community. Good student. All this shit, right? I was like, what happened to his defenses? Like, give up and just like quit on him and just let everybody ride. And in my opinion, I felt like the lawyer that he had was on the take with everybody else. It was like I'm white and I say so type shit. And I was like, what, man, like, what did they expect? Like, it's only gonna take one or two more of these before we, turn all the way the fuck up.
Right.
It's in the summertime. This shit is really like the boys started crying. They wouldn't let him, like compose himself. They hustled him off, talking about like he's property now, like of the prisoners. Like, that's it. You know what I mean? Mother, like whatever, tears. Nobody was really like. It didn't seem like there was really a defense for, like they call him, like a defense for him.
Yeah.
No witnesses for him. Nobody speak for him. The lawyer didn't fight for him.
Right.
You know what I mean? He could have fought for him, like in the regards to a juror.
Right.
It was the least of his peer. Not out of 600 fucking jurors, not one fucking black person. Not even a half breed, like a mulatto, high yellow, a red bone. fucking no black person, not a smidge of black, like nothing. So you just had a whole white folk. Everybody in there except for him is white and his mama is white. You know, everybody's outside tripping, and then they want to be like, well, you know, the family got to do their impact shit, right? 35 fucking years, 35 years. Like, you couldn't, that's not even reasonable time. That's not even reasonable time for somebody that instigated the fight. The white boy instigated the fight. You know what I mean? It's all on them. Like, he was just defending himself. So you basically, a young, what I was going off about was, they hate us. They fucking hate us. They hate foundational Black Americans. We're not even talking about tethers or nothing. We're talking about us. They fucking hate us, right? It's anti-Black racism all motherfucking day, all over this fucking United States.
Yeah.
And Black men have been in motherfucking an endangered species since the start of fucking time.
Yeah,
right? That's not over here.
No.
So you know, black men have been endangered. Not only you can't whoop them, murder them, or you gotta lock them up. He had a promising future, more than the degenerate fucking twins did. Okay, he had a fucking prominent future. He could have been something. He could have done something. They don't even give him a fucking option ever. He's lucky, and the way they're talking to him, like, he'll be like able to see the light of day maybe in like 35 years.
Yeah.
Are you serious? Are you serious? Like, and then he's young. He's going to prison at this age. His face is all over the fucking news. You know what I mean? What does that mean? He's going in there by himself with nobody. You know what I mean? He got to fucking, you know, man up and turn hard all of a sudden. You know what I mean? And that shit's fucking crazy. Yeah, right where he's at in Texas.
Yeah.
Are you serious? Like, he's not ready for all that. But fuck all that. Like, there was a major fucking thing going on right there. I mean, like, I don't want to say corrupt. Fucking started from the attorney general. It started from the time with the media, where they didn't want nobody to see the videos. You know, it was like a fucking conspiracy so that nobody could be. So the court of public opinion, which is us, wouldn't have an opinion. Black content creators that were on that shit, them over there, they were like elated. They were clapping. They were like, "Oh yeah, he got what he deserved." You got white folk in there talking the most ugliest racist shit, like it was acceptable, right? And I just could, you know, like, I don't give a fuck. You know, I say whatever the fuck is on my plate, on my mind. And so it happened here too. But I just couldn't fathom that these motherfuckers could live with themselves like that. The little boy was like, little METCALF, they're degenerates, like, you know what I mean? Like degenerates. You can't do good. There's nothing but anti-Black racism. You can't be a black man, black boy in motherfucking America, right? Without fucking something terrible happening. They said when we said they was coming for the kids, they came for the kid. See what I'm saying?
Yes.
They came for the kid. If it's not a black man, it's a black woman. If it's not a black woman, it's a black baby. You know what I mean? Either way, they try to fucking take us off the fucking map. And that's real shit. You know what I mean? That's real shit. Like, I just couldn't fathom.
That's what they gave him, girl.
I couldn't fathom. And like, you know how you heard the dude was like, "This is dumb." I said that too. I was like, "This is fucking dumb." I was like, "This is ridiculous." Who said this was okay? And the METCALF family was like, "Look me in the face. You took everything." Man, bitch, look, you get taken off the map too. Shut the fuck up. Right. Like, are you serious? And they didn't have no empathy. There was nobody had any fucking regard. Any regard for the Anthony family. You know, the father wasn't there. It was just the mother. See what I'm saying? No regard for what that sister's going through. She said that's her oldest son, her oldest boy. You know what I mean? And they even threw in a sneak diss. Like, well, so, you know, you're going to be able to visit him, right? You're going to be able to see him. They don't have that option. Are you fucking kidding me? The judge had the opportunity to sneak diss the sister too? In a fucking condescending manner? Like, this is This is beyond bullshit.
Right.
And then, outside was a little contagious. But also want to say this.
Yeah,
I was watching Fox News.
Yeah.
And they were saying that they had planned this shit out with the...
Breaking news tonight, a Collin County jury has just sentenced Carmelo Anthony to 35 years in prison for the murder of Austin METCALF.
There's intermingle with the people outside so they can spy on black people talking about what they might do, what they won't do, what they will do. You know what I mean? Outside, undercovers, walking around with black folk, listening to what black folk are talking about, whether they're going to get crunk or not, you know what I mean, or they burn the bitch down or not. They was outside so they could make preparations to avoid all that heat that the black family might give them. That's what I wanted to say to that before I forgot. It was on Fox News, Fox, live, the live one, right? And they said they had undercovers, plain clothes, motherfucking officers intermingled with the motherfucking protesters, the black protesters, so they could hear exactly what the fuck may or may not happen after this verdict, because it's gonna be a high profile verdict, and it is potentially it will get wild, something like that, some crazy shit like that. But can you believe it? Can you believe that they will do some foul ass shit like that? That means nothing like, man, cuz say, you know what I mean? Like, this is how far fucking Texas goes. Where's Jasmine Crockett? Ain't she in Texas?
Yeah.
Where's Candace Matthews? Ain't they in Texas?
I guess she did a speech.
Where are they? Like, there was nowhere around this bitch, right? Any other black Texan representative? Yeah. No, nobody said anything.
Sheldon Daniels.
Where? Nobody said anything. Nobody came to, calm the family down. Nobody came to wreak havoc and be like, this is some bullshit with the judge.
Right.
Nothing. It's just these particular, and this is another reason why no motherfucking tangibles. Like, what?
Right.
Don't expect to fucking vote Democrats or Republicans, the black ones. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, and fuck you. You let this shit happen.
Mm-hmm.
You let this shit happen. And the boy didn't have I would say the boy didn't have a proper defense, and whoever got this motherfucking lawyer, it was bad form on their part. Because they didn't call no, I felt like they just gave up and just let the fucking wind take it. You know what I mean? And what is he supposed to do? You know what I mean? He's only 19 years old. What's he supposed to ask for? You know what I mean? How's he supposed to defend himself? I feel like he was all alone by himself with nobody to advise him correctly on what to do, or what to tell the lawyers to do, or you know what I mean? They're just riding it out like in the wind. And I felt like the little boy got majorly railroaded, and they're fucking excited. Everybody's elated. And I was like, you fuckers are wrong. I'm ready to go to hell right now. Like, please go to hell. I hope all the little white devils burn up in hell. I mean, that's what I had to say. I was this shit pathetic.
Right. All right. So I'm gonna get to the footage. Thank you, Lady Chan.
At a Frisco track meet, more reaction from the trial and the emotional victim impact statements.
This verdict sends a clear message. Violence like this won't be tolerated in our Collin County community, and we remain committed to protecting our schools and standing with victims and their families.
Strong emotions outside the courtroom all day long as the verdict came down and the sentencing happened. What our crew saw and heard today in McKinney.
Here for you, the news leader, Fox 4.
A Collin County jury sentences Carmelo Anthony to 35 years in prison for the murder of Austin METCALF at a high school track meet in Frisco. Good evening, I'm Steve Eager. It's 9 o'clock. This sentencing came just hours after the jury handed down a guilty verdict for murder. The trial began last week, and jurors heard from coaches and high school students who witnessed METCALF's death. The story also made international headlines, and many people locally have been sharing passionate opinions. Tonight, supporters of both Anthony and METCALF gathered outside the courthouse, sometimes even yelling at each other. Our crew saw one person appear to be taken into custody earlier this evening before the sentencing came down. And moments ago, prosecutors spoke to the media with the METCALF family by their side.
Today, justice was served. A year ago, when this senseless murder unfolded, I said that it had struck a deep nerve in Collin County and far beyond. I asked our community to ignore all the noise and instead be level-headed and patient as the process worked. And today, the process delivered accountability. We are grateful to this jury, and we are grateful that the good citizens of Collin County had an opportunity to weigh in on this case. I'm proud of the exceptional work of Bill Werski and our team of prosecutors, DA investigators, and victim advocates, and all the good and outstanding men and women of the Collin County District Attorney's Office. We thank all the parents and their brave kids who did the right thing. Despite the trauma of witnessing the senseless murder at a school track meet, they cooperated fully and testified truthfully. Their courage was essential to securing justice in this case. I'm especially honored to be joined here today by Jeff and Megan METCALF and their son Hunter. Their strength and grace through this has been their strength and grace throughout this unimaginable journey has been inspiring. They won't be taking questions at this time, but their presence here speaks volumes about their commitment to seeking justice for Austin. I want to thank Judge Rhodes for presiding over this trial with fairness and efficiency. I want to thank Frisco PD for their investigation. I want to thank the Collin County Sheriff's Office led by Sheriff Skinner for providing the security for the courthouse. I want to thank all law enforcement throughout the county for making this a safe trial for everyone. This verdict sends a clear message. Violence like this won't be tolerated in our Collin County community, and we remain committed to protecting our schools and standing with victims and their families.
That's Collin County District Attorney we just heard from. Fox 4's Amelia Jones has been outside the courthouse all afternoon and evening, sometimes tense, sometimes quiet. Amelia, what have you been seeing overall?
Hi there, Steve. Well, let's start with when the jury actually got the case. So the jury started deliberations at 10:52 this morning and deliberated through lunch, returning a verdict just before 2 p.m. The jury spent a total of 3 hours deliberating and returned the verdict guilty of murder. I was outside the courthouse when that verdict was returned. You could hear some gasps from the large crowd that had gathered outside, some outcries, and some people simply stayed silent, just processing the information. The jury then headed right into the punishment phase of the trial. They heard from 19-year-old KARMELO Anthony's mom. She was the only one who took the stand in the punishment phase, and she pleaded with the jury for mercy. The jury spent a total of 2 hours and 20 minutes deliberating the sentence. The jury sentenced KARMELO Anthony to 35 years in prison with the eligibility for parole after half the time served, which would be about 17 and a half years, the age of Austin METCALF when he was killed. When the sentence came down, people swarmed in large groups, many live streaming reactions of others on their cell phones. Some were very upset, visibly crying and talking about it. Others told me they believe justice was served with that sentence. After the victim impact statements, KARMELO Anthony's family, including his parents, walked out of the courtroom and into their cars. A large group of people and media swarming them as they made their way to their vehicles. There were some very strong words of emotions exchanged. We saw Anthony's mom hold up a heart in the window as well. Then just about 15 minutes ago, we saw the METCALF family leave the courthouse. Emotions still running high from those who were here in the parking lot. Sheriff deputies helped them to their car. Now it's just media that's left as the Collin County Sheriff's Office is working to clear the parking lot. And again, media was allowed to stay here. A lot to digest as this very long day wraps up. For now, though, Steve, I will send it back to you.
That's Amelia Jones reporting from McKinney. Amelia, thank you. So Fox 4's Lori Brown has been our only reporter inside the courtroom all day for the dramatic moments. She heard the emotional victim impact statements. Lori, we're counting on you to tell us how all of that was for you today and tonight.
Steve, the emotion of this full trial really finally was able to be released in the victim impact statements as 4 of Austin Metcalf's family members finally released from a gag order, finally able to express themselves. The impact statements happen after the jury's verdict, after the defendant is formally sentenced. So these statements are really just a chance for the victims to face the defendant and be able to let all of these things out. So the mom, Megan Metcalf, gave a very emotional but strong statement as she faced Carmelo Anthony, telling him how she used to have a house filled with energetic 2 boys full of laughter, and now her house is quiet and the laughter has been turned to screams, and all she has of her son Austin's voice is her memory and videos of him speaking, and how emotional it is seeing his identical twin brother in his room every day. And she talked about the morning that she had given them breakfast and packed their snacks, and she got the big bear hug from Austin. Certainly emotional moments in that courtroom as she told these things, and she made this statement: "You have been given a sentence of 35 years. You should feel lucky. I have been sentenced to a lifetime without my son." Next to take the stand was Austin Metcalf's father, Jeff. He had a video up playing photos of his son Austin over the years, many of them with his brother who was there in the courtroom also. And he talks about their faith helping them to get through this, but also he came to a shout telling Carmelo Anthony, "We were robbed," and to suffer such a loss is tragic, and how this whole ordeal has just taken a part of himself, and he is not the same person anymore. And he said that his son's death didn't just change who he is, but it destroyed the person who he used to be. And then it was very impactful as Hunter took the stand. We did not hear from him during the trial, as many were expecting, and he took a very respectful tone. The father of Austin Metcalf had really pointed out that he wanted Carmelo Anthony to look him in the eyes, and Hunter did the same thing, asking in a polite way that he would really appreciate it if he would look at him as he had his statements for him. And he said that you still have air while my brother is 6 feet under. But he went on to say that his brother's legacy will continue to live on. The family later appeared in that news conference that we showed you, but they chose not to take any questions tonight. Stephen, Heather.
Understood, Lloyd Brown. Adam McKinney at the county courthouse. Thank you. Sean Rabb has been following a lot of this trial too. We're going to check in with him now for more. He's on our digital studio, spent most of the evening in there. Talk about what's next and you know, the verdict and the years and how he could get out in half those years and all the things that facing well, both these families tonight, I guess, Sean.
Yeah, there's a whole lot. You know, we got in the studio here, I don't know, a little after 1, I guess. And so we've been here in the digital studio since before 2 o'clock today as this has played out and come to its conclusion. And there's a lot of emotions riding, as you can tell. People get engaged in this trial, Steve, and they don't want to disengage. Our Lori Brown didn't want to come out of the courtroom. Mm-hmm. You know, managers were trying to get her to be replaced this afternoon. She wanted to stay and see it through. We saw that from hundreds of people in the parking lot. People were coming to the parking lot of the Collin County courthouse. They couldn't get into the courthouse. Well, even going over the weeks of this trial since last week, 1 a.m, people are driving up, waiting to try to get in for, you know, 4 handfuls of seats that are available to the public. That's the kind of trial this has been, drawing people in. So what happens now? Well, first of all, Carmelo Anthony now goes into the Collin County Jail. There'll be a new mugshot of him, bookend photo tomorrow from the Collin County Sheriff's Department. He will be transferred to the Texas Department of Corrections, the prison system in Texas. He'll go to Huntsville for intake, and then he can be moved to any place in the state. He could stay in Huntsville. could be moved west, could be moved hundreds of miles from Dallas-Fort Worth. We won't know that until he is there, because the pickup and transfer is always secret, as you might imagine. Many bad actors, not talking about Anthony, but many bad actors would attempt to possibly attempt to have somebody, if you would, sabotage that trip and pull them out of those buses. So he won't be traveling by himself unless Collin County Sheriff's deputies take him. He'll be on the chain. They bring a bus from Huntsville. They'll make several stops along the way, and then they'll return down I-45 to Huntsville for his intake, and he'll be then sent to a prison farm to begin serving his sentence. While that's happening, his lawyers will begin the appeals process. Now, the court appointed, the court lawyers for the case itself, Mike Howard, Toby Shocc, they may bring in someone else for the appellate process or file some of those themselves. Remember, there was the concern about no Black jurors. The three who were qualified were summarily struck by the state. And tonight we're hearing from the Collin County NAACP saying it's an outrageous rendering tonight. The punishment is outrageous. They are upset that there are no Black jurors on this high-profile trial. They say certainly a life was taken and justice had to be handed out. They don't feel it deserved to be this. And so they're, again, pointing to the lack of representation, people of color, African Americans on that jury. That's going to be a theme that we're going to here going forward. As for the family of Austin METCALF, well, they have to try to continue with their lives, and that's not going to be easy. We heard their pain tonight. We've heard their pain from the day one in April of 2025, and we heard that pain again tonight. It is a searing pain that no parent should have to experience. No sibling should have to experience their twin taking their last breath in their arms. How do you get past that emotionally? How do you stop and begin again? And that's the challenge for this family, to try to keep their lives together and move forward as well. And so too for the Anthony family. Many people have said there are no winners tonight, but this is justice. Sometimes maybe justice doesn't produce a winner, but it produces justice, and that is that someone held accountable for their actions, whether all agree with how that is handed down or not. That's where we are right now.
All right, Sean, thank you.
All right.
So there's been a lot of emotional reaction to the verdict. Dionne Anglin is in McKinney. We moved back up there to the courthouse. She's outside. Dionne?
Heather, Steve, that's right. From daylight to darkness, the presence of supporters on both sides of this case have been here and remained until they were physically no longer able to. An order from the judge came less than an hour ago. The parking lot is closed as of 9 p.m. We have seen that taking place. Now, through it all, the tension, the emotions have been all over the map. Through the guilty of murder verdict for Carmelo Anthony, the time spent waiting for a sentence to be announced, and then the moment it arrived, we have seen several clashes, one person arrested, another detained. It has been a definite mix of emotional expression. One teenager whose life is lost, another going away for at least 30 years. A couple of people I spoke to put it in perspective from their own point of view.
I have kids myself, so seeing lives being lost as far as children-wise, it's a sad case all around. Everybody's angry. Everybody's upset. You know, we just lost 2 kids. I mean, you know, what more could we expect out of them? But I just feel like we got to heal. We all got to heal together.
We got to save our country. This is a beautiful state. Justice was served. And we got to move on. And we, you know, I feel sympathy for the families. It's sad, but, you know, it's time to move on.
You know, we talked to folks who shared expressions very similar to that many times over. Those two folks, they said they were close by, they live in the area, work in the area, but they just felt drawn to come here to see for themselves this reaction and this presence by the support on both sides of this case. Now we have probably a dozen patrol cars with lights circling the parking lot, basically making sure that everyone is leaving. We asked if that applied to us, and it was not immediately clear. One person we spoke to said they think we can stay a bit longer. Another said, no, it applies to us. We have to get out of the parking lot as well. So that remains to be seen. But for now, that's the very latest here. Back to you all.
Okay, Dion, we'll let you get moving. If they need you out of there, that sounds good enough for us. Thank you. All right, we've got the latest mugshot. Carmelo Anthony now checked in at the Collin County Jail. That'll be his temporary stop until he goes into the Texas State Prison System. And new mugshot tonight out of Collin County. We have more on today's verdict and sentencing, plus reaction from people who are inside the courtroom on our website, fox4news.com, and on the Fox Local app.
For them to move on.
Yeah.
Let's move on now.
Just move
We're done
on.
with that.
Nothing to see here. Just keep moving.
Fuck, man.
So, Donna, in terms of the sentencing process here, what do we expect? Is the sentencing, the number of years up to this jury? Does the judge, and this does vary from state to state and district to district?
It does vary, Martha. And obviously, the fact that the jury is going to be weighing in on sentencing leads me to believe that they're going to be able to have some type of say, because otherwise the only focus or purpose they would have would be as if this were a death penalty case, which it is not. So given the fact that the jury is around for the sentencing phase leads me to believe that they will have a say. What I do think is really interesting here, and I think that this is the reason the case played out the way it did. The defense attorney knew that this jury was going to be involved in the sentencing phase. The judge was listening to all the testimony here. And I think this is the reason some of these facts came in. The things that we were talking about earlier, how he reacted after the fact. I think some of that is trying to be mitigating. I don't think that the defense truly believed that there was ever a true self-defense claim here and that this is what they had to try on behalf of the client. But given the facts and circumstances here, I think putting this forth in the way to show this level of remorse, to show that he was upset and crying after the fact, I think that was part of the sentencing phase of this case. I also think the fact that Carmelo Anthony himself did not testify was very interesting given the defense in this case. And that's not something that we've talked about today. And I think that that's a very, very significant portion of the jury making this decision on murder. I think had he testified, manslaughter may have played into it a little bit more, because he would have been able to say, I felt in fear. I felt like they were coming at me. It was a split decision. And looking back at the video, I don't see what maybe I thought was happening at the time. And I think maybe those things may have played into a less serious conviction here. But the fact that he didn't testify, I don't think the jurors had any other evidence that they could hang their hat on. And we'll see if in the sentencing phase we hear more about that. But I really do think that the defense played into the fact that if he was convicted, these were certain pieces of information they needed to put out in front of this jury. So maybe the sentencing would not be, as significant as it could be.
I don't know if we can hear this person who's speaking, or if we know if this is one of the attorneys, if anybody, okay, this is not one of the attorneys. It's someone speaking outside the courthouse. Paul, let's talk a little bit about what Donna touched on here. Carmelo Anthony did not testify in his own defense. Do you think his attorneys now second guess that decision?
Well, in light of the fact that he's guilty of the highest charge, how could you not? Sure. And all I can say is if the cynical ploy here was to say, leave him off the stand, take the guilty verdict, and let's hope we get some kind of a minor victory at sentencing from this jury, I think it was a mistake. The way this went, and in light of the tenor of the defense witnesses, who, as I said earlier, some of whom were reportedly black. There's no cameras in the courtroom, but that said, reportedly black testimony from black witnesses, excuse me, and testimony on the defense side, wherein at least one of them started crying. It broke for the prosecution. So at that point, if you're sitting where the defense is and you're about to continue with your case, you probably have to go back and say, hey, look, we got a Hail Mary here, and that is we put you on the stand to play for a sympathetic jury sentence after a top charge conviction. Feels to me like the kind of 1 in a million shot you never want to put your client in the position of.
Right.
Feels to me like it would have at that point, the way things were going, to Donna's point, say, you know what, let's try to elicit some sympathy. Carmelo, get up there and do your best. The only thing I can think of is that they felt like, for some reason, there are some facts that we have not heard that the prosecution may have been able to draw out of Carmelo that they felt would have even further hurt their case. Things like why he went to the tent, why he had the knife. There may be things that come out that we didn't get in the and this happens, that we didn't get for various evidentiary reasons in the four corners of the case that we're going to hear subsequent. Because one of the things you notice you didn't get a lot of is character stuff here. You didn't get even about METCALF. Like one of the things I was kind of waiting for when the defense came forward was I was starting to wonder, do they have some sort of thing up their sleeve that's going to paint the victim, however unsavory that is, and I think we'd agree it is because the kid is dead, but do they have something where they're going to essentially paint the victim as somebody who almost deserved it, a bad kid who's had what was coming to him? And of course, all the reporting cuts against that, and ultimately that's not what happened. But I'm wondering if we're going to get some kind of character stuff that's going to come out that for whatever reason they decided let's not roll those dice, because the way this thing went, and you can't argue with the way it concluded, you're sitting where the defense is. I think I might have taken the shot. Carmelo, get up there, do your best to be sympathetic. Maybe we get the manslaughter, and as a relatively young man, you'll see the light of day again.
Very interesting. Paul Morrow, thank you very much. So Donna Rotuno, we're waiting to hear from these attorneys, and we're also going to hear from General Jack Keane here in a moment on the downing of a U.S. Helicopter. So we want to get to that story as well. But is there a framework for sentencing here that is applicable based on this, the environment of this case that speaks to you?
Like they just That's how much though.
Well, I don't think that he's going to get the maximum. I don't. I think that we are going to hear him be more humanized in front of this jury now for sentencing. I do think that given the fact that manslaughter was on the table and the jury rejected that, I don't think you'll see less than 20 years. But I definitely do think that you will see a sentence where maybe this young man can see the light of day at some point in his life. You know, one way or another, Austin Metcalf is never coming back. And this tragedy has already been compounded, given the fact that he will never be able to live again. And of course, Carmelo Anthony can, and his family can still go and visit him. And so I definitely think that the jury is going to, or the judge, whoever's going to hand down the ultimate sentence, it's going to be stiff. And I do think that it's going to be several decades. I'm just not so sure we're going to hear a life sentence here.
So in terms of how this is going to work, I imagine we're going to hear victim impact statements. The judge and the jury will hear some statements from these families, correct? And is there any opportunity on the Anthony side for them to, you know, plead for leniency in this case for any reason?
Absolutely. Absolutely, Martha. You will hear victim impact statements from his twin brother, from his parents, anybody that was close to him. If he has grandparents living, I mean, I'm sure we will hear from all of those people. They will also testify, most likely in front of this jury if asked to do so. And Carmelo Anthony's family will have the same ability. His parents will be able to get up and talk about what life will look like without him. Now, remember, he has been out, and so he has been home with his family. That changes today upon this conviction, and he will be taken into custody, as we heard earlier. So they will talk about what it means to not have him at home, the siblings that he may have, and how it affects their lives, and how he, you know, although alive, will be missing from their family for a long period of time as well. And so they will talk about that impact. They will talk about things in his life that are different from this, because remember, this is a, you know, 4-minute aspects of his life. And so we're going to hear about the other 17 plus years that he's lived and the things that he has done and the impact on his family. And so again, there are no winners here. So no matter what happens, this is a tragedy.
Indeed, it is. Indeed. Thank you very much, Donna Rotuno. As we wait for the sentencing phase and to get more information on how that's going to work, Donna, thank you very much.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
Look, look what they did with Elijah McClain. Just overturned that. Now this, and the little boy and the fucking child thing.
Well, then we just had Keith Harris has joined us. Keith, you were in the courtroom when the verdict came in and also during the punishment phase. Just walk us through what you saw and heard.
So as they were bringing everyone in, they brought the METCALF family in first, and then they brought the Anthony family in, and then the general public. Everybody had a seat. The judge brought the jury in. One thing that I noticed just as an attorney looking at the jury as they were walking in, they weren't looking at the defendant. And usually from a defense standpoint, if they're not making eye contact with your client, I kind of assume that this probably wasn't going to be a good verdict for the defendant. They did find him guilty of murder. The judge took a little bit of a break. He held Mr. Anthony's bond insufficient, which means that he goes into custody. They took him away for a little while. When the verdict was read, looking at the Anthony family, they seemed pretty stoic at first, but you could clearly just tell by the verdict. I mean, both families have been affected by this, and both families became pretty emotional. They were holding it in as best they could, but you could hear emotions just on both sides, and you could see relief, and some of the Metcalf family rubbing each other's backs and hugging each other. They took Mr. Anthony away while the defense team, Toby and Mike, got to talk to him in the holdover. And then they brought him back whenever they were going to start the punishment phase. When Mr. Anthony came out of the holdover, you could tell he looked pretty shocked, just really like just a stunned look on his face. They sat him down. They brought the jury in. One thing that was interesting in punishment, both sides, it's like you start all over again. State can give an open statement. Defense can give an opening statement. Bill Worski waved open, which means he wasn't going to give one. Mike Howard then waved open. So Mr. Worski, the burden's on the state for punishment. He rested. He didn't call a witness or anything like that. And so then what happened was Mr. Howard had an opportunity. He called, I believe, Miss Hayes, which is Carmelo Anthony's mother, and he asked her maybe 4 or 5 questions, finding out that Mr. Anthony's her oldest. She had indicated, he's my oldest, my firstborn. She said, I'll always love you. Clearly emotional. After that, Mr. Howard passed her as a witness, allowed Mr. Worski to ask her a couple questions. And I think he asked her 2 questions. He said, at the end of the day, you love your son. She agreed to that. And he said, and your son will always be a part of your life, and always you'll be able to see him. So obviously setting up the argument that she, no matter what happens in this case, she's still going to have a son that's living a relationship with him and get to see him. And so after that, he was done. Mike Howard then rested in punishment. Bill closed in punishment. Mike closed. And so now they're just preparing the charge for closing arguments for punishment. So I think that they'll argue today, and we could see a verdict today.
What do you make of that? What do you make of only one witness being called and the defense not presenting anymore? Do you think that they have an inkling of what this jury might be thinking? I mean, that's kind of hard to predict as a lawyer, but it is a little stunning that they only called one character witness.
Yeah, it is a little surprising. I think my read from this is just, I think the attorneys are just letting the case speak for itself. I think that instead of calling a bunch of witnesses, Mike Howard did ask Miss Hayes, do you think your son's remorseful? And she said, yes, I absolutely know that he's remorseful. I know that he's sorry that this happened. And I think that they're just going to let the case stand on itself. I mean, I think you can get in the weeds and you can call a bunch of stuff and make this longer and longer. But at the end of the day, I think that both sides kind of just want to see Mr. Anthony's sentence for this case and this case alone.
What do you What do you think convinced this jury that murder was the appropriate verdict here?
You know, I never want to question a jury's verdict. I think that they really did look at the facts of the case. And I think that at the end of the day, I'm assuming that they just couldn't get past that lethal force for the force that was used towards Mr. Anthony. And I think, you know, I was surprised at the time period that it took them to get there. But again, I think that to me, it seems like they didn't struggle at all with those questions or going to a lesser or anything like that. So I think that they pretty much were able to resolve that.
Were you surprised by the prosecution's decision not to put more witnesses on the stand, or do you think there could have been some sort of an agreement about how this part was going to go?
In punishment?
Right.
You know, I just think that at some point the family's going to get to give a victim impact after the verdict on punishment. So I would assume Bill's just going to let them say their piece then. I think probably in guilt innocence that the jurors have already heard the effects of probably the family and what this has done to the family and things like that. So I just do think probably from a professional standpoint, I just think that these attorneys are just saying, look, we could get in the weeds, we could call a ton of people, we can be here for longer and things like that. But at the end of the day, I don't know if it's going to make any other difference. And I think that they really are just saying, these are the facts of the case. And I would assume that Bill's going to get up there and argue and say, look, you've heard the facts of the case, and that's what your punishment verdict's going to be, is you tell us what you think of this offense and what you think of these facts and what your verdict is.
What would you expect to see in the punishment charge?
Just telling the jury what the punishment range is. You know, there was no evidence of sudden passion in punishment or anything that would lower the punishment to be considered to 2 to 20 if there was sudden passion. So they're going to get the full range of punishment for a murder, which is 5 to 99 years or life. And so they're going to get in their instruction, having found the defendant guilty of murder, you're now asked to consider punishment in this. And it'll tell them that they can consider everything in the case and the underlying case on top of anything that they heard in punishment, but that they are to assess a punishment in between 5 and 99 years or life in prison on their verdict. So that's going to be their range, and they're going to be instructed of that.
Inside the courtroom, everything has been very calm. Both families have been cordial to one another. Out here, there was a lot of emotion. You weren't able to see that. There's a lot of emotion from the community. Some people dropped to their knees. It was a very emotional case for both sides. But there were a lot of people here on Carmelo Anthony's side that were out here praying and many, many days in a row. Why do you think that there was just such a reaction like that?
You know, I think that you have people that have followed this, people that have been inside, you know, being here and seeing the deputies, how professional they are here. They've been amazingly well in controlling everything, being so professional and respectful to everyone. Seeing the people that actually get in to like listen to what the evidence has been, they've just been people that have wanted to know. I haven't gotten a sense of people with agendas that already have minds made up. A lot of the people that I spoke with earlier today waiting in line, they just said, hey, I just kind of want to see what the facts so I can make a decision on my own. And I think that that they just have been really, things have been really professional in there, really quiet. Again, the deputies have handled things really well. I think the excitement and the emotions and back and forth out here is not indicative of what's going on in that courtroom.
Yeah,
And walk people through what they can expect next.
What they can expect next?
Yes.
So they're going to get the charge. They're working on the charge right now. I came out so that I could be with you guys and discuss all this of what's going on. They're going to get a charge. Both sides are going to talk to the judge about the charge to see if there's any objections to the charge, if they want to add anything to the charge. At some point, they're going to have an agreement of what the charge is going to be. The judge will then bring the jury back in, read the charge to them, and again, prosecution is going to get to open punishment. Defense will then go, and then prosecution will be able to give the close or rebuttal to the defense's argument and punishment. So we'll get to see what the state asked for, if they asked for anything, you know, in punishment. And, you know, with the verdict that came in that amount of time, it might give the state a little bit of freedom to ask for a number versus, hey, you've heard from the facts of this case. We're just going to defer to you. You understand what the punishment range is. they might ask for a number that they feel might be appropriate, or maybe they wouldn't have before, but with the verdict and how it was, and it doesn't seem like the jury struggled. I don't think we saw anything about them having any questions during deliberation. So I think that it really could be something to where, the state might ask for a number, or they could just say, I can't tell you what a life's worth. I can't tell you what this young man's life is worth, but you've heard everything, all the evidence, we've brought everything to you. And so we're now just going to ask that you determine what that is. And the state could say, we want you to tell this community what you think of this case, what you think of these actions. Obviously, defense is going to try to personalize their client. Hey, you didn't hear all these extraneous bad acts by our client. The state would have brought that to you if there was something that they wanted you to consider. His mom told you that he's been remorseful, that he's remorseful of this. He's going to go down to prison. He's never been to prison before. That's going to be a eye-opener for him. Take that into consideration. He was 17 at the time. They're going to argue, don't throw this young man's life away. Give him an appropriate sentence to where he can come and learn from this, and hopefully be a productive member of society.
Well, and one of the things that they asked during voir dire when they were selecting this jury, that was a very big part of picking this jury. Can you look at the lower end? Would you have a problem giving somebody 5 years for a murder conviction? And so they kept hammering that. So you're thinking that the defense is trying to get the people that are saying, I absolutely cannot give somebody 5 years if they committed a murder. So you're trying to make sure that the people that you are selecting, if you're the defense, can look at the whole range. But if you're the prosecution, you want people that are also going to be able to look at the whole range.
Well, the deal is that they say, hey, I could never give life, then they're disqualified. You don't have to strike them. They're disqualified by law. Just like if they say, I could never give 5 years, because they can't consider and assess the full range of punishment. They can't follow the law as it is. And so those people, that's why they're looking for those two extremes, because obviously defense wants people that say that they could never consider 5 years. Prosecution wants people that say they want to strike people or to cause people off the jury that say that they could never consider life. So you want someone that consider that full range of punishment.
Jesus. That's horrible.
That is
the horrible parameters right there.
Yes.
Welcome back to Unapologetic Truth.
So what your
They
thoughts?
they should be asking like, hey, did you hear anything about this case in the media? Shit like that. Not whether or not you feel comfortable of sending a young black boy to motherfucking prison for the rest of his fucking life.
Right.
Like, are you serious? To 5 years of life. That's what he was looking at. 5 years to 99 years. Like, are you, damn, this is fucking ridiculous. That right there sounds messed up. You know what I mean? And I just really question Carmelo's lawyer and shit. Like, what did you do? Like, did you do any work? Did you do anything to help this boy? You obviously didn't fight for him. You know what I mean? Obviously didn't fight for him. Nobody fought for him. It seems that's how it seems. You know, and it's not one-sided. We've kind of explored different media outlets, you know, different things. Like, it doesn't seem like anybody fought for him, which is really shitty. Really shitty. Like, you know, we made sure that you know, he had the right, you know, some proper fundage to file appeals or file you know, paperwork or whatever with the court.
Yeah,
what do you call them?
Discoveries.
Yeah, file appropriate things, like, you know, whatever he needed to do, you know, to get a proper lawyer, like
Legal counsel.
Yeah, with legal counsel. You know what I mean? Somebody that can advise him correctly. Like, what the fuck? What is it? You know what I mean? Is this all that Texas had to offer?
Yeah.
Like, this is horrible. You know what I mean? And then they're like, this is a new mugshot. Like, ugh. Like, I don't know what's, you know, other than, you know, I can't stand motherfucking white folk, but this is black people too. You know, that motherfucker, that dude was like, oh yeah, this and that, but he don't see that this is a young brother. that was good. He was good. Like,
Right.
you know what I mean? Like, we don't have, like, this is our warrior class family.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying? This is our warrior class. Like a good boy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We don't have, we you know, when we have them, they always try to make them like, they always try to make something happen to where we don't see them shine.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And this is terrible. Like, if he was just, I don't even know how I feel, but he's still young. He's a little boy. He's like 19 years old.
Right.
He has his whole fucking life ahead of him.
Yeah.
And now he's just gonna be in the penitentiary, and he's not gonna be good no more when he comes out.
Mm-mm.
See what I'm saying? He's gonna come out a hardened criminal.
Mm.
See what I'm saying? He's not gonna be a good young man. He's gonna be come out jaded and fucking hardened and
Yeah. Very unfortunate, but we gotta move on. So we got a brother that interviewed these illegals who's saying it's from Sudan.
So you able to hear this?
Yeah. Are you able to hear?
Of course, sometimes. It's used and not enough.
I'm not. No.
Today we're going to be. Today, right now, we are actually around 34th Street in Times Square. It's currently raining at the moment. The first person we're going to interview is a Sudanese dude, right? And you won't believe it. It's almost like the same story as the Mali guy, but just a little bit different, right? He basically came under Biden when Biden was president, and he said, "Hey, when I had the chance, I took it. I ran with it. I had to go. You know, 3 years ago we was in war, so it is what it is. He's here, and he's now going to tell you his story. So without further ado, we're going to get into this. Please like, comment, and subscribe.
I'm trying to make money to pay my bills.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on, bro. Don't walk away. You hold on. What you just did, you insinuated that someone pays my bills. Who pays my bills?
Either your dad, your parents.
My dad. I don't have a dad.
Okay, baby, come from a rich home.
I come from a rich home.
They left you a lot of money.
They left me.
You have a good job. You save money already. So you're now trying to have fun.
So hold on. So you're assuming that basically someone pays my bills. I'm out here trying to have fun, which I'm not trying to have fun at all. I just came here to just ask you a question about your homeland and your country. And you assume that.
Somebody else.
What do you mean ask somebody else? No, I want to know why you thought I was rich.
No, because
of the way I am? Because this makes me rich? This is poverty. You do know that, right? There are people who are poor who dress like this. That's crazy how you would just assume that. So what is your name?
My name is OJ.
OJ. And where are you from?
I'm originally Sudanese, East African.
Say that one more time.
I'm from East Africa.
East Africa?
Yeah, the part of Sudan.
Oh, Sudan. So you have you lived there? Have you visited there before?
When I say I've been living in this country since like 3 years.
You've been in this country for 3 years?
Yep.
How you like it so far?
So far so good, man.
Okay. So let me ask you something. What are some of the culture norms in Sudan?
As a culture, we have like over 500 tribes in Sudan.
Damn.
Yep. That's all. We got a lot of different culture, but I can't tell because they've got over 500 tribes. That's why. So every tribe like got different type of culture.
Okay, so that's what. So y'all got over 500?
Over 500 tribes.
Over 500 tribes.
Yeah.
Okay. So in the Sudan.
Yeah.
So on the gram, you know what the gram is, right?
Gram is
Instagram.
Yep.
No, Instagram is.
Yep.
Okay. So on Instagram, you know how they show some of Sudan's culture, right?
Yep.
Particularly what they like to target is the pretty much like I guess like the farm life.
Farm life.
Right. So you know how they wait till the cows pee and everything like that, and they like rub their heads and all that?
Yeah, I already know about it because like we put like a lot of the cows and camels, we report the neighbors.
Wait, hold on. So you do the camels as well?
Yeah.
Wait, so y'all wait till the camos pee as well?
Israel.
That's crazy. I didn't I did not know that. I thought it was just the cows. I didn't know it was the camels as well.
Cows and camels.
So the cows and camels.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me know, what is like, why did you leave Sudan? Why did you come to the United States?
As first off, as you know, we got a war going on, it's still going on.
How long has this war been going on?
Been like since 2023. It's been like almost 3 years.
So y'all been warring for 3 years.
Yep.
That's correct.
Like since I moved here, I saw like with my education, because since I left Sudan, I was in high school. When I just moved to this country, I started my education career.
Okay. And what are you studying?
Right now, I'm about to go to college.
Hold on. How old are you?
Right now, I'm being 21.
You're 21.
Yeah.
Okay, this is interesting because I actually met a Mali guy last week.
Yeah.
And he was also 21. So did you come here on a visa?
Actually, no. I came like a refugee. I'm as a refugee.
So you came as a refugee.
Yeah.
And they set you up for school already. So the U.S. government helped you out?
Yeah, it's already helped me out.
That's okay. So the U.S. government helped you out.
Yeah.
It wasn't nobody in your family or nothing like that.
No, actually, I just moved here by myself.
So you just said like, all right, I'm just gonna leave altogether and I'm gonna come to the United States by myself.
Yeah, because I was about to move to US since like so when I was thinking about to move to US, it's been like since 5 years ago. Just when the war just started, I just found like opportunity.
The opportunity.
Yeah.
So you took the opportunity, like I'm fleeing from this whole conflict.
Yeah.
I'm getting away from it.
Getting away.
I'm not trying to be part of this.
Yeah.
So what do you see that's different here in the US that you don't see it in Sudan?
First off, the multicultural, because you're gonna see a lot of people across the world, like from Europe, North America, South America, Canadian, all type of people, all culture, and like in language. There's a lot of different type of language. You're gonna let us people talking different language on the street. And like trying to immerse yourself in different culture. That's the main things I think I already saw in this country.
Sure. So you were trying to immerse yourself in different cultures and get acclimated, I guess to say.
Yep.
Okay. Us. Hey, I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this: you have a green card or for what?
Yeah, actually, right now I'm in the green card process. I'm just waiting to get it. I'm just waiting to get a response from USCIS.
Okay. And did they like before you came over here, right? I say since you said you're a refugee, so you came over what, through Texas?
Come again.
You know what Texas is at, right?
Texas.
The border. You came from the border?
No.
So how did you come over here as a refugee?
By organization. Like there's an organization, like you have to like sign your name, and you have to like wait for like sometimes takes specific time, like 3-6 months. It depends how is the situation in your country.
Is this by the U.S. government?
No, it's like international organization.
Are they called the IOM?
I'm not sure because there's all of them look like close names. That's why I can like recognize which ones are ones like iOS or you start like with the U.
So let me ask you this. I'm going to ask you some things about your own country, your own native homeland, right?
Yeah.
So you said there's war going on, right?
Yeah.
So is it like brutal over there or what?
It's actually brutal, man. I can tell.
Describe some things that go on over there that you probably seen yourself.
Seems like, bro, like it's like being since the war started, like the war like was like between two two different politicals. So the war just started to be like between the tribes. You know what I'm talking about?
So how many tribes are fighting?
Seems like all the tribes across the country like divided into different group. Every group like fights the other group.
Damn. So all the tribes are basically fighting. What are y'all fighting for anyway?
First, all they was like fighting for the. It was like for a country, like the fight was between the army, and there's troops close to army.
Army.
Yeah.
Okay. So
like the other troops like opponent.
So you guys basically came together and became one new tribe. Like basically the whole tribe to fight another tribe, other tribes, right?
Yep.
So what is that? It's like 250 tribes versus 250 tribes.
I can like tell how many tribes fighting the other tribe.
All right, because you said it's like five.
All the tribes are involved.
All the tribes are involved.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
So let me ask you something. When you had tribes, right? Do you have sub tribes as well?
Sub tribe.
Like a tribe within a tribe?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Okay. Because there are some places in Africa where they actually have tribes within the tribes. That's what I'm asking at.
Yeah, that's what's going on right now. I think that's a bit the world like just go to another way. Like when the war just started was like the political was when the war take like a long time to start like being between the tribes.
So you guys at Sudan right now, so you guys are going through any starvation, any hunger?
Yeah. If you are like on media or social media and all that stuff, yeah, there's some people are.
So all those people that we see on social media is exactly what's going on in Sudan.
Yeah, exactly what's going on.
Okay, so you guys are warring, you guys are starving. You said it's brutal over there. So people are basically getting unalive over there, left and right.
Yeah.
Interview.
Yeah, it's like the war, like there's a lot of people displaced to the countries close to us, like the countries that we share a border with them, like with Chad, with Egypt, with Ethiopia. Most of people move to these countries because of the war. So most of people who are being inside the Sudan right now, it's like who got the ability like to carry weapon, or you're gonna like you're gonna be self-defense, like you're gonna protect yourself. There is no government to protect you.
So no government to protect you in Sudan.
Yeah.
But what I'm understanding is that you said the government is what helped you come over here, correct?
No, it's not the government, it's organizations that want.
So it's an organization.
Yeah.
Is it an organization that's in Sudan itself?
No, it's like when you like go to the countries we share a border with them, like when you go to there's a refugee camp, you have to stay there and sign your name, and it's gonna take all the steps like to get you to where you're going and ask you some question, interview you.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So you said you came here 3 years ago, right? So that means you came here under Biden.
Yep, when I came was the President Biden.
So you basically ran here when he opened the floodgates.
Yep.
He admitted it, but it
seems like the game is being changing.
You saw the game being changed, so you was like,
when it was President Biden, that's right, Donald Trump. I see there's a lot of stuff is being changed.
Okay.
Yeah, like if you wanna like way like to get, even if you are like come legally to this country, you wanna like get your permanent residence, like green card or stuff, it was like take about to wait like 6 months or the maximum like 6, 7, but Trump is gonna take long.
Okay.
I don't know, it's being changed a lot of stuff.
So you waited at the refugee camp, and they're the ones who basically helped you get through with the quickness.
Yeah.
And they helped you for your schooling as well. So I take it right now, so you sound pretty good in English. So they're not helping you really with English at all, right?
Yeah, I really like start to people on the street and stuff like that. Start go to school, immerse myself with the American culture, American people. That helped me out a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So right now you're just learning. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm being focused on education.
So you're in high school currently, right?
Yeah.
So you're 21. You're in high school.
Yep.
That's the same thing with the guy I interviewed from Mali. He was 21 in high school, except for his situation was different because his father, what is it? I think had a visa, got him through with a visa. In your case, you said, yo, the game is changing. I heard this man open the floodgates, and now you have over 20 million plus. And I don't even believe it's 20 million. I believe it's way more than that. But a lot of illegal immigrants have flooded the United States.
Yep, exactly, man. As you know, this Clinton was Biden was the president. The border was like, this was the randomly people entering this country. Yeah, I know. It was a lot of people crossed.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I didn't think he knew he was like, giving up the game like that.
Right.
What's up, world? Let me tell you about this beard growth oil I got from 12 tribes on Earth. 8 ounces of oily goodness with a nozzle that prevents sprays and spills, and soft ingredients that make it perfect addition to anyone's morning routine. From coconut to castor, all these oils are hand chosen. After using this herbal blend, the biggest thing I noticed is how soft, how strong my hair was, and how good I feel. Pick up your bottle today and make your beard the star of the show.
Shalom, family. Good to see everyone here. Hope you're doing well. I don't know if any of you heard about this, but yesterday there was a pretty strong earthquake. It was a 6.1, and Cuba felt it, and parts of South Florida felt it. And, and they were talking about how unusual it was for Florida to get hit with that kind of earthquake, but they did. But we know we're going to see things we never saw before in these final days. I know I have, especially over these last several years. So it's not unusual, but ladies and gentlemen, they're fixing our road out here, and some of that heavy equipment that they use shakes the whole house. I'm like, wow, you don't realize how powerful some of that stuff is until it's near you. So anyway, yeah, the Philippines 7.9. Yeah. So I noticed the earthquakes, at least the last few that I have seen that hit different parts of the world, these earthquakes are getting, man, they are getting strong. They are getting strong. So let's get into this, y'all. Let me share my screen. Okay, please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you.
There was a 6.1 earthquake in the Gulf near Cuba, and the shaking was felt across Florida. And then this guy did tweet that this is the second largest earthquake ever recorded in the Gulf, according to the USGS. So a lot of earthquake action happening lately.
A 6.1 magnitude earthquake off the coast of Cuba was felt in parts of Florida. Multiple buildings were evacuated in Miami, we're told, due to the shaking. And according to our affiliate in Orlando, Florida, people across the state reported feeling the quake, including people as far north as Disney World. Joining us now is NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, what more do we know? And is there a risk to the public in Florida at this time?
Yeah, when you talk about a 6.1 earthquake, all our West Coast friends know that that's a significant earthquake. It's not like a 7 or, devastating 8, but a 6 is something that will rock you pretty good depending on how close you are to it. So this is where the epicenter was, kind of in between Western Cuba, and then down here is where Cancun is located. It occurred right after 1 o'clock Central Time. That's the 6.1. Now we're getting people that felt it as far north as Central Florida. So I want to show you the USGS. They have what they call a shake map. So that shows you where the concentrated energy is and how far out people they think that significant you'd feel it. So there's the epicenter there. You can see where Florida's located here, and what they call strong would be only in this little narrow circle that's just well off of Cuba. That's why we're not talking about any devastation or any destruction even in Cuba, but we do see some of the furthest shake lines in Western Cuba. So we'll wait and see if we get any reports of anything there. I wouldn't expect much. And as far as frequency goes, this is on the entire planet per year. So you notice that I said if it gets above 8, that's when it really gets our attention. Usually we only get 1 per year. We get about 18 7.0s on the entire planet. We only get about 120 that are above 6, and this was at 6.1. So it does show you that it was relatively strong. Thankfully, it was far enough out into the Gulf that we really didn't see any tsunamis, and it was about 6 miles deep too, and that helped with no threat of any tsunami action.
Some breaking weather news here just about an hour ago. Got reports of an earthquake just there in the southern Gulf of America, right off the northwest coast of Cuba. And we were getting so many calls here into the newsroom, reports of tremors and shaking really happening all across Florida. We felt it here in our St. Pete area, reports in Lakeland, and even as far.
Yeah, Lady Chey's gonna take over, y'all. So appreciate y'all tapping in.
Yeah, just give me a minute. Let me get my.
North as Jacksonville, even feeling the shaking and the tremors about an hour ago as that earthquake struck. It's about 6.1 magnitude. We know nearly 6 miles deep, and that happened about 65 miles to the northwest of the coastline of Cuba there. So at this point, no tsunami concerns. We don't have any warnings or advisories up for Florida, but certainly continuing to get some reports here around the area, feeling the tremors and the shake from that quake happening about an hour ago. So there you can see where it occurred, 6 miles deep, 6.1 magnitude at this point is what we know. So we'll continue to keep tabs on this, keep you updated should we learn anything else here, as this is just starting to come into the newsroom here about an hour ago. But mentioning again, all across Florida, feeling some of the shaking from that earthquake right around the 2 o'clock hour. So no tsunami concerns, but of course, we'll be keeping tabs on that should anything change, but not anticipating that to be an impact here for any of our Florida beaches. But pretty rare that we feel tremors from an earthquake here in the state of Florida.
All right, you guys still following us right now. We got that breaking news. We had an earthquake just offshore from the western side of Cuba, but it's been felt over 450 miles away in central Florida. It was a magnitude 6.1. 6.1 is a strong one. The good news, I can tell you this, there are no tsunami warnings, which is great news. But here's what it looked like. It was 2 p.m. Eastern time, right on the nose when it happened. Magnitude 6.1. So let's get right down to it. Let's go in the zone. Let's go back to Orlando, the Fox News station right there, and listen to their coverage.
As we continue to track this, getting an email from someone saying they felt it in the southernmost section of the villages. That's from Lauren Lewin sending us that. Gail Rivera in Kissimmee says she felt it, lives in the 3rd floor of an apartment. Ceiling fan in the office trembled. Several minutes later, the living room entertainment center with the TV and windows shook, saying she never experienced anything like this before. So, Christopher, have you noticed any damage or anything? How strong was that? And have you noticed any cracks or anything like that that have come from this?
Not that I've checked. Funny enough, I do have a Lego set that was on my entertainment system, kind of like on the edge. That did end up falling. Seeing kind of like the kitchen lamps shaking a little bit was a really weird, scary feeling because they weren't shaking extremely fast, but they were moving enough that you notice it. But as far as checking for cracks, I have not looked yet as far as damage goes.
Well, Christopher, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live and sharing your experience with us. Kind of a scary thing there. We appreciate you walking through all of that. Christopher Marin joining us live from Horizon West. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, and like you heard him say, just not something you would necessarily expect, not something that many people have kind of dealt with here. So we are going to continue to track this. We're getting a lot of new information. We've got to step aside, though, for a quick break right now, but we'll be right back with more Florida Live here on Fox Local, on Fox 35. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
All right, here we go. Just watching the live coverage right there in Orlando, Florida. It's a magnitude 6.1 earthquake that happened just offshore from western Cuba at this point. You can see it happened at 2 o'clock. So this thing is still fresh, and people are reporting all over the place. In fact, my buddy Mike Boylan down there from Mike's Weather Page in Tampa reported that he felt it too. So the shake mat's coming alive right now as we have reports of that going on. Good news is, at this point, it looked like it was a 10 kilometers deep. They always say that's where it's going to be. Right now, that'd be 6.1 miles deep. It's also magnitude 6.1, no correlation. But I didn't see any tsunami warnings out of this, which is some terrific news at this point. So I don't see any danger when it comes to that. It's more of a novelty. I haven't seen any reports of any kind of damage out of Florida. You wonder what's going to happen out of western Cuba because they are closer to the epicenter at this point. But that magnitude 6.1 is what we've got. So what about this? You see, it was felt over 450 miles away. Get that shaker map going on right there. You can see some weak to light shaking being felt just outside of Miami. So you've got that near Lake Okeechobee. Those regions right there, the brighter shade of blue. I'm highlighting it right there. These are the reports that are now filtering in of seeing some weak to light shaking. And again, if you live in South Florida, when was the last time you felt an earthquake? I'm pretty sure never. I mean, I don't remember reporting on an earthquake the 30 years I've ever been doing this right now. January 2020 was the last earthquake that they had just offshore from western Cuba. So January 2020, that one was south of Cuba too. So I don't remember reporting any kind of anybody feeling that one. This was a bigger one though. This is magnitude 6.1, which you're getting closer in on that strong side when you're talking about that. Again, no tsunami warnings at this point, but this is what we know. Keep on refreshing the map just to see if they did any kind of upgrades on it. No, so far so good. Nothing out there. But again, it's just offshore, and I bet you they felt it in Cancun, but they felt it in areas away from Florida too. So we'll see if they felt it getting into lower Alabama. See if you felt that around Mobile. Those areas right there.
I don't know about that, but I can blow your ass. Sure.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Did you feel the earthquake on Monday? A lot of people did. The earthquake was a 6.1 magnitude. There is no tsunami threat here in Florida. Contrary to how susceptible we are to storm surge, historically, we don't have a tsunami threat here in Florida. A couple of reasons why. We just don't have the right setup to really get those big earthquakes that propagate the tsunami waves. This earthquake was not powerful enough, and it was way too deep in order to trigger those tsunamis. So why did you feel it then? Well, the way that our crust has formed between the Bahamas, Florida, and Cuba makes it easy for that seismic energy to propagate at a far distance. So you felt it, but we're safe from tsunamis.
No fights. No fights.
Well, times are getting crazy. I'm sitting here in my office here in Jupiter, Florida, and all of a sudden I feel the building shaking. So I'm like, I knew exactly what it was. And in Florida, we're not used to earthquakes, but I've felt them before and I knew exactly what it was. And I was like, how could that be? What's happening? Well, apparently Cuba had a 6.1 earthquake, and the Philippines apparently had a very large earthquake. I don't know. Times are getting crazy. I don't know. If I were you, God is very angry right now. So things in the world are not going well. Take this as your sign. Better get right with God, quick.
So I'm just sitting here, I'm chilling. I'm in St. Pete, Florida right now. And all of a sudden, everything on my walls just starts vibrating back and forth. I'm looking outside, really not seeing nothing going on. And then I start moving back and forth. We just had an earthquake. Did anybody else feel that? I'm here in St. Pete. And yeah, first thing to go was my mirror over there. It just starts like tinking on the wall. Then my dog started like acting a little funny. And then all of a sudden it felt like the whole ground was moving. Who else felt that? And where in Florida are you at?
So did we just experience an earthquake in Miami? Because my building was shaking.
Unsettling movement sent our way after a 6.1 magnitude earthquake off the western coast of Cuba. Some people deciding to get out of their Miami high-rises and sending their reactions to Only in Dade.
And I stepped out, and now there's a bunch of people out here.
People sharing their shots of the shaking on social media, from a condo chandelier to a water cooler in Fort Lauderdale. People all over South Florida feeling the tremble. 7 Skyforce over a building in Kendall that was evacuated just to be on the safe side.
What?
According to the National Weather Service, reports of shaking started coming in around 2:15 Monday afternoon.
Earthquakes are very, very distinctive.
A man who lived in Northern California for much of his life says he knew what it was right away.
Well, I've been through 100 of them, let's say, over the course of decades, but and it's always the same. It's the same. It's kind of a twisting, creaking, swaying, and there's some noise involved in them. It's obvious as day to me. And of course, that's what it was.
All right, y'all. Now, this is not the only thing that's going on. Now, they're predicting this is going to be one of the hottest summers on record. And they're predicting more heat waves. And I definitely see that already, because we're going to be entering probably about our 4th heat wave in the next day or so. So, and I think it's going to be like 4 days in a row of mid to upper 90s. So, yeah, things are changing. And this place is still declining. So we're about to see a lot of changes, I believe, happening on the earth. It is so much going on right now. So I have another live coming up, y'all. And Donald Trump is now denying that he said no new wars. He was not going to have any wars. And we know he did say this on the campaign trail, but when he was being interviewed by NBC, he denied the whole thing. He claimed he never said that. So we'll get into that at 1:45 today. And at 3:45, Donald Trump abruptly walked out of an interview. So we're going to be looking at that and talking about it at 3:45. So y'all have a wonderful afternoon and be on the lookout for my next live. Shalom, family.
Shalom, Lisa. All right, Black Belly. Give me a second. I gotta catch up because I have no idea where we are. Let me see.
About Americans' financial situations. And now his newest lie is, I never said no new wars. And we know he did say it. In fact, I got video of him saying that on the campaign trail. That's why so many people are upset with him, which means that we have to face the fact.
Yes. Hold on one second, Fairly. Hold on a second. Jesus. Kind of craziness. It's all kind of menacing shit going on. Black family. I have to take over because, well, you know, I gotta take over. Sorry, I was taking my hair down, so just told me how to take over. So anyway, so I'm here, man. That's crazy, right? It's happening right there. But the earthquakes, I guess. Sorry, take my hair down. This is what I was doing before. Just told me how to take over the show. All kind of sketchy, weird shit going on. Anyway, so you hear motherfuckers in the hallway like beep beep beep. Weird, weird shit. Like they would never be in the hallway. You know what I mean? Anyway, so that's what the fuck I was doing. So I took over, family. We're gonna go through the rest of the. Let me see if I can take this bullshit off. We're gonna go through the rest of the program. And one second, family. So I can see you guys. Just give me one quick second. Let me see visual effects. Okay. It's like a normal thing. Should look crazy, right? My hair all out. Okay, obviously not Jesse. I'm obviously not Jesse. All right, bet. Kind of. It's got a whole bunch of shit back there. See what else I can do. Okay, let me close that. Close that. Change this. Edit. Name. Right here. Yeah, you just we're gonna be here for a minute. Not really my idea, but it's what's on the routine. So hold on a sec, Belly. I can't really see that great. So one quick second. Let me just add a little bit more visual so I can actually see. You definitely don't want to see me reading with the magnifying glass. All right. Let's see who's up in here. Okay, Ray's in here. How about Raymundo's in here? Okay, Raymundo's in here. It's the same thing that has always been going on. Okay. I see there's like 15, 17 little eyeballs. Glad to see you in here. Don't be weird. Say something. You know, peeking and not speaking is odd. Let's see. Trying to get it to go up. All right, well, All right, bet. Okay. Well, anyway, I just want to say hi. I'm being here for a minute so that we could watch some things and enjoy some stuff together. I'm gonna figure out where we're at on the queue, and we'll just take it from there. Thank you for hanging out with me. I'm Lady Checc, the Black Villain, Seduction Doll. Taking over for Jesse Paris, the co-host. I'm the co-host of Frontline Black News. So you guys get to see me in person. And don't worry, I took out my hair and I just had to take over. So I'm picking it out. So don't judge me. Let me see. All right, bet. I see Ray. Okay, let's see. In the Midwest, earthquakes. We had like a baby tornado over by my crib. Like 2 little baby tornadoes kind of knocked out the internet. Let me tell it knocked out the internet. That's why I had to come over here. I was coming over here to do my show, which I did a little bit earlier, way earlier yesterday. And I was supposed to do another one. I don't think I'm going to be able to make it because we've been doing like back-to-back broadcasts. See here, Belle. Hey, Sister Belle, how you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Anybody else in here other than Raymundo and Belle? Good to see you. I'm gonna be I will deal with tornadoes over earthquakes. Yeah. I had baby tornadoes and I was asleep. I was on a sleep coma. And I remember my brother telling me that he was like, he thought a baby tornado was coming through. It was going to take the whole house. And he was going to be in the bathtub with my dog. And I was already sleepy. He said I was going to wake up and the whole roof was going to be gone. Him and the dog were going to wake up like 6 miles away in the bathtub. Him looking all scared and shit. That was pretty funny. I thought it was funny. I was like, damn, man. I didn't even know. I slept right through it. Like, I slept right through that shit. Talk about that was happening. The tornado was gonna take my brother and my dog. I was no way concerned. God, thinking about it, I'm like, God damn, man, maybe I should sleep so fucking hard. My brother come up missing. He's the only brother I got. You know what I mean? I didn't think about it. I was like, God damn, man. My brother could just get picked up by a baby tornado in the bathtub. Him with the dog. Him holding his little pillow scared and shit. He's a grown ass motherfucking man. The way he said it, I looked at him like we were little kids again. He's like 2 years younger than me. So I was raising a little boy. Like my mama left me. I was like 8 years old and he was like 6. So the way he said it, I was looking at him like he was still in his little pajamas with his little feet. Holding onto his pillow, he looked scared. I immediately flashed at him like he was a 44-year-old fucking man in a fedora. I didn't think about it. Man, I don't know why I didn't laugh when he said it. He told me that. I was like, he said, I thought the tornadoes were lifting up everybody's trash can and the benches out front. He said I got scared. He said I thought I was going to take the dog in and my pillow and go lay in the bathtub. He's like, you were laying down on your bed. He was like, the roof could have just blew off. You'd have been all right. And I immediately looked at him, and I looked at him like we were just little kids again. And he was 6 years old, I was 8. And he had his little fucking dinosaur pajamas on. With a little pillow following me around the house. Talking about what we're going to do now, Brady. Like, I immediately flashed out like that. And I was saying it out loud. Now I'm saying it out loud. It's fucking hilarious. He looked just like that. Said it's a big ass motherfucking bully with a fucking fedora. Like 44. He bullies me. He's like my big brother. He's really my little brother. He was trying to read me the fucking riot act, lecture me and everything. Boss me around. He straight punks me. He's my little brother. He acts like my big brother. But at that moment when he said it, I swear to God, I don't know why I did laugh when I saw it, but I thought I immediately flashed to when we was little kids, like, and he was scared. Like, you're like, what we gonna do? Where we gonna hide? We were little. I was like, shit, the only place we can hide downstairs under the stairs. Man, we had my parents had got my mother, you know what a covenant is, Black family, right? So let's say about a covenant. Y'all know what a covenant is, right? Well, only certain races can get into a covenant back then. And you had to be white, right? White, they don't ask questions at the bank to let you buy a house and shit, right? Well, so you know, my mother, the villain, is like is white, like a French Canadian French, sort of French, okay. And before she left, she had brought it. Well, we all had came from California. We all came from East LA. We all came from California. And it took us a long time to get my dad worked a lot, you know, it took us a long time to get to a house. But the only way you get the house is, you know, mother had the credit. You know, she had a good name, she had good credit. She's white, you know, she had able to get a bank, whatever. And the little house that she ended up ended up getting that we ended up going to a little ranch style house with a full basement and an attic, and it has like 3 bedrooms upstairs. Okay. And then she just, you know, like maybe about a year, 2 years into us being at the house, she left. She just left, just up and left. Okay. She said whatever her reasons were, but all I remember was her getting up and leaving. And after that, it was like a man raised us. You know, my brother's father raised us. At that time, I didn't really know that. I didn't know I had a different father. I just thought that my brother's father was my father. Right? He's the only man I ever knew to be like my father. But he had raised me since my father had died. My real father died. Wait. We lived in a covenant. So in the time, there was nobody else that was any kind of different race on the block or in the neighborhood. I didn't know that it was a covenant until much later in life, like 2 years ago later, when I was doing some research for this preparation study that I'm doing a history or oral history with one of the historians, me myself, right? Because I told him, you gotta look into all kinds of shit. Like we didn't just they moved us all around. Everybody moved around. Not to mention there's different ports. People came in and got kidnapped from over here, brought over here, dropped off over there. So there's all sorts of things. And being I would like to say I'm like a mulatto, I call myself a milky mulatto, fucking moon cricket. But I was doing my own personal research. Let's try to trace my my paternal lineage, like my actual blood father, like his lineage and his people's lineage, right? And that's what led me down to that. And I was like talking to them about the stuff that happens in Colorado. Colorado's a KKK state. Certain areas is sundown. By de facto, they won't say it outright sundown, but it's fucking sundown. Like in my area, it's just a high crime zone. It's still a sundown part. You wouldn't know until you're outside really looking at shit and you see what's really happening. And plus where I live, I have the police department has the highest rate for like abuse and murders and everything in Aurora. Where PD is like just I would know. I would know since I was a little girl, right? Been fucking with me since I got here back basically from California. Anyway, when I was doing the research, that's how I learned we lived in a covenant. And that covenants were like, part of redlining, gerrymandering, things like that's real racist shit. And when we got in the house, I didn't really, I hadn't put it all together until I read that I figured it out. And I was like, God damn, man. And then she had signed the house over to, my brother's father, like technically like my stepfather. And nobody said anything else after that. He was just paying the mortgage and paying off the house, And I was just like, huh. Crazy. If they would have never approved a loan for him. Because my father was like, or of some sort of Spanish descent. I always thought he was Chicano, but apparently I was wrong about that, right? What sort of Spanish descent? My brother's father. And I was like, man, they would have never let him live there. Now the area isn't so much, it's still listed as a covenant, but it's really not. There's like fucking everything. There's Mexicans and blacks and, Eastern Indians and Africans and kinds of shit living on my cul-de-sac, right? Or my parents' cul-de-sac. I haven't been home in a long time because, I did some violent shit. So, motherfucker can't behave. They can't come home to visit, you know what I mean? Anyway, it's not that far from where I live. But I didn't know it was a covenant. And I was like, God damn, man. It's really wild shit, right? You figure out when you're looking at shit, you really like, God damn. It reminded me of like when my brother was little. Like I was thinking about how me and my brother, like everybody said we look so different, Trust me, I was like this with all this motherfucking hair, and he had jet black straight hair, like a Native American, and I was like this, like fucking free with all this motherfucking hair, like all this fucking hair, and just little, okay, no shoes on, just wild. I couldn't believe it. I was like, no wonder. That's always made sense. And I couldn't ask my mother about the shit because, she's like, I can't find shit. Anyway, I guess the covenant rules have changed. But I was telling the historians that they should look into that because, Colorado's a KKK state and still like a very racist state. And the way they treated, I was giving a history lesson, like my own little history of racism and white supremacy. So I was talking about when just dealing with the police before I left home. Because they arrested me before I left. And they put me in the system. And then when they put me in the system after that, like I was like, oh, I'll kind of police encounters. Right? And I was just reflecting on, damn, they didn't treat the white girls like that at all. It was fucking straight racism, white supremacy. And I was thinking about it, I was like, God damn, man. And when I tell my brother about it, he was like sheltered. He went to school, he stayed. He didn't go into the system like I did. But he didn't get to see all the fucking racism and fucking police manhandlings and shit that they did to me. He didn't get to see all that for himself because he went to school. He had, went to work, got an apartment, stayed at work. Where I was out in the fucking street. I didn't learn how to balance a fucking checkbook until I was like 30 years old. No education. Yeah, he graduated everything. I was like, God damn. So he get to see racism, white supremacy like that. So when I tell him it's racist in Aurora, he doesn't believe me. He did. It just made me remember that stupid ass tornadoes. Before I left, I had been raising him. Like, make sure you get to school. And we went to school, showered, ate, and everything. We didn't have no mother. She left. And my father was like a provider. He worked 2 fucking jobs. And I never take care of my baby brother. I'm like, God damn, he always looked like he looked like I was gonna burn down the motherfucking house. When he said he's gonna be laying in the bathtub and the roof was gonna pick him up and the wind was gonna blow him 6 miles away. I was like, he straight looked like a little kid, like just when we were little. And I was like, man, calm down. I was like, you gonna take the dog too? He's like, yeah. I was like, shit. Well, at least you guys are blowing the wind together. I don't know why it's so funny to me. That's probably really shitty. Man. Welcome to the reflection time. Reflecting on that. I don't know why that's funny. Oh, you better not do that, Ray. Yeah, leave them. Yeah, no, he's bigger than me, and he's strong too. I was slow dragging in the hallway. I was slow dragging trying to walk in the hallway. That motherfucker football pushed me into the pantry. He's like, hurry up, move. I got he's trying to get to the restroom. He fucking pushed me into the pantry. I was like, hey, cuz. I mean, what the fuck? He's like, I gotta go to the bathroom, move. And he got these fucking hard ass fingers like our mother. My mother used to do this fucking ugly shit to me, poke me, and she had hard ass motherfucking fingers. And I was like, I'm a girl, stop. Like, bitch, poking on me like that. You're like, I said, you're like that when she wanted to. Either she thought she was playing with me or whatever. We didn't know each other. And coming to find out, like, I started to wonder if I even have a mother. If I'm this motherfucking, Cabbage Patch Kid. Really starting to wonder. No, he acts like the big brother. He's constantly lecturing me, and then him and Jesse are like the same person. Like the same. So if Jesse's giving me shit, then I gotta go home and listen to my brother give me the same fucking speech. Totally fucking up my vibe. Real shit. Like all day long. If it's not him, it's him. It's not him, it's him. You know what I mean? And no giggles, no laughs. It's serious shit all day long. Shit drives me crazy. I don't like it. I'm dealing with a Pisces and a motherfucking Capricorn. I don't like the freedom I got. I like it. And they don't think I'm funny either. I mean, climbing around, they want to be serious, especially my brother want to talk about. Brother's a conservative Republican. So he want to talk about conservative Republican viewpoints. And I just don't give a fuck. He would try to stress these points to be able to like miss me with that shit. And then it's really super, super militant, pro-black and crippish in my crib. So like, man, cause I don't want to hear that bullshit. Fuck you. Super, you're black, aren't you? Yeah, like questioning to test my temperature. He's always testing me. I mean, I'm just laughing because, man, he had these motherfucking pajamas too. I hardly had any clothes on or shoes. What's real shit? I was telling Jesse, I was like, can't I just go undress? Like, it's hot, man. I hate clothes. I hate clothes. I hate fucking shoes. I hate that my hair is wild right now. I just want to be free. Feel like I'm all constrained. I could go home and be more constrained. You know what I mean? We're very, like, me and him are very modest, coming from parents that weren't modest at all. You know what I mean? Man, he's bigger than me too. He's fucking bigger than me. He pushes me and like sit there and like, what you doing, fucker? And pushes, like, he'll sit on my bed and like poke me in the arm with his fucking hard ass fingers, or push me down or something. And I'm like, God damn it, man, I'm a girl. Stop it. Are you gonna bruise me? Because I bruise really easily nowadays. They try to give me lectures and shit. I'm like, man, can I just eat my cup of noodles in peace and watch this movie? Like, fuck. Let's talk about politics. It's really bad when Jesse's running for campaign. Because then he got all the thoughts. I'm like, Jesus Christ. And then I'll be like, don't talk to him. You don't talk to him. And I'll be gossiping in the fucking kitchen like girls. Talking about politics and I don't know what else. And like, tell my brother stop eavesdropping. He seems to know everything. I'm like, God damn, man. Everybody just loves my brother. Like, I think people they're supposed to come to see me and they really just spend 45 minutes up front talking to my brother before they actually make it to come talk to me. I'm like, shh. It's hard to not feel anything. Man. He wouldn't know what to do if something happened to me. He would just be lost. It's the first roommate. There was one before us, you know. We were supposed to have an older brother. And I was telling him, I was like, man, it's survival of the fittest up in that bitch. Because you had to fight to get out that motherfucker. And if you didn't make it in there, you weren't going to live. You know what I mean? I was like, that motherfucker was too weak to fucking come out. Plus, if he would have lived, I would have fucked him up. Right? Not like nobody trying to dominate me. Yeah, I would have had an older brother. Oh no, I'd beat his ass. We're fucking him up, left and right. Man, I don't know why it's so funny thinking my brother was gonna blow away in the tornado. I'm going to hell for that. All right. Okay, enough about that. Okay. Thanks for the laughs, family. I ain't laughed all day, really. It's been ugly. All right, let's see where we're going to go. All right, so we're going to hit this queue. It's a battle for Los Angeles. Pratt's out in Bass, and that chick is the city council lady is in the seat, and Trump's like it's that fixes in. It kind of looks like it, you know.
We begin tonight with new numbers and a major development in the race for California governor. The matchup is set. News Nation's decision desk has projected that Republican Steve Hilton will secure the second of two spots in the California primary, joining Javier Becerra on the November ballot. With more than 7.8 million ballots counted, Becerra leads with 28% of the vote. Hilton not far behind with 25%. Tom Steyer, who spent more than $216 million on the campaign, will end this race in third with 22%. Becerra posting on X tonight. Next stop, November.
Now to the race for LA mayor. It is official. Mayor Karen Bass will face off with Nithya Raman in November.
KTLA's Jillian Smuckler is live in the city of industry with a look at the numbers. Jillian.
Hi, Sharon, Micah. Yeah, you can see it is still business as usual here at the ballot processing center in the city of industry. Workers here are finishing counting those final ballots, but after days of uncertainty, we finally have some answers in the race for LA mayor. Nearly a week after Election Day, the race for Los Angeles mayor has now officially been called by the Associated Press. Mayor Karen Bass leads with 34% of the vote. City Council member Nithya Raman is in second at 29%, followed by conservative reality TV star Spencer Pratt at 26%. With the 93% of ballots now counted, Bass will advance to a November runoff against Raman.
Our city council member who works on homelessness votes repeatedly to allow encampments by schools. I do not believe there should ever be encampments by schools.
Those lines of attack are emerging as the race takes shape, even as questions about the integrity of the count are being amplified by President Trump, who over the weekend renewed claims of election fraud.
The election was rigged. It was a dirty election. And it's happening again right now in California.
Presented evidence.
It's happening right now in California.
The county official overseeing the vote count is pushing back
was
on
right
those
in
claims.
This is really a narrative we're seeing nationwide, that when you're not happy with the outcome of the election or the projected outcome of the election, you poke holes in the process.
After the AP call, Nithya Raman released a statement saying, quote, "I'm incredibly honored that voters have given us the opportunity to advance to the general election for mayor of Los Angeles. To the thousands of supporters who knocked on doors, made calls, sent texts, donated, and opened their homes for events across the city, thank you from the bottom of my heart." And while we now know who will face off in November, the results won't be officially certified until June 26th, of this year, of course. Reporting live in the City of Industry, I'm Jillian Smuckler, KTLA 5 News.
Okay, Jillian, thank you.
And with more, we are joined by legendary political journalist John Regardi. He's here in studio. And John, you know, we've been talking about the recent weeks, and you even titled one of your articles, this being the weirdest mayoral race that LA has ever seen. Do you still stand by that?
Oh, no doubt, Cher. I mean, for so many reasons. We start with the fact that Karen Bass, the mayor, still only at about 35%, astoundingly low. And then over the past week, as we've all seen, the race for second place has gone from Nithya Raman down 40,000 votes to now suddenly up 21,000, to the point that the president of the United States and others are questioning the validity of what is really being clearly defended as an honest process. It's just the way the vote plays out in Los Angeles. So weird all the way around.
Yeah, today, thanks to a public records request, LA Material revealed a late-night text that Mayor Karen Bass sent to Nithya Raman the night before Raman announced she'd be challenging her former ally. A tweet from KNX reporter Craig Figner with a shrugging emoji. What do you see with this campaign, these two heading into November?
I mean, this looks like it's going to be very contentious, and we have to think about why. I mean, if we go back just 2 years, Mayor Karen Bass played an integral role in Nithya Raman being reelected to her council district 4 seat. That was very close. And then right before, about a month before Nithya Raman entered this race, she had endorsed Karen Bass. So these were two strong political allies who were suddenly going at each other. I mean, in terms of contentious, just right around 5 o'clock today, you know, a Karen Bass spokesperson said Nithya Raman allows encampments near schools and cuts the police force. 6 minutes later, Team Raman decries the broken status quo. This is June 9th, and they are already June 8th, and they're already at each other like this. We've got 5 months to go.
We certainly do. Let's talk about Spencer Pratt. He posted on X today that there are still hundreds of thousands of votes outstanding, saying that LA officials have given us until the next 3 weeks to count. We even heard that in our report, June 26th. What's next for him? And with this count and after, he did say that he would leave LA if he doesn't win. He said that last month.
You know, this is one of the great questions and one of the great unknowns. And again, if we look at the scope of this, Spencer Pratt gets in the race in January. Most people dismiss him. He roars. He becomes someone who, with his authenticity and his outrage over homelessness, over the fires, connects with angry Angelenos. That does not happen easily. That does not come easily. He's at 207,000 votes now. So the question is, does he actually leave LA, or does he recognize that he's tapped into something and seek to augment that? I don't know what the answer is. I'm not sure if Spencer Pratt knows what the answer is, but there is a rare opportunity for him here if he chooses to utilize it.
Let's talk about the city council. A number of the high-profile and expensive races we've been talking about in recent weeks. Ulysses Hernandez, Hugo Soto Martinez, Tracy Park, well, not officially, Carl, appeared to be locked up and not headed to a runoff. The lesser-known candidates and districts, CD3 and 9, appear to be headed for a runoff. What do you see?
Well, first off, I think 1, 13, and 11 are strikingly interesting because they're almost polar opposites in a certain way. District 1, Ulysses Hernandez. District 13, Hugo Soto Martinez. Both progressive, DSA-backed, Democratic Socialists of America-backed candidates. Both of them faced moderate challengers, 3 or 4 in each race. Both of them easily rolled to victory. Sort of the opposite over in Council District 11. Tracy Park, she's a centrist Democrat. She was being challenged by Faiza Malik, a hardcore DSA type, and Tracy Park just crushed the competition there, had by over 17,000 votes. So both of these incumbents have moved on. And then you get these other races you mentioned. Again, different, but so important because we're talking 260,000 residents. Both of them are moving on to runoffs. In District 9, you've got Jose Ugarte, who is an aide to termed-out Councilman Curran Price. He's going against DSA-backed Estuardo Mazariegos. In District 3, the other open seat, Bob Blumenfeld termed out. You've got small businessman Tim Gaspar. He's going against Barryworth Gervin, who has been an aide to various politicians for the last 2 decades. So smart people all around, combative races.
Right. No runoffs in the 2 LA board supervisor seats that were on the ballot either. And we're talking about Supervisor District 1, Maria Elena Durazo. She appears well above the 50% threshold to avoid that runoff. And then in District 3, Lindsay Horvath, and look at her numbers, well over 65%. You know, and we had Horvath on here the day before she was going to either run or not run for mayor. And she toyed with that run for mayor. Do you think that she'll actually pull the trigger here on that campaign come in 2030?
Well, actually, what I'm looking at for Lindsay Horvath is more 2028, because that's when a new post is going to be created. It's called CEO of Los Angeles County. Essentially, it's a turbocharged mayor's position. You will be mayor of a county with 10 million people, incredible power, and what people don't even realize, no term limits in that seat. There's a lot of people who think that when that measure was created to allow that, Measure G, which Lindsay Horvath was behind, that she was thinking that, maybe I might like to run for that post in 2028. I and many others think that she's certainly entertaining it.
LA City Attorney does appear to be headed for a runoff, though the current City Attorney, Heidi Feldstein Soto, does not appear as though she's going to make it into that runoff. Does that surprise you?
I think surprise is an understatement in this race, Micah. I mean, I was blown away when Heidi Feldstein Soto finished below 20%. And so we've got the situation, we've referenced it before, with, again, some DSA and other candidates. The person who's in first place is Marissa Roy. You know, DSA type, she's pledging to sort of make the office focus a lot more on tenants' rights, on protecting workers. Then you have John McKinney, who is a career prosecutor. He's in second place, moving on, and he benefited from $3.2 million in independent expenditures from the Police Protective League. So strikingly different races.
You mentioned earlier DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America, that city attorney runoff, as well as some of the many other races in November, will actually test the power of DSA.
Absolutely. And in the past 6 years, ever since Nithya Raman was the first DSA-backed candidate to come in, DSA council candidates have won 4 council posts. Obviously, now there is one running for city attorney. Obviously, as well, there is one, Nithya Raman, running for mayor, although she has certainly moderated. So, I mean, this has become, I like to say, Los Angeles is now a 2-party city. It's just not Democrats and Republicans. It's centrist Democrats and left-leaning DSA-type Democrats.
All right. Political journalist John Rigardi. Always good to have you in and make sense of it for us. Good to see you.
Thank you, Micah. Thank you, Cher.
Yeah, nice to see you. Thank you so much.
I guess the independent centrist.
The November face-off coming into focus tonight for the LA mayor's race.
That's right. Nithya Raman nudging out now Spencer Pratt for the final runoff.
I like to think I'm an independent.
Just this afternoon, CBS News projecting the former LA City Councilwoman will advance. Raman was about 3,000 votes ahead of that as of yesterday, but today that lead extending to about 22,000 votes. Jeff Newman tonight with the ballot counters telling us what the candidates are saying.
Divine skills about people.
Here at LA County's Ballot Processing Center, the work to count every last vote is far from over. Right behind us, you can see there are dozens and dozens of people still working to process all of the ballots, and racks of vote-by-mail envelopes still need to be processed. But as we reported earlier, CBS News has projected who will be in November's runoff for LA mayor. Earlier, Councilmember Nithya Raman widened her lead over TV personality Spencer Pratt, putting Raman on pace to join incumbent Karen Bass in the November runoff. Minutes after the news broke, Raman's campaign released a statement saying, I'm incredibly honored that voters have given us the opportunity to advance to the general election for mayor of Los Angeles. About 10 minutes before that, Mayor Bass's campaign said a campaign against Nithya Raman, who allows encampments near schools and cuts the police force, is one Mayor Bass looks forward to winning. Right before Tuesday's primary election, UC Berkeley's IGS poll had Bass with a narrow lead over Raman, followed by Pratt in third place. Take a look at this map. Pollsters say that Pratt was doing well in the San Fernando Valley and the West Side, while Bass performed strongly in South LA and Raman in the middle of the city in areas like downtown and Echo Park, where you have a lot of younger voters who tend to be renters. Those areas often have a lot of apartments and a higher concentration of registered voters. Mark DiCamillo is the director.
It pretty much lines up with what now appears to be the rank ordering of the candidates.
Even though CBS News has projected Raman and Bass in November's runoff, the work here is not done. Staffers still need to do what they have to do to finalize the tally to certify the election results. We have also reached out to Pratt's campaign for comment, but we are still waiting to hear back. Reporting in the city of industry, Jeff Nguyen, CBS LA.
And thesis.
And in the governor's race, CBS News has already projected Javier Becerra will advance to the general election. Tom Steyer closing in on Steve Hilton for the second spot. Hilton was ahead by more than 300,000 votes as of yesterday, and today that lead is just over 215,000.
Oops.
California primaries, they continue to drop some ballots. We haven't seen the latest one yet today, but we do want to take you out to what our Fox 11 team is diving into the latest there with what they expect, the latest count, as we do know that Nithya Raman passing Spencer Pratt in the LA mayor's race. Let's take you out to this coverage from a little bit ago on Live Now.
Streaming on Fox Local, I'm Christine Devine. The Associated Press is projecting that Nithya Raman is going to advance and go against incumbent Karen Bass in the race for LA mayor. Nithya Raman capturing 29% of the vote compared to Spencer Pratt's 26%. Mayor Bass, as we've told you before, her campaign just put out a brief statement because she's already advanced. A campaign against Nithya Raman, who allows encampments near schools and cuts the police force, is one Mayor Bass looks forward to winning. So far, we've not received a statement from either Raman or Spencer Pratt.
Are you shocked about yesterday, kind of the switch in the numbers? Nithya Raman's in second place now.
That is surprising. Yeah.
Is it surprising? What did you think? Who did you think were going to be the final two? Obviously, we're still waiting.
I thought it was going to be Spencer Pratt and Karen Bass, yeah.
Were you shocked, or do you have...
No, not shocked. No. I'm not shocked. I think if you look at the way the population is distributed in Los Angeles, that's makes sense.
But you just still had hopes.
I did, given that our house is in the Palisades, you know, he's the one who's really advocating for that. And I don't really see that from any of the other candidates.
In yesterday's Meet the Press interview, President Trump offered no evidence, says he accused California of election rigging. The ballot count continues to be a slow process. According to the Secretary of State's website, more than 2 million ballots have yet to be counted statewide. Former LA City Council member Mike Bonin says the president is reacting prematurely.
We're in this surreal world now where we're simply counting. And there are people like Donald Trump, like Spencer Pratt, who are making a conspiracy out of counting. It's like saying that you were winning at the half at the Super Bowl and you're upset that they kept playing the second half of the game. Right? All these votes have been cast and they're just being counted. That's it.
Meantime, Supreme Court decision still looms as votes continue to come in. A ruling is set for later this month that will decide if ballots received after Election Day should be counted. It potentially affects voters in 14 states, including California.
All right, just listening into their at now 22,000 votes ahead of this, and you can see right now here as well the two check marks next to Karen Bass and Raman, as Spencer Pratt now 2 points in the rear of these candidates, as some of these ballots dropping day after day, and that's just the way California runs their election. So potentially 22,000 votes, and the AP calling this as it likely could get wider. And there were some issues trying to figure out how close this one might be, because Spencer Pratt held a sizable advantage after the California primary almost exactly a week ago. Now Raman will face off against Karen Bass in the runoff to see who will become the next mayor of Los Angeles. So plenty of big developments there in Southern California. We also don't know exactly who will be in the governor's race for this, including Javier Becerra. Obviously, Steve Hilton likely to be there. That will be a Democrat against a Republican versus Javier Becerra against Tom Steyer. So we do know the two candidates heading into the LA mayor's race. Still uncertain right now about the governor's race, but we're following it right now here on Live Now from Fox very closely in California.
Crazy. With nothing for black people. Do you hear anything for black people?
40 is your local election headquarters, with Democrat Javier Becerra projected to advance to November. All eyes on the race for second place in the race for California governor, who claimed the final spot to move on to the general election. Republican Steve Hilton currently holds the lead of more than 300,000 votes over Democrat Tom Steyer, as local elections offices all across California continue to count all of those mail-in ballots. As of tonight, on this Monday, the Secretary of State's office, Shirley Weber, reports there were 1.7 million unprocessed ballots left to count. Thanks for joining us here for Fox 40 News at 6:30. I'm Eric Harriman.
And I'm Riley Carroll. And tonight for Nikki Lorenzo. In the meantime, President Trump is blasting California's slow vote count and accusing Democrats of cheating. That is an allegation that state leaders strongly deny. Fox 40's Capitol reporter Etan Wallace has the latest.
California, thank you for standing with us.
Democratic gubernatorial candidate Javier Becerra celebrating after new projections over the weekend showed he will be one of the top two vote getters in the race to advance to the November general election.
California has spoken loudly and proudly. I'm so humbled and honored to be moving on to the general election to become your next governor.
Now, all eyes turn to who will clinch the second spot to advance to November and face off against Becerra. As of Monday, Republican Steve Hilton was in second and Democrat Tom Steyer was in third, about 300,000 votes behind.
We are confident that we're going to be in the top two at the end of this process. And what does that mean? That means change is coming.
Hilton calling for a faster vote count, while Steyer has urged his supporters to remain patient. All of it as election officials work through the remaining votes. The counting process has drawn national attention. President Donald Trump has accused California Democrats of cheating, claiming the state's election system is rigged. On social media, the president pointed to late arriving ballots, which have historically favored Democratic candidates. Trump appointed U.S. Attorney Bill Essayli said he could not comment on specific investigations, but did confirm federal officials are looking into instances of alleged voter fraud in California.
We've had judges, and everyone says from election to election, there's no fraud, there's no deception.
California Elections Chief, Secretary of State Dr. Shirley Weber, pushed back on the president's claims, saying there is no evidence of widespread voter fraud in California.
I don't listen to presidents who've never run an election before, but who has great opinions about what should happen, especially when it comes to him winning and anybody else losing.
The drama comes as vote totals continue to shift. In the Los Angeles mayoral race, ballots counted after Election Day helped progressive Nithya Raman overtake Spencer Pratt to claim the second spot now. The question moving forward, could a similar late surge help progressive Tom Steyer close the gap with Republican Steve Hilton in the race for governor? Political analyst Matt Klink weighing in.
Do you think we could see a similar thing in the governor's race that we saw in the mayoral race?
It would be very, very difficult for Tom Steyer to do what Nithya Raman did in the Los Angeles mayor's race. Unlike Los Angeles, there are enough Republican votes statewide to really limit the huge swing that we saw in Los Angeles. So Tom Steyer faces a real uphill battle to close that gap.
And the California Secretary of State officially has until July 10th to certify the results. At the state capitol, covering local news that matters, Etan Wallace, Fox 40 News.
A lot of
And here in the greater Sacramento area, we're still waiting for full results in multiple races that have yet to be called. That includes the newly redrawn Congressional District 6. The incumbent District 3 Congressman Kevin Kiley is still holding the lead with 25% of the vote, followed by Democrat Dr. Richard Pan and Republican Michael Stansfield. No one has officially advanced to November just yet. In the meantime, incumbent Democratic Congresswoman Doris Matsui has advanced to the November runoff in District 7. However, her opponent has yet to be determined. Democrat Mai Vang has a 3% lead over Republican Zachariah Wooden, though votes are still being counted.
In the meantime, as Eitan mentioned, one of the most high-profile races across California, that is the race for Los Angeles mayor, has finally been called. Democratic LA City Council member Nithya Raman is now officially projected to move on to the November runoff, along with incumbent Karen Bass, the mayor, current mayor. The latest vote tally update putting Raman ahead of reality star Spencer Pratt by nearly 3%, with 93% of the votes counted. Raman gathered momentum during the weekend and is now set for a showdown with the incumbent mayor, Karen Bass, who was very quick to criticize her former ally.
Our city council member who works on homelessness votes repeatedly to allow encampments by schools. I do not believe there should ever be encampments by schools.
Meantime, Pratt spent the weekend posting online expressing distrust in the vote counting process. President Trump claiming that it is, quote, impossible for Pratt to have lost his election night lead on Raman, and criticized the state's election system overall.
President Trump and U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley have been critical and have claimed election fraud. What do you say to those allegations?
Well, first, I don't want us to be distracted by that. We have a job to do. I think that those allegations and those assertions have been made by the president prior to the election. So I think this is really a narrative we're seeing nationwide, that when you're not happy with the outcome of the election or the projected outcome of the election, you poke holes in the process.
Bass, whose endorsements include Governor Newsom, former Vice President Kamala Harris, and former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, has tallied less than 35% of the vote.
On what level you talking about?
For the latest news and updates surrounding the primary election, which is almost 1 week past, 1 week tomorrow, as well as other local stories that matter to you, you can head over to our website, fox40.com, or you can find the same information by downloading the free Fox 40 News app.
Right.
Eddie, we're in.
Oops.
Eddie, we're in Miami. You're out here homeless. Tell me about it.
My name is Edward. Been off and homeless for 30 plus years, since 1990. I didn't have an good upbringing. Ended in the ward of the state, group homes, orphanages, and foster homes all my life. Aged out of the system. Didn't have a social network of people, family, friends, uphold me, keep me from falling into this despair of homelessness. I've gone through mental health issues, alcohol and drug addiction.
You seem sober now.
I'm clean and sober. I've been trying to stay sober.
It's tough to stay sober out here.
Yes, sir. I've been clean for more than 20 years off of alcohol. I don't do any illicit street drugs. And now they're legalizing marijuana all across the state, up and down, left and right, and anything and everything in between. And I left my home state to come down here in hopes of finding good work. Led down here on the premise of getting a decent job, being able to support myself and pulling myself out of bootstraps and getting myself back on my feet and becoming a productive member of society again. Keep falling through the cracks and being given false hopes and promises and told we'll be back out here to help you some more. Only to be left out here during Hurricane Irma, Hurricane Ian, and struggling to get back home.
Well, when I came up on you, your legs were moving. Otherwise, I wouldn't have, because you're under a blanket. And I have a rule, I never wake anybody up. but your legs were moving, so I started talking to you, and you said you're struggling to find some sleep, and it's what, 90 degrees out here and humid as all get out. How do you sleep out here?
It's tough. It's hard to find shade. Stay cool and rather than helping the homeless, they target them. They push them around, move them from spot to spot.
Criminalization?
Yeah. This was all started in the early 1980s. I came out here in 1989. Been out here since 1990.
So the police are pushing you around the city.
Yeah, they promise you shelter. They try to help you with getting you into the shelter. They have a group called the Green Shirts to come around and sit around the city and do absolutely nothing. You approach them trying to get the help that you need, and they tell you that, whether they have beds available or not, they tell you they can't help you. They pick and choose who they want to help. This is not humane. This is beyond.
Have you gone into the shelters here?
During the pandemic, I was assaulted. Somebody tried to rob me at gunpoint in broad daylight in the middle of the park while I'm asleep. During the pandemic, they had a hotel there towards the...
Right, though. You went into the hotel, but you didn't go in their shelters, because shelters are often horrible places.
Go through quarantine. Went through quarantine 2-3 weeks. And they cleared me and said I would, COVID free. And they put me in the shelter. I stayed there for 2 or 3 months, trying to get my birth certificate, social security card, my ID.
You lost everything.
Reestablish everything. Establish communication with family, friends back home. Give me a bus ticket out of here. And tell me they can't help me without having an ID, get me on the bus to go home. Not true.
And you're disabled.
Yes.
You have a hernia. It's been untreated. Tried to show me, and I don't need to see it. But
it
looks bad.
Unbelievable. It's horrible.
Lack of medical care out here.
They don't give it.
Essentially, yeah.
So how do you survive?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't have work, so I have to panhandle to make my money. At one time, I was pretty stable for being out here homeless, living on the street. Had a cooler, stock, ice cold water, sodas, Gatorades, and.
But back, that the dog, i.e. me, was unhoused. Well, I grew up in a system similar to this man, when they took me from my home due to some really ugly things. The police arrested me at school and went into the system with a broken face and broken ribs and whatnot. And I bounced around from home to home to home. So I was pretty much a ward of state just like him. When I got older, I used to do whatever I had to do. I get out, I live, to make myself some money. I had children at one point. I ended up taking care of them. But I was out in the street. It's really hard to get on a stable mindset, basically, because I was so used to being in survival mode. And when I had went out to California, and ended up upsetting the people where I was at. I was at a migrant camp, a migrant encampment that used to be part of the Great Migration. So it was like a barracks type thing, and it was being sold at the time. The motherfucker that owned it, his family that owned it, was a homeboy of mine that was in the penitentiary, a little shot collar type, older cat. used to write letters and stuff. You look out for me or whatever. And like some of the type of motherfuckers, gang member. I just had a lot of different type of friendships and connections in different types of penitentiaries everywhere. Really, I paid my dues to the streets. I would like to say. I was always a decent motherfucker, a good motherfucker. I never didn't do nothing to nobody that didn't have it coming. But mostly just, I was good, Anyway, I was at this migrant farm and, psychic. So they were trying to use me for certain days, and I ended up finding whatever I wanted to find and sell it because I don't like people talking to me a certain way, treating me a certain way. And they were really, anti-black. The migrant farm, the homeboy I knew, they were Hispanic, but like Chicano Hispanic in California, you know what I mean? And the people that had the migrant farm wasn't like my homeboy that was in the penitentiary. They were related, but they weren't the same, The people with the farm were like, ugh. Well, anyway, I ended up setting them, and they ended up like, you got to go. And so I was out there unhoused for a minute, and the shelter system right there was like very difficult. You had to be down there at a certain time in order to get in there. Where the shelter was like a 2-hour or like a 45-minute bus ride. And if you weren't there at a certain time, you couldn't get in. Well, you got to think that it's like right there, like, where a big homeless encampment is. Like there's a lot of homeless people down there that probably been waiting there since the morning. So I had to feel like, I wasn't gonna be able to get there. So, I hustled up a little bread and I came back to the city. Came back here, It took me like a good little minute, like, because homelessness in California, certain parts of California is like major no-no. You know what I mean? Like police will sweat you and shit like that, And I wasn't really familiar with the way being unhoused in like the suburban areas or like in certain areas like the Bay versus the city was, just kind of different parameters. I wasn't really familiar with it because I hadn't been home, and every time I go home, I'm not home for long periods of time. I'm only home for like a month here, 2 months there, not really, home like that. And I stopped going to California when my brother's grandmother died, because she would be able to enlighten me about my dead real father hearing. So when she passed away, it was like that's it. There's no going back, When I came home, it took me like about 2 weeks to rustle up enough money to get on the bus and get on the ground and have enough to get a room down here in Colorado or Aurora and feed myself for like about like 2-3 weeks. But it took me like 2 weeks to get all that together with serious hustling. When I got back, I ended up staying in my room, whatever. That I was gonna be able to make it. I couldn't. End up going back outside, to shelters. I got banned immediately. Like there's like only one female shelter, well maybe two. They're like long term, but one overnight female shelter, and there's like maybe a domestic violence shelter for women. And I had a bad experience. I lost my child there, and then there was like the ones for pregnant women and children, things like that. I was a single woman at this point, so I go into the shelter there, got banned immediately because I got in a fight the same day that I tried to go in. Old people, old wenches, just fucking with me, like literally fucking with me. And it's one thing I could tolerate rules and whatnot. It's another thing when people are fucking with me and they don't leave me alone. They're just constantly nagging me, picking at me and shit, and then they'll try to put their hands on me and it's rap, right? So I got banned, and I was outside. So I was outside for like 5 fucking years on the sidewalk, really sick. And, it was very hard because I came back, I was already disabled or whatever, a bad heart. And I was out there just like the same way I've always been, in an area where people didn't remember me because I was I was well, and then when I finally came back outside, I was disabled. So it was like a culture shock. So I just act like people didn't know who I was, right? And so I would, do what I had to do or whatever. I spent 5 fucking years. And it was difficult because to get housed, it was difficult to find resources for a woman, out there when you're banned, you know what I mean? We get snow, so they don't have like a resources for women, like products that a woman might need, because she's still breeding or, whatever. I don't want to say it's vulgar. I don't talk like that, They have, things like that. They wouldn't, you couldn't find no clothes. You know what I mean? It's just, it was really hard, very fucking hard. And when I finally did get housed, because Jesse helped me, but I finally did get housed. It was like 5 fucking years, and I didn't believe it because, they gave you a voucher, and I was under the impression that ain't nobody ever gave me a motherfucking thing in life ever. I don't care about how light I am. Nobody's ever given me anything. Not a way to go to school. Not a fucking nothing ever. You know what I mean? In fact, it's the opposite of that. Like people would be like, well, you should be able to have privilege. There's no such thing for a motherfucker like me. They don't see me as like what everybody thought because my skin was so light or whatever. So I mean, it's not like that. They treat me just like they treated all the other little black girls and mixed girls that were, like that. And it kept on like that, as an adult. So it's really hard to stabilize. It wasn't until fucking like, once I got really housed, and being in a housing is like a privilege. A lot of people don't understand that, it's a privilege. So people get housing and they'll just fuck it up, do whatever in it. And once I got in, I was like, man, tried my best to keep it, follow the rules, behave myself, things like that. And I know that it was like majorly difficult to stabilize. It took me like 3 years to acclimate to being inside. And Jesse was like, you're like you couldn't acclimate. I was having a hard time, and you couldn't understand it. Once you're outside, you're outside. And when you think that when you go through racism, white supremacy, and you're outside unhoused, you don't have no real outlets. They could walk by and offer you whatever. They could just give you a fucking flyer. They could tell you, you need casework and all this extra shit. And you could be on a motherfucking list forever. It just happened to be that there was a bond that they were passing for people that were habitually in and out of jail, it was me. I was in and out of jail. Yeah. Or in and out the hospital, which was also me, in and out of the hospital. And habitually homeless, which was, again, me. As a ward of the state, didn't have like that. Some girls got adopted, cuz I'm over here bouncing around at 250 motherfucking homes and group homes, fucking Job Corps in jail. So there was no motherfucking way. And it just was a revolving cycle. It never fucking let up for me. And so when I finally got housed, it took me like 3 years. So this is my 6th year being housed, and I finally had acclimated to where I can do all this good shit that I'm doing now. You know what I mean? I never thought I would be helping Jesse out with the Buffalo campaign. That's for one, because I'm not built that way. I'm fucking thug. You know what I mean? He needed help, so we're just gonna, one thing I could say is that the ball dropped and I picked it up and kept it going, because I'm built like that. I can't leave, like, when I had a family, regardless of how bad the situation was. I managed to take care of my children, even if my kid was in my coat, my kid ate before I did, things like that. And it was just important to me. So it's just like this, and so when this dude is talking about this kind of stuff, it really reminds me that, like, the, there's no love for the unhoused. And what Pratt was talking about and everybody's talking about, they're talking about ridding the cities of the unhoused by, you can't jail homelessness. You can't jail them. Like, they're criminalizing it. Like, some motherfuckers are just bad. Yeah, okay, cool, whatever. But you can't just get rid of motherfucking people like that, put them in a warehouse like situation, like you got the fucking immigrants, you know what I mean, and lock them up in a mental hold. While, as adults, like, come on, man, that's not creating stability. But there's people out there like that think like that, and even in our city, like, let us tell it, like, number of black people unhoused outside. Like, when the migrants came, oh no, they got all kind of motherfucking freebies, giveies, and giveaways, fucking housing, special advocacy, money, things like that. You don't see migrants outside. Like, I could look outside right now. I don't see no motherfucking migrants unhoused, just kicking it under a fucking lean-to. Right now, I look at just there'd be black folk out there. That's what's outside. You know what I mean? It's black people. And so when it upsets me that when they say they want warehouse the unhoused, basically they want to warehouse black people, black children, black families. You know what I mean? Like, check it out. As a black woman with a child, you couldn't have your kid outside with you in the car. Trust me, I know. I lost my kid. Okay, so you couldn't have your kid outside. You couldn't have your kid with you. It'd be unhoused. They would take your motherfucking child. Trust me, I know. I'm speaking for experience. You know what I mean? As a black parent, you couldn't have your kid out there just with you outside, unhoused in your car or whatever, just trying to make it and shit. Take your fucking kid from you. But they let migrants have their kids out there panhandling with them, selling their body for fucking money and shit. Creeping around with the unhoused. Real shit, family. Real shit. And now you don't even see them. They're all put up. They live good. They eat good. They're riding around in cars. They're doing the most. And then occasionally you see a couple ride by in city council. They'll be like, they really ain't got shit to say, but just, help my people here and there. I might want a little work or whatever. They got sponsors and shit. They had little job runs for them. They gave them everything. And when it came to us, when it came to black people, like foundational black Americans who were outside, they didn't give no fucks. They let everything happen, like the infrastructure, everything happen. So even with the housing availability that they made for the unhoused, they placed some of them there too, and they took up black spaces, black spots, if I want to say it like that. You know what I mean? Like, this spot, this house, this little studio apartment or kitchenette or whatever you want to call it, extended stay, whatever studio, is meant for black people. It's meant for a black person, meaning a black elder, black woman, black young man, a black middle-aged man, like in his 30s, whatever. Like, you know what I mean? A veteran. It's meant for people, like black people. Yes, there's white folk out there, but then the white folk are like minuscule when it comes to the black poverty rate that they don't want to talk about. Okay, so when this dude's saying that, he's saying, like, I can dig it because this is the same shit that happened to me, but I'm a woman. You know what I mean? And to try to like stabilize and do all that, like, he's out there. You know what I mean? Well, not in the house for like years. It's definitely for 5 or 6, for 5, at least 5. And I'd always managed to get myself together. That last little run, I could not get myself together to save my fucking life. Like, normally it would take me like maybe a month of being outside, and then I would have enough to, get an apartment or extended stay or something, you know what I mean? find a way to keep it. Things like that. Like whatever by any means necessary. And it's never like on some legitimate shit. It was always on some nefarious shit, because that doesn't seem to be it doesn't seem to be how I function that way. Some people are just bad. They just seem to make money when they're bad. When they're good, they don't make not a motherfucking cent. And I'm that way. It's like opposite day for me. Yeah, but I can dig it. This is hard. Like, and then to be looked at like you're an asshole because you're saying the migrants are taking up all this fucking availability spots. They're bringing medical. They're breaking the infrastructure, this and that. No one can stabilize. It's not safe for bucket shelters for elders and like that. I got banned, so I was outside. Like I couldn't be in a shelter. I couldn't be in a shelter because they, bitches make it difficult to live. So, I was fucking stay outside where I can, man my maneuvers. Who's that messing with me? I'm okay. Yeah, so I'm back to playing this. I'm just saying that with this is a real situation, and they're really building warehouses and shit like that for the unhoused or everybody. It's like not everybody has a fucking drug problem, because not everybody has a mental illness, but they're labeling it like that.
Energy drinks, doing good, from day to day. They have my stuff constantly stolen and
people
ruined, destroyed, and
people don't realize
start all over again.
Yeah, people don't realize how often you have to start all over again because your stuff gets stolen either by other homeless people or gangs or even teenagers, or the cops throw it away. So you're always going back to zero.
Yeah.
And it's another layer of trauma.
A man cannot get a second set of clothes to look presentable. He has to wear the same thing 2, 3, 4 weeks before they give him another set of clothes to change and have. Man needs to have certain things to be able to
talking about.
accommodate himself, to be able to transition back into society.
Shocc is always talking about that.
You need a birth certificate, social security card, and ID just to be able to get a job, to be able to rent a room, to rent storage,
get a hotel,
room for the night. Without an ID, it's pretty difficult to do anything.
It is. It is.
I struggle with mental health issues, alcohol and drug addiction issues, clean and sober, no longer on medicine, pharmaceutical drugs. I rarely use over-the-counter drugs. Don't use any illicit street drugs.
So when you say you struggle, it's in your past, but are you struggling because, out here you want to escape. People use drugs to escape the pain.
It's not to escape the pain. It's to alleviate or more to alleviate their issues, whether it's alcohol or drugs. It's pretty sad. I've relapsed several times. I'm lucky to have stayed clean and sober. The problem with the shelters here is, as going through the pandemic, coming out the other side, COVID-free, after going through quarantine, wound up in KARMELO's house. And
what is that?
KARMELO's house is a transitional, almost transitional housing to help with mental health issues, alcohol addiction issues, and chronic homelessness and whatnot.
Didn't work?
They're lacking.
Come to think about it, I think I visited it years ago.
But it's not a lack of funding. They have funding. From my understanding, they have over $50 million in the homeless trust, and they're not left much of a.
Well, the problem is, and this, living out here, there's more people entering into homelessness every day.
The problem is the shelters are full. They're compacted in. There's no subsidized affordable housing.
Yeah.
And so there's no place for them to really go. Some of them are sitting in there without with Social Security and food stamps.
I can't even imagine what rent is like here in Miami.
More than $1,000 a month.
Oh, I'm sure way more. I'll look it up when we're done. But you know, all these high rises, and I saw so much money, and you know, there's Bentleys and Rolls Royces, and
Florida.
I mean,
I live in Orlando.
it's a lot of money to live here.
And then I moved to a cold.
What would you want people to know about homelessness? People watching this, what would you want them to know? People driving by looking at it. What would you want them to know about homelessness?
What bothers me and troubles me the most, mainly is being ignored. People turning a blind eye and a deaf ear.
Walking by.
And losing heart.
Not seeing you.
Not having compassion or empathy for yourself. Your fellow man. Who are struggling mostly. Many with alcohol and drug addiction issues, and rather be on the homeless on the street rather than getting the treatment they need and becoming a productive member of society again, where you have people out here that have trouble.
The treatment is broken. The treatment, you go into treatment and they exit you back to homelessness, or you drink and use again.
I was in the shelter. The trouble now is the drugs are no longer amidst, but I should say the shelters are in the midst of the dope holes.
There's a lot of drugs.
Now it's the modern day dope hole. Can't keep clean and sober. When you have people are drinking alcohol and smoking crack, and shooting up heroin, it's supposed to be a place of restoration, a place of refuge, a place to become stable again. And
so that's why abstinence-based shelters are needed, but low-barrier shelters where people can drink and use are also needed, but they have to be a safe place.
I've heard so many countries that have housing first initiatives. I'm reading these stories and they're having good outcomes. Granted, there's still rough sleeping. There's still homelessness.
And you would go into housing.
And I'm willing and able to go into housing.
In a moment.
I don't necessarily need treatment.
Right.
You can't keep clean when it's all around you 24/7. You can't keep clean. You can't keep sober. You can't get the rest that you truly.
Look, they make money off of the condition, apparently. They make money off of keeping people in this condition. They flood the fucking streets with motherfucking drugs, and you know they make it to where you know people are outside. Like, look, you know it's hard to sleep, and you know you got to stay up all night. You got to protect yourself and things like that. It's not easy to be outside. You know what I mean? It's not easy. Not everybody has an easy time of it. You know, there's all kinds of dangers and whatnot. You know. And there's all kinds of vulnerabilities as an unhoused person. So, especially if you're unhoused with certain parameters. Stop it, Rural. There's all kinds of things, you know, that a motherfucker might have to resort to, staying up all night, doing drugs or whatever, so they don't get violated, they don't get stolen from, they don't have to fight all night. You know, it's just random shit, you know. And there's funding to allegedly alleviate the unhoused condition, but also there's funding to keep people drugged up so that they can keep the federal funds coming to allegedly take care of the drug situation by rehabs and mental health care. There's money there's incentives to keeping people outside delirious and fucking crazy. Because after a while, you don't sleep. You end up, you end up getting a little stir crazy and shit. You get too cold. You're having to move around. Your body is weak. You get a little defensive. You start getting angry. You start lashing out. There's a lot of fucking things. You end up starting to like come into like some sort of psychosis. You know what I mean? This incentivized. That means they're doing this on purpose. And they make it easy to get things like that. It makes it easy. They don't want you to really be house, because then they'll just have to pay the rent. They don't have to deal with you, right? But as long as you're staying outside and you're on drugs and you're fucking unhoused and your mental isn't right and you're in and out of jail because of the circumstances that you're surrounded by, or you get sick really easily because you're outside in unsanitary conditions, things like that. You can't pull yourself up. You can't get yourself right. This is what Shabaka's always talking about. Like to put men in men and women in hotels, whatever. Gives them women a certain amount of time, but gives the men like a week to rest, shower, wash their clothes, get themselves together, and they can go out and work. We've seen this shit where men, elders and stuff had been finally got in housing. Finally got housed in these little hotel situations. Finally got enough times where they were able to stabilize themselves, eat, get themselves a couple little outfits, whatever, and start picking shit like trades and schooling. Talk about like 50, 60-year-old men going to school and working a job only for the fucking new mayor to come and kick them out their fucking shit and put them back on to being homeless. And these grown, and it was black men. These grown ass black men crying and shit. Like it's not, I'm saying crying, but it's not funny, family. They were really crying. Like, I just settled down. I just got comfortable. I just got myself into school. I just got myself a job. And now you're going to do this. Like, what am I supposed to do? I just got here. I just got this. I've been outside. You know what I mean? And they didn't give a fuck. Because it's incentivized to keep it going. It's like federal dollars, and you got these motherfucking NGOs, nonprofits and shit. They're allegedly out there to try to help you. And in reality, they're there getting paid. They're not there to really assist you. They might assist 1 in every 6 people. They pick and choose, like the man said. You know what I mean? But it's an incentivized situation to keep these federal fucking dollars and these federal little programs going. And everybody's digging in their pockets and getting paid. Taxpayers are paying the money, right? But the federal government's paying for it. These motherfuckers are pocketing it. And who's suffering? The people outside. You know what I mean? And they'll be like, I filled out all the paperwork. I did this. I did that. I've been waiting. And I finally get in and this is what happens, And it's a reality. It's a fucking reality. It's a real thing. It really happens. It's shit. So what he's saying is like, it's true. You know what I mean?
Need
Sleep deprivation is huge out here.
absolutely. I used to be up and running for 20 hours a day and down for 4 for more than 10 years straight.
Yeah. Wow.
Man can only take so much.
I could tell you've been out here way too long.
I not only have sold water, sodas, Gatorades, energy drinks out of a cooler to supply my own need.
Yeah.
I would weave grasshoppers, roses, and fish out of palm leaves and decorate them with water-based acrylic champagne here for a good 10 plus years.
Yeah.
Since 2007.
Yeah.
And I recognize quite a bit. I get help quite a bit, but not enough to substantiate myself and get myself
out of here
on a
Well, my friend, I let you get back to trying to stay in the shade, get some sleep night. Got to walk around because it's not safe to sleep. And if you had 3 wishes, what would they be?
3 wishes? 3 years now, before the pandemic, I've been trying to reunite with my excuse me.
You're okay.
I've been trying to reunite with my biological sister that I've talked to and seen a total of maybe 3 or 4 times in the last 30 years. I have help in another state, having a hard time relocating myself. One family member that I do have is willing to help me get back on my feet with housing, whatever it takes to get me to be a productive member of society again. And for the life of me, I can't seem to relocate 1,000 miles to go back home.
So is that your wish?
Yeah. We all struggle. Yeah. We all have family. We have friends. Some of us have family members that don't have a clue that they have a family member in their immediate circle. They may be experiencing homelessness, suffering quietly. I just wish people would open their hearts, their minds, open your houses and your homes to your family and your friends. The day's short. Time is short. And we need family, we need friends to uphold us, keep us stable.
That was a good wish. I'll give you some money after we finish.
Trying the third.
Oh, third, got one more. Oh, sorry.
Just trying to stay clean and sober. Be able to start and have a stable life again. Yeah. To be able to give back and help others. I do. Yeah. Even in this situation, I've been stopped 3 or 4 times this week. Man stopped and asked me for a sandwich. Gave him a sandwich. I had one stop and asked me for a water. Yeah. Or asked me for something to drink.
Some of the most
offered
generous
water.
people I know are homeless.
Declined. Yeah. And got an attitude because I didn't have what he wanted.
Yeah.
Some of them want alcohol and drugs rather than.
Yeah.
Everybody uses the alcohol and the drugs to treat the symptom, mask the symptoms, but not treat the disease, just like any pharmaceutical drug.
Well, I'm going to give you some money, and you can use it whatever you want. And I want to thank you very much for talking.
Thank you so much.
And you already knew who I was when I walked up.
I had seen your videos, and honestly, I'm in a situation where I want to talk about homelessness. The problem is that people don't want to hear or don't want to see it.
Well, they're going to hear you, and they're going to see you.
And I would just hope that people become more educated and see the reality of what's really going on.
Well, everybody needs to take action in their own community to help people like you get off the streets and prevent anybody from ending up homeless. So
that's the problem. Some of those services weren't there 30, 40 years ago when I aged out of the system and wound up homeless at the age of 18.
Do you know how many foster placements you were in?
More than I can count.
That is part of it.
more than I can remember.
I'm so sorry. Well, thank you very much for talking to me.
Thank you so much for stopping and talking. You've actually inspired me to want to be able to go out and do the same thing compassionately.
There's some people that have.
That are doing it and bringing light to the situation.
Yep.
I've got 30 plus years under my belt dealing with homelessness, alcohol, and drug addiction issues. Problems with the shelters. Used to be the alcohol and the drugs and the dope hole was all around.
Right.
No.
Now it's inside.
Yep.
You can't stay clean. You can't stay sober. When people are drinking alcohol and smoking crack and shooting up heroin, and it's not no longer heroin, it's fentanyl.
Right.
And the mental illness. So
but mental illness is
stay in the shade, as they say. It is hot. I'm going to go find the friend that I interviewed 10 years ago.
I hope you find him. He's been out and about and running around.
Yeah,
seen the video.
What you told me. Yeah. I'll go.
Speaking of, and we've had that discussion before.
Yep. Have a good day.
Thank you so much for your time and your help. Inspiring me to do something for spread awareness. Not too many people talk about it. It's been a hot button issue for a long time and become taboo, and it needs to end. It needs to end.
Yeah, that's some real shit, huh? Why are you so feisty? Why are you so feisty? No. No.
It was another summer-like day across Denver to close out what was a hot weekend. Temperatures soared to the 90s, along with some winds that we saw, all before a 1-2 punch of severe weather and fire danger that moves in quickly at the start of the week. Now, parts of the state are expected to see fire conditions, while out east, the threat of hail and tornadoes are in the forecast. Thanks for joining us tonight. I'm Angela McCall. Now let's get out to meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen with more on the very active start to the week that could come as early as tomorrow, Corey.
Yeah, we are going to turn our attention from the heat to the hail tomorrow. And we already kind of got a little bit of a preview today. We had some very strong dry microbursts across the Denver metro area. A few storms on the board tonight, including this ripper of a storm just over the state line along Interstate 80 near Sidney, Nebraska. Look at all the lightning strikes. And there is a flash flood warning in progress there for a lot of rain that came down in a short amount of time. And look at this little guy down here in the Arkansas River Valley near La Junta, just north of La Junta. That was a sweet looking storm. This was just as the sun was going down. Look at the anvil of that thunderstorm just spreading out. This wasn't too strong of a storm, but it was just individual out there. So very kind of a pretty looking sunset there with that storm. And the risk for thunderstorms are going to get bigger and more intense tomorrow. Level 2 threat across the eastern plains, and the Front Range could be included in that hail threat. So I'll have to detail that for you coming up in the full forecast. And then right back into the heat after that one stormy day tomorrow. 94 is our forecast. 95 is the record. So we could be talking about record heat. And then it'll stay warm all the way into next weekend. I'll talk about all that stuff coming up. The full forecast is just in a few minutes away.
A Northeast Denver shooting that killed a 14-year-old and left a 15-year-old facing charges has kept a popular rec center closed for weeks. Tomorrow, the Mount Bello Rec Center will reopen to the public. But before that, community came together. 9 News reporter Rachel Krause is here after talking with community leaders there. Rachel?
Yeah, family and community members of the Mont Bello neighborhood joined police, city leaders, and youth violence advocates in coming together for a healing circle. They're hoping the event and the 2-week closure of the rec center gave people a chance to grieve while recognizing the center's reopening is vital for that neighborhood.
This is a vital part of the community. It needs to be open, but we have to get the resources
that this community and more importantly that these kids need.
For 2.5 weeks, the Montbello Rec Center has sat empty, closed after 14-year-old Mikhail Payne was shot and killed inside. A 15-year-old has been charged.
I mean, obviously we have a very young suspect, a very young victim. You know, those families are forever changed, and so that's particularly impactful. And then just, you know, happening inside the rec center, something that's not happened before.
Since then, the popular facility on Denver's northeast side has been shuttered.
It just hurt my heart.
Kamal Martinez, known as DJ K-Tone, runs a music nonprofit working with the community. He says this is his rec center. He knows it's needed.
I see kids come here every day who, like, this is all they have. They come here after school. I watch them grab the meals off the counter because that's all they have to eat. You know what I mean?
Sunday afternoon, family leaders and community gathered for a healing circle ahead of the rec center reopening Monday. Jason McBride says it's not enough.
Look, when the doors open tomorrow, the number one thing that is needed in this facility is mental health help. We had a kid shoot someone in the head, and if we don't think it's important to address that, because there's probably other kids out there that are with that same mind state, we've got to do more. We're failing these kids, and we have got to start before we lose another one.
Denver Police Chief Ron Thomas says DPD will be here to help when the rec center reopens, and will be looking to see if more supports are needed to tackle youth violence prevention.
We really need those community supports to come together and assist us. This is certainly not a problem that we can arrest our way out of.
I think we should have security in place up here for sure, but we have to take care of our own. At the end of the day, we have to take care of our own. This is our neighborhood, our people. These are our children that come here.
Yeah. Denver Parks and Rec says after the shooting, staff have been connected to counseling. McBride hopes to see that offered to kids at the center too, to help them process what they saw. He says more resources, mental health supports, and violence interrupters will be critical now. Parks and Rec says Montbello will reopen at the same time that summer programming begins. Rachel Krause, 9 News.
Thanks so much, Rachel. The city of Denver announced the historic City Park bandshell will be rebuilt thanks to the help from the community, all while City Park Jazz returned for its 40th season. The nearly 100-year-old stage was destroyed in a fire back in March. It was deemed a total loss. The stage was destroyed less than 3 months before City Park Jazz was set to begin for this year. Now, organizers have rented a mobile stage to keep the series going. Mayor Mike Johnston said the old bandshell will be taken down by the end of the summer, and the city will bring in a new one by next spring. The city will not have to use money from other park projects because the new bandshell will be built through donations from Next with Kyle Clark's Word of Thanks.
It's a lot of bullshit because you see all this stuff so far. I mean, I was on city council talking shit about this performative theater, right? There's certain I wouldn't call this broad an activist at all, because I would call it ambulance chasing, clout chaser type shit, you know what I mean? And I bitch needs an audit. You know what I mean? I'm all about audits. Best believe. I'm like, what you really doing? What you two fuckers up to? Certain nonprofits need. I'm sorry, Kiki. I'm sorry, Khalifa. Certain audits. Certain people need motherfucking audits, dude. They just don't make sense. You know what I mean? Nonprofits and shit. Especially when they act like they doing something. You know what I mean? I don't think that it's appropriate to. Fuck around with Black death and Black plight, like Black sorrow, you know what I mean? And act like you're gonna fucking do something for the family, and what you're really doing is just dragging them through whatever the fuck you feel like dragging them through. You know what I mean? Some families just don't want to go through all that, and then they end up, being some person's experiment. You know what I mean? On some performative theater. That's how I feel about it. And I can say that because, I've been outside for a long motherfucking time. So I can tell you that I ain't never seen this. I can say some people are actually activists and actually seen them moving around, doing activism, for a good prominent amount of years. And, I've been outside. I'm outside. Nobody sees me, but I see them. So I can tell you that, it's a real thing. Or some people actually do good for the community, the Black community, because I've seen it with my own motherfucking eyes, whether I was unhoused or I was outside selling drugs or whatever the fuck I was up there doing. I've seen it with my own motherfucking eyes. And then I can tell you that I've seen people that are just performative. Like me, I'll give you for an example. I wouldn't call myself a motherfucking activist because I think you have to put in some serious time. I just think I'm fucking opinionated and loud. And I just help Jesse get whatever propaganda he's on, get it going. You know what I mean? Everybody needs a cheerleader who's good at it. I don't consider myself a motherfucking activist by any means. No. Especially when it came about, I was this motherfucker. They were tokenizing me, I fit all the boxes for being unhoused. So they're motherfucking nonprofit was tokenizing me. You know what I mean? And I wasn't going for it. And they were tokenizing it too, so I wasn't going for it. But I wouldn't say I was an activist. I was just saying that I could speak to a certain condition. You know what I mean? And then now, I wouldn't say I'm an activist either. I would just say that I feel some kind of way about our people. Shit, just not saying it's activism. I would just say that until somebody better comes along, this is what you got. It's what you got. You know what I mean? As far as these broads out here that are in politics, these sisters out here, they're can I say that for everybody? I mean, they're really on this kumbaya shit, you know what I mean? And they think like that. They're like, you'll hear stuff like black and brown and, BIPOC or people of color, or they're, you know what I mean? They're for the migrants, they're for this, they're for that. They're on an agenda. It's not a Black agenda. Even if they come to black events, they're for everybody. They're inclusive. They're, you know what I mean? Like, they're not on Black first. You see what I'm saying? And they don't like me at all. Like, a lot of broads don't like me, but they really don't like me. And I think they don't like, to be honest, they don't like the militancy, which is not new. Okay, it's not new. They don't like this the lightest, blackest motherfucker around. They don't like that. And they don't like that I'll call a motherfucker out in public and everything. Like, hey, you know what I mean? I can stand on it. Like, what are you gonna do? What you really gonna do? What you won't do? You know what I mean? So they don't like that. But I don't like, I don't like places that say they're for that like if they have names like Black women in politics. I expect Black women to be there. I don't expect white women to be there or Hispanic women to be there. You know what I mean? I let the shade deflect the motherfucking message. I expect Black women to be there. You know what I mean? I expect for nobody to disregard me or shame me, because there are some other shit. There's some old colorism shit, and that's really a personal problem. You know what I mean? For me, like I'm trying to learn whatever. I'm trying to get into whatever I need to learn. But these like political broads, they're not interested. They're like Democrats, gatekeeping Democrats. You know what I mean? And they'll share with the white motherfucker. They share with the white broad. They'll share all the tips, and they'll hold hands. They'll have lunches. They'll go to brunches. They'll invite them to galas. They'll do all this extra shit. They'll support them, right? But when you come to a militant sister like myself, a militant, black woman, Black first woman, regardless of how light I am, they ain't fucking with it. They especially one that can't be programmed or changed, to align themselves with whatever bullshit propaganda, like people of color or people of color. I can't even say it without wanting to throw up. You mean, or to allow like these spaces, if you have black women, it says black women somewhere in there, then I expect you not to have no motherfucking white bitches there. I expect not to see white bitches anywhere. Okay, like actual white bitches. I expect them not to be nowhere around that section. If you talk about politics, like they have to do with black people. What the fuck are white people doing there? What the fuck is a white broad doing in a black space? You know what I mean? Seriously, don't let the shit deflect the motherfucking message. I know I'm light, but what really? Let's be honest. Like, what the fuck is a white bitch doing in a black woman's space? Make it make sense. I'll wait. Give me a solid answer. I'll wait. There's no motherfucking reason, okay? They get everything. They got everything. There's no motherfucking reason other than to be nosy for them to be in a black space. But these wenches ain't talking about shit. They're talking about democratic nonsense. They talking about they're talking about a crime bill. They're talking about nothing that particularly will benefit black women, okay? I don't give a fuck if they're talking about the fucking maternal birth rate. That's just a fucking democratic talking point for them. See what I'm saying? They don't really mean it. They're just trying to get your vote. That's what they talk about for them. Then they'll add in fucking LGBTQ and migrant women to that shit. Okay, so they ain't really talking to the plight of the black woman and her children. You see what I'm saying? They ain't trying to better their lives or get them more money in their pocket, right? They ain't talking about none of that shit. So that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So when I go to spaces like that, that's what the fuck I want to hear. You know what I mean? I want to hear how you gonna better our condition medically as a black woman. Please, yeah, please tell me how you're gonna do that, because I'm always in the motherfucking hospital. How you gonna benefit that? You know, how you gonna take away all this racism with these motherfucking women, and when it comes to black women, make that make sense. How come we have to be ashamed to ask for fucking black doctors? Huh? What you gonna do about that? How you gonna make sure our children get fucking fed and educated without fucking keep continuously taxing, putting it on the ballot, knowing good and goddamn well you've been running on that bullshit for like 10 cycles now, and ain't nothing changed. In fact, schools closed. What you gonna do about that? Like, you see, this is like serious shit. What you gonna do to stop black women from sleeping in their motherfucking car with their children because they can't stay housed because the fucking rent's too high and the job, you can't keep a job because motherfucking cuts and shit? What are you gonna do about that? What are you gonna do when they cut the housing and the motherfucking food stamps and shit like that? Because this is the only thing that's left because you fucking fired them from federal jobs. What the fuck are you gonna do about that? That's what I want to talk about. They don't want to hear that. You know what I mean? So when I go to spaces like that, they want to kick me out. They don't want me to be in there. They don't want to, they offer boot camps to teach you how to run for politics, right? Sometimes they're free, sometimes it costs money. They won't even accept my application. You see what I'm saying? Because they'll say, not motherfucking viable, or not viable. Meaning that I can't be coached, I can't be bought, I can't be conditioned. You know what I mean? So they think that who's gonna vote for a motherfucker like this? Well, I would vote for a motherfucker like this. Why? Because that's the questions I'm asking. These are real fucking questions black women need to know the answers to. Really. Black women need to know the answers. How come there's only one domestic fucking violence fucking shelter? How come only white women with fucking children can get into the fucking shelter that is for families on VOA? How come it's like this? These are the questions I want to know. Don't let the shade fucking deflect the message. They don't want me in space like that. So I can't I have to sneak in to figure out how to learn politics, right? And they want, if you go into one of them spaces where they teach you, they want you to be inclusive. We sit on a board that's policing the police, basically. You know what I mean? It's like a reimagined task force, right? Not according to them. We're separate from the mayor now, right? We're not part of the administration of the mayor. We're like a separate entity. Kind of like the Black Panthers. Just think about it like that. Own entity, right? And what they do, they'd rather they're for everybody other than, right? So they even got like a Spanish name, for like Spanish acronym to speak to Spanish people. You know what I mean? And I'm like, how are Black people gonna find this out if they need help? How are we supposed to protect Black people? And then I just showed them, I was like, look, contrary to popular belief, the Panthers still hold weight, right? Whether people like it or not, some people will say whatever. Really don't give no fucks about what anybody says about that, because when you're tasked with reinstatement or vetting and to reactivate motherfucking older chapter that's non-existent, you kind of want to take it seriously. And I've been tasked with that little mission, right? But the weight of it still means something. And any Black person, it doesn't matter how young they are or how fucking old they are, they know the motherfucking emblem of the Black Panthers. So it's a safety mark, right? So I'm like, what? Like, how Black people gonna find this? I'm talking to them, and I said, Black people still recognize this as a little, the Panther emblem, right? I said, they know they could always stop somebody who has that pin on to ask for help. Why can't it be like that? And they said I wasn't being inclusive enough, and to sit down and be quiet. I'm always getting in trouble. There's always somebody snitching on me about whatever I said to city council or some shit. They don't, you know what I mean? They don't want someone like that. But it would behoove the city to have somebody like me like that. You know what I mean? Because then, you would get the right stuff. You would get the right policies. You get the right tangibles. You get the right questions. These are those fucking bitches, man. They don't. Mm-mm. And then same thing with these motherfucking, like these little showboating missions. I was talking shit about it on city council. I was majorly talking shit about it. I was like, it ain't Black excellence when you're performative. Because it's not. It really isn't. You're capitalizing one way or another on a Black plight. Even if you are Black, you're not. You're tethered. That's what it is. I'll just say you're tethered. But you're capitalizing, meaning like you're pretending to be for a family that's already going through so much, just so you can have that visibility and clout. Just like with the overturning of the Elijah McClain thing, bitches all out there like that again, and asking for the sorriest shit. You know what I mean? Apologies and whatnot. Don't fuck all that. I wouldn't ask for no motherfucking apology. I'm asking for fucking money and other shit. It's basically motherfuckers. No. You couldn't. I can't. No, we are not the same. We're not built the same. Some people just won't follow down the motherfucking hallway. You know what I mean? So if I wanted to learn about things, they don't make it easy. And these are supposed to be welcoming places. They don't make it easy. And so seeing these community events. Yeah. They're only out there like for a show, like that. You know what I mean? I want to say there's no sincerity. Just like some of these motherfuckers that you just seen, they ain't on code. They ain't even trying to be on code. They hugged up with the Democrats. Like majority of those people are Democrats. Meaning they don't have no. They follow the party rules, the party line. And so they're not on a Black time. See what I'm saying? Black time is serious. Like, especially when you're going to be trying to be out there taking pictures. I don't want to say taking pictures, but trying to have a healing event or whatever. And you know what I mean? Which I think is they're just doing it they don't mean it. Next week, then people are gonna be all by themselves, and you ain't gonna see none of them folk. See what I'm saying? So that's when you know that. That's what I'm saying. That's when I know that they're like the Ben Crumps and the NAACP types and the, you know what I mean? Those types. They don't mean it. They're not there. They're not in it like that. So I wouldn't call them activists. I wouldn't say I'm not saying no. I am, because goddamn, man, it takes a lot to be an activist. Trust me, I've been watching Jesse for like ever. It takes a lot. I thought you had to have like some time built in. If you asked me like a couple years ago, I would have said, yeah, at least have like 7 years in it. Like, I wouldn't call that. I wouldn't call what I do like that. I just called it fucking just good at talking shit live and telling them what it really is. I have no motherfucking fear. What they gonna do? What have they done what they gonna do to me that they haven't already done? Nothing. You see what I'm saying? Been there, done that. They can't do shit. All they can do is turn off the mic. You know what I mean? Or kick me off the Zoom. You know what I mean? These people right here, it's just like they're really going through it. One of our friends that's his like nephew. You know what I mean? Just like the situation that I'm talking about in Aurora. They're doing performative arts, but the people that they're doing it to, one of them is our friend, but one of them is the father, and he's really my motherfucking friend, my real friend. You know what I mean? So I find it to be an embarrassment and a shame. You know what I mean? And I'll say it, and they don't like it, but nobody's paying me to say it. I'm just gonna say it, because it needs to be said. It needs to be said. I get tired of these motherfucking people here, and the fact that they don't want to get on code. They don't want to get on code, and they want to act like they are. They're not. You know what I mean? It's really upsetting.
This micro-giving campaign.
And the Jazz Festival, they burned that shit down, but the Jazz Festival is predominantly a Black event. You fuck what anybody says. You know what I mean? It's always been Black. Then burning down the motherfucking stage is like, whoa. And then nobody want to pay for it, just like Juneteenth. You know what I mean? Never back down to one day, but Pride is all fucking month.
$90,000 was raised as part of that campaign to the Denver Park Trust to help fund this rebuild.
So we just want you to know City Park Jazz will be here in full form all summer. We'll get your beloved bandstand rebuilt for your weddings and your concerts and your graduation photos. And that is just because of your kindness and your contribution.
City Park Jazz is set to run for the 10 weeks this summer. It was a violent weekend around the metro. There were 5 shootings, including 4 just in Denver. First in Aurora, where a man was shot and killed in an alley after an argument early this morning, according to police. This was between Dallas and Clinton Streets. When officers arrived, they found a man who had been shot and later died at the hospital. Denver police also arrested a person suspected of shooting someone else near Airport Way and East Bowling Drive last night. And then this morning, 2 people were shot near Santa Fe Drive and West 3rd Avenue. Around that same time, 1 person was shot and killed near East Colfax Avenue and Dahlia Street. And finally, another person was shot near North Spear Boulevard. Still no word on what led up to those shootings or how the victims are doing now. The Colorado Department of Corrections has temporarily suspended visitations to all of its 21 facilities after 2 inmates died. CDOC says 2 inmates died after an incident at the Bent County Correctional Facility in southern Colorado. A 3rd inmate was taken to an outside medical facility for treatment. No staff members were hurt, and there is no active threat. CDOC has not said what the incident was or what led up to it. The facility is on lockdown, and they have not shared when that suspension might be lifted. The Office of the Inspector General is investigating. Today, dozens gathered on Pearl Street for Boulder's annual Jewish festival, marked with celebration as well as reflection. 9 News reporter Janelle Finch spoke with people there, remembering the anti-Semitic attack on a peaceful crowd in the same place last year.
Before the celebration, reflection
And that is where healing begins.
took center stage at the Boulder Jewish Festival.
Violence leaves mark on bodies, on families, and on the soul of a community. And still, here we are.
Community came together on the same grounds where a dozen people were hurt in a firebombing attack last year. One woman, Karen Diamond, died from her injuries.
May her memory be a blessing.
June 1st, 2025 hasn't been forgotten by Boulder Jewish Community Center Executive Director Jonathan Lev.
Jewish tradition teaches us about holding space for grief and mourning and also moving from that into joy.
We're here together.
In the space held for mourning, survivors spoke.
In an instant, everything exploded. I remember the crash, the rush of wind, the terrifying heat rising up my back.
Memories were cemented.
It is over there where the event happened. It's important that you know where it happened, and it will be there. The idea is for all time.
And together, they moved into joy. Lev says grief doesn't go away when the music starts.
I think it's going to be something that's always sitting with us, a piece of us that's a little bit broken. And at the same time, what we've been doing is finding opportunities to come together as a community.
Jewish people in Boulder know the importance of reflection, and there's power in celebration, too.
Thank you for keeping us alive, for sustaining us, and for allowing us to be right here, right now, celebrating Jewish life in Boulder, Colorado.
That was Janelle Finch reporting. June 14th will mark 1 year since Karen Diamond's death. Rabbi Mark Soloway says in her final days, she called on her community to keep making sure love was louder than hate.
I wonder if they just make up these messages.
Time. Fox 31's Greg Nieto continuing our weather coverage for us tonight.
Yeah, he's live near DIA, where the airport was at ground stops and ground delays throughout the day, the last ending just before 9 moments ago. Greg, you've been all over the metro today.
Yeah, I have Jeremy along with Caesar the photographer and the Pinpoint Weather Beast. You know, Denver International Airport, as Dave was talking about, one of the harder hit areas for a time earlier this afternoon. Hundreds of flights delayed, more than likely because of Mother Nature. As I look at the cell phone lot behind Caesar, it is absolutely jammed. A lot of these folks here to pick up those late arriving loved ones.
The Eastern Plains town of Bennett is known for its small town feel. Monday, came here to see the tornado. It became the best spot to watch Mother Nature's latest blockbuster. Octavio coming up from Littleton for a front row seat with his best bud.
See how bad it gets and all that, but at the same time, it's for fun of it.
And up and down I-70, I-76, and Highway 86. It did not disappoint in places like Kiowa and further to the west in Golden, with hail large enough to crack windshields. The Pinpoint Weather Beast capturing this video of cloud formation just north of Strasburg.
The Pinpoint Weather Beast stopped here in an area off of I-70 behind us in between Byers and Deer Trail. We stopped here because we wanted to give you the best perspective we could of some of the crazy cloud formations here above I-70 along the eastern plains.
Twice within 30 minutes, we received 2 tornado warnings from the National Weather Service to the north and east of Bennett, without thankfully spotting any touchdown.
It's getting real bad.
Octavio and crew
He has a radar on his phone.
say they were ready for the show.
If it starts to get bad, we just probably just go home.
And once again, Mother Nature nails her Colorado June premiere.
Jesse's the weather.
This afternoon, up and down along I-70, no major accidents to report, thankfully. DIA, another story. A lot of folks, again, just being picked up a few hours later. At Denver International Airport, Greg Nieto, Fox 31.
We're continuing to track severe storms across our state tonight, creating
I'm going to my city.
Good evening. Just like the phoenix, Aurora rose and was soaring. Crime was down in every category. A facility was being renovated for the homeless to keep them off the streets and safe. Aurora gained state and nationwide attention for exposing and showing the way to deal with illegal criminal gangs. Aurora was positioned for something great. Now it's all being lost.
House, man, it is like
thanks to the puppet masters and their puppets. Does anyone really believe that Allie Jackson, Rob Andrews, Giannina Horton, and Amy Wiles are independent thinkers?
Nope.
They do put out videos trying to appear as though they are in charge, but which really are laughable and embarrassing.
That's right.
They are being controlled by Ante Anderson.
That's right.
Who was censured by the Denver School Board for inappropriate behavior. By Hashim Coates, who stood right here
I'll talk about political
and said, police are state-sanctioned murderers. And by Median Schaffner, who desperately would like to be seen as a serious thinker.
Right. Tell
a
it.
person of depth and character.
Right. But she ain't, cuz.
She is none of that.
That's right. That's right.
Instead, she has chosen to be a leader of hate and disruption.
Mm-hmm. That's right. That's
the image of a city
does
not come from the opening of a grocery store or the placement of a car wash or a conversation with Somalis about ICE.
Straight up. That's exactly what the fuck I was talking about, cuz I just had like a 30-minute fucking dialogue about motherfucking performative theater. And in my name, this is my area. This is my city council, right? I can't go into my city council. First of all, it's not accessible for me to go in there, right? It's the same. When I ran for office, they didn't even put me on they wouldn't even accept my signatures. That's how much they didn't want me on the ballot, right? They didn't even want me in that motherfucking building. Okay, that's cool. It's great. It's whatever, right? Truth be told, I don't know what the fuck I was thinking about. I still got a little trouble with the fucking police. Like, just chill, right? I got mad PTSD when it comes to Aurora PD. Seriously, real shit. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. I was on some old, I want to affect change type shit. Okay? I gotta get over that fear. The police, the police. Yeah. Say fuck the police, the police they kill people, okay? Real shit. I've seen them with my own eyes. Okay, so when I was talking about performative motherfucking theater, I'm talking about motherfuckers dragging a family through all of this shit. Those three fucking individuals is exactly who the fuck I'm talking about. Exactly who the fuck I'm talking about. Like, real shit, man. Fuck that bitch, cause she knows how shit I don't like her. Like, literally, if I see her, I'm like, you hear me? I'll be acting a fool. I'll be chasing her and shit. Like, hey, Median. Like real shit. I did it on Kwanzaa. I was chasing that bitch all around the motherfuckers. Like, you ain't gonna record Black excellence? It's right here, baby. You know what I mean? You want to feel it? She was like, whatever. She tried everything to avoid me. Right? I was like, I was saying her motherfucking name real loud. Real loud. Everybody in the building could hear it. You know what I mean? Not to mention, like, one day I was over there, she was acting stupid. Her and the first dude that he mentioned, they're acting stupid. Man, Jesse had a question. I said, let me see that, cuz. I took the paper. I snapped at that bitch, cuz I don't give a fuck about that hoe. Like, them three did a lot to set the balance of my dude's shit when he was running for mayor. And like the way she talked at him, cause she cussed at him too. I wasn't even near her around. I was watching it online. I saw that shit and I ain't been right since. Like I've been like, look, yeah, I told her right then and there. Nobody gonna talk to me. Nobody gonna talk to me. Him like that in front of me ever in my motherfucking life. Never. I don't give a fuck who it is. Right? And she didn't have that same vitriol in her motherfucking chest. She's on that she didn't have that shit in her chest when she saw me. They don't ever have it in their spirit when they see me. Because I'm about that. I'm really about that. Like, nah, man, like you should never let nobody talk like that about your mate ever. Doesn't matter who the fuck it is. And be about your business, stand on that shit. You know what I mean? I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks. I don't care how you feel about me. I will get out that motherfucking shit. And it could be it's up like that. It's just, have you ever seen the Aries back down, cuz, or not fight? No. That don't happen. And ain't no punk in this pedigree, okay? This pedigree is straight all about it. I should want to anyway. But the fact that she talked to him, she talked at him and she cursed at him. It said some foul ass shit, even though he wasn't wrong for what he was saying. He was not wrong with what he said at all. He was telling the truth. And these motherfuckers decided when he was running for office, to go ahead and disrespect him. And I wasn't feeling it. I'm still not feeling it. So I managed to disrespect her and anybody and everybody when I see him in public. Doesn't matter. You know what I mean? What you gonna do, what you won't do. I'm right here. You know what I mean? Know for me? Right? So this is Aurora. This is Aurora, right? Now in Aurora, like they fucked up the city council meetings. They don't run like Denver. Okay, they don't run like Denver. These motherfuckers took over for like almost a year and a half, 2 years, basically flying a flag for one particular family. Okay. Now the particular family, I'll say we know the inside baseball. Then there's the video, and then it is what it is. The family lost a motherfucker. Okay, fine. But one of the auditors in the city is our friend. It's our friend. But I said hypothetically, okay, is our friend. Now, the father of said individual is my homeboy. Like, homeboy. You know what I mean? Like, serious, like, friend. My friend, okay? I mean, like, my friend. Nothing weird, just my fucking friend. So, I feel some kind of way about it. You know what I mean? Like, especially when you take over my motherfucking chambers to where individuals like my stepfather who owns a house, he may have problems or may have an issue. He can't even go and express himself because they have managed to fuck off the whole decorum. And then in order to fix it, they try to sue the city again, right? Try to sue the chamber, the fucking city council, only to have that pushed back down, right? And have them like act like that lawsuit don't matter, right? So just to have some peace. But they still up to their fucking same old bullshit, right? And it's political theater. It really is political theater. And I'm like, man, none of you live in Aurora. Like, you don't live in Aurora. Like, you know, what the fuck are you doing over here? And basically, they're doing some political theater for like a year and a half, a year and some change, right? What this man is saying is absolutely motherfucking correct. 150 motherfucking percent. No lies detected. I don't give a fuck if he's white or not. He's telling the motherfucking truth. He's telling the truth I've been saying for a long motherfucking time outside the circles. Right? These motherfuckers is doing political theater, and they manage to show up every time there's a fucking incident. Right? So, like just recently, they were there at the rec center. Or talking about the rec center in Denver, right? They were there in Denver talking about whatever fucking issues they were wanting to talk about, right? Then I seen them again on the Elijah McClain, the two paramedics. They're their shit got I want to say overturned. Yeah, something like that, right? And so they were out there making fucking political demands, right? Ambulance chasing, okay? And when you ambulance chase with a motherfucking white girl civil rights attorney, which is, I don't know, questionable. When I hear civil rights, I think black, okay? And you got some motherfucking white girl that's like just trash. I'd never, right? Civil rights lady. And they're just talking about the stupid, sorry shit, like, we want you candidates to say like basically a motherfucking apology or what you gonna do type shit. And I wouldn't approach it like that at all, not even a little bit. But I see it's political theater, right? And it's dragging a black families through turmoil that they don't necessarily need to go through, right? Especially if the city ain't gonna do what the fuck they want them to do. And which was a motherfucking apology. An apology, right? The city refused to apologize. Were they wrong? No, not necessarily, right? The bitch lied when old boy. Remember we covered that story where the brother walked down the police and the police shot him, right? She was a witness to that shit. Her car got hit, right? That shit's coming up right now for fucking a trial for the police officer, right? It's gonna be like closed door type thing, right? You think you're gonna call this bitch as a witness? This bitch was only concerned about her motherfucking whip. She gave a false ass testimony. They didn't even want to use it on the news. She basically was telling lies, right? I know because the cameras, there's all the motherfucking flock cameras and all that shit, right? So she got hit, whatever. But she was only concerned about who was gonna pay for her motherfucking whip because the police and had that interaction with old boy. Like, come on, cuz like you got motherfuckers activating the whole city of Aurora only for what? It's racist fucking police officers. They will shoot you. They don't give a fuck about black people. Like, you know what I mean? So you're doing the most. And then I have the audacity, I say that for reals, to have don't want you worry about it. Like, I'm all about them motherfucking audits. Yeah. Have a nonprofit say that you're the epitome of black excellence. Bitch, please. There's nothing excellent about fucking political fucking performative theater on the plight of black people as a tether. Because that's what that is. You know what I mean? Just a tether. That's in my motherfucking mind. This bitch is a tether and a wench. That is what it is. You know what I mean? She knows how I feel. You can say whatever, but shit, I mean it, right? And you do a political performative theater. And the two brothers that they mentioned, same shit. You mean he's right about every single thing he said, right? And they made it so the decorum, so that any regular individual who has a problem via water, homeowner issues, things like that, they can't even go in there to make little comments or dialogue, right? They can't. And the city council members that he's calling out, they sure are kissing ass to this bro, right? They sure are. What does it get them? Nothing. The one is in my ward. We have wards. We don't have districts in Aurora. Aurora is a home rule, right? Aurora is also where they have the detention facility for when they come pick up the migrants and they throw them in jail. That's right there. You know what I mean? So all this is right there in my area, right? So this brought, the new city council lady in my ward. Yeah, she's some goofy looking ass motherfucking Pratt, right? But she sure is on that time with them. That's not right. That's not a rip. They don't even live in fucking Aurora. This is Aurora City Council. They're there for the plight of this one particular family that they've been dragging out for a motherfucking year and a half. The police and the city already said they wasn't going to do whoop-de-whoop-de-wham. And they meant it and they stand on it. But it doesn't matter because these motherfucking people got the family thinking that they're able to accomplish such grand feats of whatever the fuck, and they haven't been able to. Just like the shit with Elijah McClain. You know what I mean? That she got overturned. The broad wasn't already there. The grandmother, the mother, whatever. The mother, not the grandmother. Excuse me. The grandmother's a quality individual. The mother, she wasn't there. She already got a payout. Right? But they're like, we want you to see this, that. Basically, polite pleasantries, pandering. You're gonna say what you're gonna do. Like, you know, she wants the candidates to basically make a statement of how they're gonna fix this overturned ruling. That's it. Like, no, man, what the fuck? Performative fucking theater. So he's right. It's exactly what I was talking about.
It comes from the people who feel safe to shop at eat and stores and restaurants in their city and take pride in having friends and strangers come visit. Aurora was there. And now it is all being lost as Aurora descends into socialist, anti-police, anti-safety chaos.
Victor Dayanov, followed by Tanya Tabachuk. Victor Dayanov, followed by Tanya Tabachuk.
Good evening, and thank you for offering the space for spirited discussion as you have today. As we watched a reenactment of King Lear at 1600 Pennsylvania Ave, and he slips further into madness, this city still makes good on its commitment to care and engage with its residents, pushing through the storm and forging that all-American city that brought us here today. It is because of this dedication that I am grateful I was born into a quiet Aurora Canopy neighborhood and am a lifelong resident who attended K-12 schooling and CCSD and attended the Community College of Aurora with the Ascent program. In the end of the last session, I heard mumbles from the hot mic of, oh boy, and here they all come. And basically of this language.
They do have hot
If being here and simply listening to us is too hard for you to stomach, resign immediately because we have no use for that behavior. Because here's the thing, despite the reasons that brought you all here today, I am proud of every single one of you sitting here on both sides of the dais. We have taken time from our lives to butt heads and build a strong community together in the spirit of democracy. I hope to believe that. I took the time between the previous assembly and this to reflect on how our great all-American city is visually developing, and specifically where that little amount of money we have is being put. This observation demonstrated to me that our interests are moneyed and we sleptwalked into corporate corruption in this city. All-American city after all, so that is not particularly surprising. We have AI traffic calming cameras before pedestrian safe crosswalks. APLR license plate reader cameras have been mounted onto street lights, many of which have been burnt out for months, if not years now. Squad cars for the police, over 60K a pop, before expanded bus routes, and my favorite, a private 18-hole championship golf course being built in our newest multi-million-dollar Oakwood Homes development at Prairie Point in the middle of emergency drought restrictions. And let me not forget about the fracking pad being put up next to Aurora Reservoir as well. So who is benefiting from these developments? It isn't me, not the working class Aurorans, not the college students, not the families of this community. Our roads are crumbling and there's trash all over our parks and lakes. So my question to council is this: who are you and the rest of the American political class representing with these here developments? Based on our building priorities, it seems like the bottom dollar of corporate greed. And you know, statistically, at least one of you must have an AI, police infrastructure, DOD, or oil stock that has grown off of war we never wanted and mass surveillance we never consented to. Aurora's laws and rules regarding moneyed interests have failed, and So I hold no faith or trust in a single elected official if they hold personal stocks or have taken corporate dollars. I ask all elected officials within this all-American community and beyond to set the precedent and publicly divest their stocks and disclose their holdings on the basis of removing corporate greed by this 4th of July. 250 years. We were warned of oligarchy and a wealthy few seeking to topple American democracy.
Tanya Tabachek, followed by Jeffrey McFarland. Tanya Tabachek, followed by Jeffrey McFarland. Jeffrey McFarland, followed by Aaron Futrell.
That's a friend of ours. Second one. Okay, right, just.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Jeffrey McFarland, and tonight I'm speaking on behalf of nobody but myself. I've been a resident of Aurora for a little over 8 years, and for the past 3, I've lived in Ward 1. In that time, I've come to love the city for the very eccentricities and the diversities that this council claims to champion. For the very early majority of my time in Aurora, I wasn't particularly politically active. My first city council meeting was February 26th, 2024. I attended that night because there was a resolution brought forth by Allison Coombs calling for a ceasefire in Gaza and acknowledging Israel's genocide in Palestine as exactly that, which was readily voted down by the council's then conservative majority. Aside from my disappointment in the outcome of this vote that night, I was given a litany of reasons to despise both this council as a governing body and as a series of individuals. I witnessed the Lewis family get up during public invited to be heard to demand justice, accountability, or at the very least basic human decency for a loved one murdered by their local peacekeeping force. I saw them receive none of those things. Instead, I saw council members who salute the flag during her pledge refer to citizens as terrorists for exercising their constitutionally guaranteed First Amendment rights. I saw a tenured mayor I'm supposed to respect offer childish quips and exaggerated throat clears in response to tones that he doesn't like. I saw public comment be stuffed with sycophants and fence straddlers who wanted to discuss stolen cars and finding homeless people frightening. Pretty much anything but how APD has never found anybody guilty of any wrongdoing by any of Aurora's acting district attorneys. I'm not an elected official. I go to jail if I get caught driving drunk. I go to jail if I kill someone at my job. 2 years have come and gone since I started coming to city council meetings, and every inch of progress that this family has made in pursuit of justice has been another tooth pulled from this council's two-sided face. Local legislature is passed with a grimace. You have the power and the capability to do the right thing, but whether you have the will remains to be seen. Which is why you will continue to deal with us week in and week out until Todd Chamberlain is jobless and Mike Hoffman is retired. I'm truly sorry that sharp words and raised voices offend you all more than dead civilians denied due process. But since Kylan Lewis isn't here to defend himself and his character, and because Corey Dillard isn't here, and because Avi Bell Mason, and because Rashad Johnson, and because Jalen Sebron, and because Elijah McClain aren't here, I am. Their loss and their legacy inspire me to continue speaking truth to power. The Lewis family's courage to persevere even when leadership has become their enemy directly influenced my own involvement in my local community. Words like decorum seem to get thrown around a lot, but it's a deliberate misinterpretation of the point. You're offended by the F word. I'm offended by police chiefs who've been held liable for racist behavior in their departments. We're not the same. Decorum isn't justice. Politeness isn't penance. Centering the conversation on expressions of anger as opposed to the murder that put us here in the first place is obtuse at best and racist at worst. The bottom line is this: you can either do the right thing by the victims and their families and fire Todd Chamberlain, and you can resign from your positions, or you can follow Danielle Jurinsky's example and finish third in your next election.
Look, it doesn't have all these people to do that, right?
Aaron Futrell, followed by Median Schaffner. Aaron Futrell, followed by Median Schaffner.
Like, that's the first shit. Like, all my family asked for was a motherfucking apology and an acknowledgement of whatever. And the police said they didn't do nothing motherfucking wrong. Everything, right? They said they didn't do nothing wrong. They weren't going to apologize.
All right.
And so for a year and a half.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council.
That's
You're probably going to hear this name a lot tonight because 7 years ago, Aurora experienced one of the worst, darkest chapters in history. With the death of Elijah McClain, a young man that lost his life during an encounter that never should have ended up the way it ended up. He never should have been stopped in the first place. 7 years later, that pain has not dissipated. It is nearly evolved into something more. Grief intertwined with frustration, heartbreak intertwined with exhaustion. Last Friday, old wounds were opened once again for Elijah's family. This was not merely a legal development. It was the reemergence of trauma. It was a reminder that some families justice is not a destination, but an
The Elijah McClain thing, yes, that shit is infuriating. That shit is really fucked up. Okay. However, the mother took all the money. Mother took like $15 million. Real shit. Okay. Went through all this court stuff. And it wasn't until like halfway through all the court shenanigans that was going on. Because the mother acted like this wasn't about racism, okay, with Elijah McClain. We didn't tear this motherfucking city up because of racism and shit. That's what that broad was cursing out Jesse about, right? Because Jesse said that. Jesse said this was about racism, right? And it really was. It clearly was about racism, right? Well, anyway, the mother took the $15 million settlement, okay? They went through court, whatever. Now the judge, I think he put him in jail, put two of them in jail, and then all of a sudden, like last week, shit got overturned for some odd reason, some weird ass reason. I didn't really read the article. Of course, that's infuriating. Okay, yes, that's some shit. When these motherfuckers did the press conference, when this bride who speaks next did the press conference, the mother was nowhere around at all. And what they asked for was from the candidates, and it was something sort of like, how you gonna, like, what are you gonna do to address this matter type shit, like basically verbal pleasantries, right? To sum it up. Not saying like the way I'm presenting it, the way I'm talking about it is like nonchalant. It's because it has something to do with this particular group of people that they were talking about. Look, they didn't show up until like we was terrorizing the motherfucking city for Elijah McClain, right? For a minute, we were terrorizing. This brother didn't show up till like the halfway through the end of it, right? And then all of a sudden she was like power fisting and hugging up on the mama and shit towards the end of it, right? Going to the last little couple of trials, whatever. She wasn't outside with us. She wasn't outside with us. None of those three that the man earlier mentioned was outside with us during the Elijah McClain motherfucking shit where we was real active then. They weren't. Simple as that. And they sure as fuck weren't power fisting it and activism. They weren't activated during that time. They weren't. Simple as that. Shit. I could find Jesse in like 4 fucking days of marching and shit. I could find myself in there. Okay, we was tearing that shit up in Aurora over Elijah McClain when it first happened. Okay, we was tearing up Aurora. Real shit. That broad was nowhere to be found. She was nowhere. None of them three were out there fucking activated with us as we was terrorizing the motherfucking highway and everything else for Elijah McClain. Okay. Reason I know too is because we know Jesse's pops lives in the same building, and the grandmother, is a very nice lady. The grandmother of Elijah McClain, not like the mama, very different, very nice lady, very beautiful, right? So we know, we know, and we definitely know that bitch was not outside. So her coming towards the end of it and writing out the last couple trial dates with the mama of Elijah McClain, power fisting and hugged up and trying to be supportive and shit, then run back to Jeff Favre and sit there and do a whole motherfucking interview of what she saw is like ridiculous to me because she wasn't outside. She wasn't. I'll stand on that. I'll stand on that. I'll stand on that. I don't care that she wasn't outside with us. No, she wasn't. She wasn't outside marching, protesting, and fucking, doing what we do when a guy would like get activated. She wasn't out there like that. Neither of them three were out there like that. So I know, right? So when this happened, the mother was nowhere to be found, and they were holding a press conference, and they were like, whatever. She always acts like she's a fucking spokesperson, right? She always acts like that. Lately, as of the last 2.5 years, this bitch has been acting like the spokesperson for Black plight. Okay? For the situation. She's a fucking ambulance chaser, cuz, with a motherfucking questionable fucking nonprofit. I question it, and I'm all about questions and audits. There ain't no hater shit. This is this. What the fuck you doing? You hear me? It's not Black excellence. It's performative theater. Okay. And so this shit's been dragging out. So what they do is they galvanize a whole bunch of motherfuckers that probably watch Jeff Bard's show, give them a little speech and tell them to go ahead and go ham at the fucking city council. And they get the family to be in their actual grief and go through it with them. Like 2 years of dragging a motherfucking family all over apology. When you get the shit city council shut down, you don't even want to sue them to fix it. There's a real problem. And that all these bourgeoisie Hasidity motherfucking coon mammy like fucking democratic fucking Black people are all on your tip thinking you're the greatest is a fucking sham and a fraud. You know what I mean? And that's the truth. You know what I mean? That's the fucking truth. They know it. We know it. They know it. I definitely know it, and I don't give a fuck. That is what it is. You know what I mean? So it's ridiculous. I think that it's like capitalizing on Black plight, on Black death. You know what I mean? Even if you're just ambulance chasing, you're doing it for a fucking reason. Like clout chasing is still for a reason. You're motivated to do it for a reason. It's fucking disturbing. And it's not a rip. Like, it's not a rip. You don't see us doing it. You don't see us doing it. And you know what I mean? We could totally be active out here and fucking be over there. Quietly, express ourselves to whom it, to whatever plight or grief it needs to be addressed. You know what I mean? It's not a public thing. It's not meant to be publicized, But that's what they do. And that's what this is all about.
Amenable process marked by delays, appeals, and uncertainty. I recognize that the judicial system operates independently and that many aspects of this case fall outside of the formal purview of City Council leadership. Which is not defined solely by what falls within your jurisdiction. Leadership is also measured by your willingness to speak when your community is hurting. So thank you, Councilmember Amy Wiles, for actually saying something tonight about the tragedy. Some of you have publicly supported Elijah's family over the years. Some of you have attended vigils, listened to residents, and acknowledged the profound impact this tragedy has had on the collective conscious. Tonight, I'm asking each of you individually or collectively to once again demonstrate that moral courage. I ask you to publicly condemn the appeal of this verdict and stand in solidarity with a family that has spent nearly a decade carrying a burden that no family should ever have to bear. For years, Aurora embraced the phrase, Aurora strong. We all remember it during the theater shooting. At its best, that phrase represented more than civic pride. It represented empathy. It represented the belief that when one part of our community suffers, we all have the obligation to show up. Before tonight's meeting, a community member stood outside encouraging residents to celebrate the positive aspects of Aurora. I appreciate that vision. I truly do. Aurora is vibrant. Aurora is resilient. Aurora is diverse. Aurora is home. But it is difficult to celebrate our strengths when grief remains omnipresent in the lives of so many residents. It is difficult to speak about healing when the most infected continue to feel unheard. The measure of community is how loudly.
Median Schaffner, followed by Alejandra Marin Elerana. Median Schaffner, followed by Alejandra Marin Elerana.
I think I say some old stupid ass shit. Just watch it. I like that candidate. I can't get it at all. I don't know.
None of us are ever going to be able to speak for Shanine McClain.
You didn't have to bring all these people up there. Your name is called.
This woman, if you were blessed to know her, you experienced someone that cared beyond herself and that saw humanity in everyone that was really hard to see. She was a mother. She's still a mother. But this society took one of her children away. And she still showed up for her son. She showed up every day and sat in a courtroom. I didn't see any of you there. She listened over and over to the voice of agony of her son, begging for his life and not being seen as human. At some point during that video, one of the officers that was putting pressure on Eliza to the point of asphyxiation, he sneezed. And another officer on site said, "God bless you," to the officer who sneezed. As Elijah McClain was uttering the words, "I'm sorry," to the men who killed him, Shanine showed up every day. She heard a system tell her that the people that were there did nothing wrong. And then there was a slight shift. There was a conviction. I sat with Shanine essentially every day in that trial. And afterwards, one of the last things I've heard from her, tell somebody in the community that wanted to honor her son, she said, "Forget about my son. Forget his name." Shanine would not be impressed or touched or moved that we are saying the name Elijah McClain tonight. I get why we're saying it, but she wouldn't be touched or moved. Some of you as leaders on this council have said nothing about what happened in the overturn of the conviction. I get why some of you didn't, but I can't fathom why others did not. Where's your voice? Because trust is lost in buckets and it's only gained back in teaspoons. I don't know. Away from Elijah McClain, and we will not stand for it.
Alejandra Marin Elarana, followed by Oscar Fernandez. Alejandra Marin Elarana, followed by Oscar Fernandez. Oscar Fernandez, followed by Ayante Anderson. Ayante Anderson, followed by Kristen Mallory.
Mayor Kaufman, members of council, I had prepared remarks, this moment,
My friend is
I can't give those to you. I'm going to give you what's on my heart. My shirt says something that you all end the Pledge of Allegiance in, with liberty and justice for all. With liberty and justice for all. That is not the story for Elijah McClain, for Kylan Lewis, for Jalen Sebron, for Rajon Belt Stubblefield, and the litany of other names that have been lost due to police violence. Justice would be Elijah McClain still playing the violin at the animal shelter. Justice would be Kylan Lewis watching Kylan Jr. graduate from high school this past May. Justice would be Rajon Belt Stubblefield spending Father's Day with his children this June. Justice would be Jalen Sebron being able to attend all of the future sporting events that his son would be a part of. That would be justice. What people are asking for is not truly justice. We are asking for accountability. We are asking for the city of Aurora to be accountable for the actions of those who put on a badge and say they are representing the city of Aurora. You are the individuals that are elected to represent the city of Aurora. You are the elected officials. You asked for this job. You asked for this job time after time again. Some of you all, for as long as an individual has been in kindergarten to 12th grade, have been on this council. You asked to sit in these seats. We are asking for accountability. That is not that damn hard. So the challenge I have for you all is for you all to issue an emergency resolution acknowledging that what happened to Elijah McClain was murder, that you stand by the original convictions that found them guilty by a jury of their peers, that you acknowledge the $15 million settlement you gave to his family. You acknowledge with that settlement that what happened to Elijah was wrong. That is accountability. You have 2 weeks. We'll see what happens in 2 weeks if it's not met.
Kristen Mallory, followed by Juan Marcano. Kristen Mallory, followed by Juan Marcano.
Simple things. That's why I'm on accountability. And if they don't get it, to the
okay. So my name is Kristen Mallory, and I am a resident of Aurora in Ward 3. My comments will be very similar to those that you've already heard. Like many here, like many who call Aurora home, the death of Elijah McClain changed our lives and the way we view the city forever. For many white people, including myself, it changed the way we view the Aurora Police Department because Black and brown people always knew. But after years of battle, one jury gave a tiny bit of justice. But even that was too good to be true. The system is slow to change. It's even slower to acknowledge when it's done wrong. So like many here, the news that the convictions connected to Elijah McClain's death have been overturned is gut-wrenching. Elijah McClain should still be alive today. And similar to Elijah McClain, Kylan Lewis should be alive today. Rashad Johnson should be alive today. Each death exposes serious failures in our system, serious failures of APD, and serious failures of the leadership of our city. But all of that pain, it also sparked a movement that demands accountability, transparency, and reform. This movement and the people in these chambers, we are not going away. Reasonable people can disagree on policy, and that's democracy. I accept that. But you all were elected to do a job. You deserve the opportunity to do that work, but we're waiting. So tonight, as you are given the honor of remembering Elijah, remembering Kylan, and remembering Rashad, you are in a position of leadership. I ask that you not only do so through your words, but through a commitment to building a more just, accountable, and compassionate Aurora, and the work should start now. Thank you.
Word. The word.
Juan Marcano, followed by Kirk Manzanares. Juan Marcano, followed by Kirk Manzanares.
I didn't read the article. That's just great. We gotta think, where's the other, right?
Good evening, Council. My name is Juan Marcano. I live in Ward 4. A lot has already been said tonight, and I don't want to repeat any of the points that folks have shared. So I'm going to move into some potential solutions for you all to consider here. I had been looking at the cost of civil lawsuits, settlements, and payouts that the Aurora Police Department has generated over the last decade. And I came to a total that was well over $20 million. I looked at the Arapahoe County Sheriff's Department. Their total, $2 million, a little over $2 million. And none of those settlements came from the reasons that Aurora has to settle so frequently and so expensively. One of those settlements actually came from a wrongful termination where a jury found that the Arapahoe County Sheriff's Department fired somebody basically without cause, and there was an immigration element attached to it that was also untrue. The other one was that the jail let someone die from sepsis, an infection, after ignoring their pleas for medical assistance. That happened in 2013 and has not happened since. So what I can tell you is that it seems like Arapahoe County got their act together, but I can't say the same for our police department. So my ask for you is to look at what Camden, New Jersey did. They used to have a police department. Their police department was not only brutalizing Black and brown bodies, but also was costing them more than they could afford. It was leading the city into a slow but steady bankruptcy. So they terminated the department and they began to contract with their county for law enforcement services. Now, that's not a radical solution to this problem, and also it was a very pragmatic one on the part of Camden, because there were some of their council members, yes, that had sympathy for the community and the grievances and the repeat injuries that their police department was foisting on their residents. But it was also a financial decision. It was a small C conservative decision. So I'm here appealing to you and you and you, and the other two don't show up anymore, which is interesting, from that perspective. Contracting with the Arapahoe County Sheriff's Department, last I heard, would save us around $20 million per year.
No.
Your deficit is what, $6.8 million, something like that this year, right, Angela? Yeah. Give or take? Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So this would address the problem, not just for this year, but ongoing. And it would also give the community something that they have long demanded: direct accountability for law enforcement in our community. We would join the city of Centennial. We would join, I believe, the city of Bailey, or not Bailey, sorry, one of the eastern communities that's technically in Adams County, but they actually contract with the Arapahoe County Sheriff for law enforcement services. So take that under consideration. Thank you for your
Kirk Manzanares, followed by Nate Casa. Kirk Manzanares, followed by Nate Casa.
I don't know what to say. I was hoping we could hear something about water. What out actually in the city.
Good evening, City Council and all the residents of Aurora. This is your house. I got a couple numbers for you. I want you to think about these numbers. 217, 159, 21, 148. And I really want you, Stephanie, Angela, Mike, Curtis, Francois, to think about this 511. Those are the number of days that you have left to either be on the side of greatness or to go out in flames. Because I don't know what city some of these other people that came up here and talked about, but Aurora is a great city. Aurora is a beautiful city. It's an amazing city. And there is a movement underway in Aurora. It's called PACMO. and it's positive Aurora community movement. And you have 511 days to fulfill your legacy, or you go out in flames. You go down in horrible, just, you know, so are you ready to work with us? Because it's been 217 days since the last election. It's been 159 days since these new members, Amy, Janina, Allie, Rob, and re-elected Ruben have been on the dais. Okay? 21 days until the primaries coming around. And you know what's important about that primary is because we started something here in Aurora that has gone nationwide. And we're in a new movement in Aurora, along with the rest of the country, where we have this primary coming up in 21 days. In 148 days will be the midterm elections. And Aurora will stand on the side of greatness in that midterm election. And then in 511 days, you will be voted out of office. There will be 5 new city council members that will take the dais. There will be a new mayor that will take the dais, and there will be 3 school board members that will take the school board. So I want to know if you're going to work with these fine people that are trying to turn Aurora into a progressive new city for everyone, not just for the rich, not just for the wealthy, not just for the people that have connections and want to build and turn Aurora into this, I don't know what they want to turn it into, but we have 430,000 people that live in Aurora. And it's going to keep growing. So what side of history are you going to stand on, Angela? What side of history are you going to stand on, Stephanie? What side, Curtis, Francois, where are you going to be in 511 days? Are you going to be proud of what you've done in Aurora? So we will not regret the past nor wish to shut the door on it. Every city has problems, you know, but we are going to roll up our sleeves. We're going to get busy. We want you to work with us because we want to make the best of this next 511 days.
Like, what are you asking?
You're not the people with the magic pills and the easy
I know what, because that's the work about what they were talking about earlier.
So what are you proud about? What do you love about the work? I want to hear it from you. And I want you to show it to me. Yeah.
Nate Casa, folled by Nasima City Kahmad. Nate Casa, followed by Nasima City Kahmad.
I'd have banned all of them from fucking city council. They just shit bill.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. My name is Nate Casa. I'm a resident of North Aurora in Ward 1, and I'm an organizer with the East Colfax Community Collective. We are a nonprofit organization fighting displacement in the East Colfax corridor and for the well-being of the residents and small businesses in that area. With our partners, we support tenants learning their rights and fighting for habitable homes. And we supported tenants at the CBZ apartments move from those slums when the landlord abandoned their responsibilities. I'm here today speaking in support of the resolution heard in the study session to support protections for renters and creating a rental registry and license program. As everyone on the council knows, and certainly now everyone in the nation, slumlords are rampant in Northwest Aurora. We saw how the CBZ apartments on Nome Street, on Dallas Street, and Helena Street painted a terrible image of our city and put us in the spotlight in a way that we never want to be again. And I'm here to say that unfortunately, slumlords are not just rampant, and it's not just CBZ. If you go down Macon Street, if you go down Moline Street, if you go down Jamaica, you can see these slumlords rampant. I live off Kenton, and one of my neighbors down the street She told me that she hadn't had electricity for several days. The landlord never fixes anything. And I agree with Councilman Lawson, it's not just a problem in Ward 1. We see this problem in multiple parts of the city.
I live in Ward 1.
And that's why I believe we need a strong rental registry and license program. We need a policy that needs teeth, and we need strong requirements for landlords to make sure that they're accountable. We can learn a lot from the Denver program, where they have a rental license already. When they introduced the program, they started with a $1,000 fine, and we've seen them increase it to a $5,000 fine daily for landlords who are not in compliance. And I will also note that we have not seen a decrease in affordable housing as a result of that program. The inspection costs are minimal, and they cover a lot of the programming and fiscal note of the program already. The city is already making strides to address slumlords. Councilwoman Hancock, I know you sponsored an ordinance this year, the derelict and neglected properties ordinance. And I think we need more
immigrants,
strong protection for renters to make sure that landlords are held accountable. And we have to continue fighting for strong, meaningful policies like that, like a strong rental licensing policy, so that we're never in that position again, where slumlords can run rampant in our community and make us look a fool on national television. Long live Elijah McClain. Thank you.
Nasima Siddiq Ahmad. My apologies if that's pronounced incorrectly, but Nasima Siddiq Ahmad and Iriani Perez. Iriani Perez, followed by Raul Salazar.
Right up the stairs with the ARs, yeah. And then on the best.
Raul Salazar, followed by Yorkis Ramos.
I just drove by that shit, like right down the street from the house. It's not accessible for me to go into that thing. It didn't make it more accessible.
Lento. Poco a poco. Hola, miembros del jurado. Mi nombre es Yorkie Ramos.
Hello, City Council. My name is Yorkie Ramos.
El día de hoy vengo a exponerle un caso que viví aquí en Aurora.
Today, I am going to share with you an experience I've had here in Aurora.
Viví en la 1568 Nome Street.
I lived in 1568 Nome Street.
Donde las condiciones de vivienda eran totalmente fatal.
Where the conditions of living were totally non-acceptable, terrible.
Había muchos roedores, chinches, aguas negras.
With all kinds of insects, with mice, dirty water.
Aguas negras, la cual hacíamos llamado a los managers y nunca nos prestaron atención sobre el problema de vivienda que estábamos viviendo nosotros en ese momento.
Reporting this to several managers often and reporting how the conditions of living were terrible, but not receiving any answers.
El día de hoy vengo a pedirles que por favor apoyen la resolución de viviendas, ya que realmente la necesitamos todos los que vivimos en el país, porque es algo que las personas...
I am here to support the housing resolution as many of us living in this city.
Que las personas vivimos el día a día, y también les vengo a comentar que los arrendatarios abusan de los inquilinos cobrándoles rentas excesivas, servicios demasiado costosos, no prestan atención a los llamados de los arrendatarios. Hay mucha gente en la calle ahora en este momento, ya que los costos de la vivienda están demasiado elevados.
Let's put it this way. Not illegal and they're not
It
up.
is,
Getting that
the day-to-day living are hard. Landlords are abusing of tenants.
Yep.
And there is a high cost for many of the services. And when there are reportings from the tenants, there are no answers.
And that's why
Les pido de corazón que por favor tomen en cuenta a las organizaciones que apoyan la resolución de los derechos de alquilinos, ya que ha sido totalmente un problema que ha afectado a muchas personas, niños, y de verdad pónganse la mano en el corazón, ya que la ciudad en ese momento no prestó atención a los llamados que le hacíamos.
First of all, you got
Please support all organizations supporting residents with housing situations. There are many issues, and most of the issues are also affecting children. Please consider, put your hand in your heart to support all resolutions supporting housing.
Queremos mejores condiciones de vivienda y que no abusen de las personas arrendadas. Le dan un precio entrando a la vivienda y cuando usted está viviendo ahí ya está pagando más de $2,000.
We need better conditions of living. There is many abuse. We need to stop the abuse, and we normally enter with one price or one cost with a rent, and then suddenly they rise those costs.
Queremos, con esto que le voy a decir, queremos unas viviendas dignas donde vivir y que por favor le pidan la licencia a los arrendatarios y que de verdad tengamos.
We want a dignified housing, and we would like for the city to request license to those landlords.
De verdad que tengamos supervisión en referente a los costos de vivienda. Están demasiado elevados y hay muchas personas que no queremos ver en la calle sin un techo donde dormir ni llegar de su trabajo.
We want supervision on the housing costs, and we do not want to see homeless. We don't want to see our families being homeless.
I remember when it was $400 a month.
Muchas gracias, señores del jurado.
$1,700.
Thank you very much, City Council.
Where I live. We live under a road, like literally 8-9 blocks from maybe something like that.
Garcia.
They raised the rent.
Garcia, followed by Tavera Tag.
All apartments are like
Garcia,
that right now in North
followed by Tavera Tag.
And what she asking for, like, they're doing this on purpose because she's not legal. She's not secretly.
Tavera Tag, followed by LaRonda Jones.
That's legal. So they're getting away with all kind of madness. We're not Aurora is not a sanctuary city. You will get locked up.
That's why I always just say T-Tag, because it just does good.
We'll be sticking your motherfucking ass in the ice detention center. You know, that's the way it is. We are not a sanctuary city. We are under a home rule. That's what shit.
K-Ways.
It's all about my municipal.
So we've been conditioned for hundreds of years to just intake racism, and yet people cry out, Christians have been prosecuted. Now, I am the last person to stand here and talk about your God, but since I'm here, here we go. Since the creation of the divided states of America, we have seen a black or brown man hung on a cross by nails suffering, but yet we've been told that he was white and we should worship him. You are told that we are supposed to worship and value and listen to what are slave catchers, but you haven't even bothered to change their badges. Then you demand that people get over systemic racism who are Black and brown, and you cry out, oh, but favoritism and fairness, but yet you haven't been able to yet change the inept predators who still run the systems. You sit up there on your little pedestals crying, oh, I'm a Christian.
15
Oh, I'm a Christian.
Next door, call it out.
Oh, I'm a Christian. When your child murders someone with a gun and your precious Jesus says you should turn the other cheek, you shouldn't drive someone with a blood 3+ BAC over 70 miles out of their destination.
Their voice, their dreams.
How about that?
And then we face the painful reality that they are gone. No mother should have to bury her child. No mother should have to beg for justice. No mother should have to convince the world that her child's life had value. Yet, here we are. I know what it feels like to watch an officer take the life of your child and then walk away without consequence. I know what it feels like to hear excuses instead of accountability. I know what it feels like to watch a system that claims to represent justice bend itself to protect power rather than protect people. And I ask this nation, how many more mothers must cry before you hear us? How many more funerals must we attend before you see us? How many more Black lives must be taken before you value us? The truth is painful. The world loves our culture. They love what we produce and they love our money. But when it comes to our lives, too many remain silent. Too many look away. Too many find excuses. Too many act as though our children are disposable. We are tired of society that profits from Black culture while refusing to protect Black people. We are tired of systems that ask us to trust them while they repeatedly fail us. We are tired of hearing that justice take time when injustice happens overnight. To every elected official, hear us clearly. We are not asking for special treatment. We are demanding equal treatment. We are demanding accountability. We are demanding humanity. We are demanding that the value of a Black life be recognized, not only in words, but in action.
Kiowa Lewis. Kiowa Lewis, followed by Veronica Sebron.
They've been going on for like a year and a half. It's not what they're saying is wrong. It's the performance. And this shouldn't be going on like at all.
I'm so disgusted. I really am. I never thought that I would have to actually see somebody that had to go through the same thing my little brother did by these people that you claim that are here to protect us and serve. But the thing is, y'all uphold this. I'm not gonna say all of y'all. Y'all know the ones who are not guilty of this, who stand in this fight with us. I appreciate y'all. This battle is about to get really, 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 really sticky. It really is. They say, hopefully you're on the right side. Well, the thing is, that's no longer just a saying. People are tired. Reactions are about to happen. So I don't care what your race is. I don't care what you represent. Don't go run into the Most High when you see yourself not actually upholding the scriptures, because he ain't gonna save you either. You are actually property of Satan at this point. So with that being said, we are here fighting for not just my brother, not Elijah McClain, not Rajon Stubblefield. Thing is, we're fighting for everybody, right? In the end, it is gonna be more of us than you. And when I tell you that this is about to be a war that y'all did not even see coming, this is not a threat. It's not. This is a promise, because people are tired. Even the people that sit up here with you guys that are in these elected official seats, they're gonna join on this side as well. So y'all gonna be like, oh, I thought you was on our side. No, they on the side upright. So I wanna sit here and say thank you for the ones who do stand with us, because in the end, we're actually all we have. You know, you see this ICE mess happening. You see our President Trump, you know, you see the people who think that they're secure. But there's over 8 billion people in this world. How y'all gonna handle that? Y'all ain't. So instead of sitting up here not speaking up for what is right and what is true, y'all need to go ahead and step off these pedestals and do what's right, because in the end, you will not only have people stand by you, but you will be protected. We ain't playing no games. I know I'm not. I get up here and I try to spread love and truth and our Lord and Savior. But the thing is, when you read the scripture, even y'all are gonna have to pay, because y'all will be judged for the ones who actually don't stand for what's right. I will say thank you with a smile.
Veronica Sebron.
Not wrong. I mean, we are tired.
I can't say that I saw the support for Elijah McClain owed from the majority of council. Out of respect for Shaneen McClain, regardless of your political opinions, there was no moment to you that just said, ouch. A grieving mother who is now forced to relive the most horrific day of her life, relived as reminders are every day. Maybe grieving is not a word for understanding. Here's a description. A mother carries a gift with a shared moment no one knows before the precious, delicate body is brought into this world, bathed, loved, and protected. Fathers who bonded, teaching boys to be men, protecting their baby girls from the world. Then you look at a young body taken too soon, and you have to dress them one last time. Those visions replaying over and over in your mind, that is a parent's grief. I am dismayed at the dismissal for humanity. Some of you fought with your own organizations, campaigned for or off of Elijah McClain's name. In your absence, a question arose. I wanted to ask, what do you even believe in anymore? Is there any stance for you now besides the political stance? Did your seat get too comfortable? It reminds me again of a harsh truth. To you, our children are just headlines that become old news. To bury your child taken from a system that failed never gets old for us. So I point out to council and all who is hearing this, there is more time and energy wasted disliking Miss Median Schaffner and the epitome of Black excellence.
That's right.
Time wasted dissecting each other instead of listening to one another. Time that could be used to create growth for society. It has been said, Median Schaffner shows up with her mob. I want to clarify, she shows up as a one-woman team that you feel hit you like a crowd. Hats off to you, Median. Notes should be taken, not criticism given.
Not at all.
To be crystal clear, we who have been called her mob are just people and families that show up looking for change or help. And Median stands with us. In turn, because our asks are the same, we stand with her. That's called unity. We who have been prejudged are the ones swept under the carpet to be forgotten. Median takes time for us by choice with a pure heart. Now that's real humanity. There is no mob here, just people that are supposed to be protected, stood for, and heard. I use the time wisely and with purpose. The remaining will be out of respect for Elijah McClain, giving Shanae McClain the silence she has been denied.
Yes. I'm only laughing because at City Council on Monday, I addressed an endeavor. I basically said that bitches not Black excellence is performative theater. Some shit like that. Right? And I didn't even say her name. I just said her organization, right? And basically insinuated, say her name is like motherfucking slander, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's slander. It's like defamation. So I didn't say her name. I just basically said, yeah, performative motherfucking political theater is not Black excellence. You know what I mean? It's performative. I said that, right? On Monday in Denver City Council, okay? Did they come all the way from motherfucking Aurora to do performative theater in Denver, which is the truth. It's not a lie. I could roll the beautiful bean footage, and that bro was over there in City Council last week, Monday. And our City Council in Denver, right? Doing performative fucking theater. I'm not lying. I'm gonna roll that beautiful bean footage back if you really think I'm lying about the shit. Right? So I said that, right? Did you get her? Don't say her name. You say her name, then you're slandering her. You're slandering her character, right? This bitch is petty. Like, she's not petty. She was like a cop calling hoe. Cause like real shit. Like, man, the motherfucking white ass city council lady wanted to get the heads with that bride, like catch the fade. This bitch already called the tease and made a whole fucking article about how the white lady's bullying her, knowing good and goddamn well she be holding hands with the motherfucking white folk. Case in point, don't let me pull that beautiful bean footage when she was trying to get run with the white lady that was running for mayor. Okay, and the white lady tokenized her. She wouldn't even go get her motherfucking bread. Cause don't let me get to pulling these beautiful bean footages. All right, so I didn't say her name. I don't have to. She's like, not really a relevant. She's a character because she's not relevant to me. She's like trash. Like, I remember when that broad was sitting next to motherfucking so-and-so sharing a meal that he bought so she could be his motherfucking his co-signer on whatever dialogue they were having at 2:00. Okay, I remember when they was doing that for almost a year, and then she had the motherfucking caudacity, the black caudacity, to down talk my dude and talk shit to him based on another performative fucking buck broken ass fucking individual that I said was buck broken to his motherfucking face. They cut the mic and told me to get out the motherfucking building. Right? I wasn't wrong then either. Right? Wasn't wrong then when I said it. In the same space, decided to go ahead and disrespect Jesse by Jesse saying that it's true. This shit happened because of racism. Simple as that. And they wanted to be up in there talking shit, and then she decided to curse at him and disrespect him and get him thrown out the chat. He's already being disrespected. You know what I mean? He's already being disrespected by an elder, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But now you're gonna be disrespected by some fucking Taylor trash because and it was mocking, them was mocking us, really mocking me because I didn't really spell well. I don't spell well, like whatever. But you understand what the fuck I'm saying when I'm saying it, And so, this motherfuckers decide they want to get their clown on over the internet. Well, I'm come out in person. You never know when I'm gonna show up to something. You'll never know when I'm gonna go be with him and show up. And then if we in the same room together, you don't know. It's they don't like it because I'm never gonna fucking shy away from the fucking energy I exude when I fucking feel like it. I want you to know I'm fucking present. You will feel it. You see what I'm saying? I don't have to say it. You're gonna feel it. I don't have to downplay that. That is a reality, right? So it's just disrespecting. They've been disrespecting. So I'll be disrespecting. You know what I mean? What you gonna do? Nothing. She had plenty of opportunity to do something about it, to say something about it. She had plenty of in-person opportunity to say something or do something, be about that. You know what I mean? Bad about it. She wasn't. She ain't. She never will be. Simple as that. Okay? And it's not because, motherfuckers think they just the tightest motherfucker ever. It just happens to be in this particular condition, this particular circumstance. I'm saying, I'll stand out there. I don't give a fuck. You ain't gonna do shit. You're not gonna do shit. Matter of fact, you ain't gonna do shit. Let me get to saying what I'm gonna do. You hear me? What I'm capable of doing. Because she seen it, and I was like, you know what I mean? I witnessed this. Don't make me pull that beautiful beef footage. I do it. You know what I mean? So, city council in Denver, I got tired, man. I was sitting there like, no, fuck all that. This wench over here, you do performative fucking theater over there. Get that shit shut down over there to where people like my brother's father can't even go make a fucking standard complaint about the motherfucking water, or the taxes for being a homeowner or anything that's, relevant to anybody in Aurora. You can't go do a veteran issue, anything, any fucking thing. Okay, can't make a complaint about these motherfucking next door Karens and all this other shit. Can't make no motherfucking complaints because they took it up with performative motherfucking theater. Simple as that. It's not a lie. There's plenty of articles that say it. I'm not making this shit up. I'll just be going over there and just talking shit and slandering. A little bit on my free time because I don't like the bra. So fucking what? She's like I said, she's had plenty of opportunity to address me in public. I would have my way to follow to call her name out, so she could address me. Real shit. During class, I was like following that broad all up, calling her name and shit all loud to where people were turning around looking at me. That was the epitome of Black excellence right here. Not that. Right? But I was like, say that shit for over there. Because it's not what they're saying right now isn't in the moment of the spirit of the moment, it's not that at all. It's that she is in front of it, right? And that these motherfuckers have the testicular fortitude to stand up with it, like she's doing something. Not doing anything but fucking creating false hope and fucking ambulance chasing. That's really what it is. You know what I mean? I how you live with yourself is beyond me. You know what I mean? That's all ambulance chasing is. False hope. Build up of a fucking family issue, and then you carry on with it by doing fucking what do you call it? Press conferences and whatnot. You know what I mean? And then you have these ridiculous demands. It's not like we just want you to take accountability. The fuck does that mean? Anybody can say whatever. They can say whatever. You know what I mean? Initially with the one cat, they just wanted an apology by the police. For what? No. You see what I'm saying? Whyever they did it, they had a basis for it. The inside baseball was there to show there was a reason for whatever it was. How they went about it, yeah, okay. Maybe it's a little bit much. However, that once the police say they're not going to fucking apologize for whatever they did and for what reasons they had, and they repeatedly say it, even though that's all you want, and they're so adamant that they're on the right side of whatever. I don't believe the fucking police, especially the Aurora PD. I've seen all this stuff, okay? So I've seen all the videos, I've seen everything. I know everything. I even got inside baseball. So it's like, look, all you're doing at this point is dragging a family through some fucking unnecessary turmoil. You see that motherfucker is like, it's about to get stickier. Come on, cuz, like, we at war. This isn't your brother ain't the first. There was 5 motherfuckers after that got murdered. And she was involved in one of them. You know what I mean? She was in a wreck behind one of them. You know what did that cat? That cat got shot in the face or something, like trying to walk down a motherfucking police officer in front of everybody, and try to get wild with him. Dropped the pistol, try to get wild with him. He actually threw that motherfucker on the floor and then tried to walk him down. What did he expect was really gonna happen? What did anybody expect was really gonna happen? Come on now. I was hoping for a curve stomp too, but ultimately we knew what was really gonna happen. See what I'm saying? And she was only interested in her motherfucking whip and who's gonna pay for that. Don't let me pull that motherfucking beef footage, man. I ran this shit on the RVA. Seriously. Like, so I don't like the performative theater. I don't like families being drugged through unnecessary shit when they don't have to do that. I'm not saying they have to accept it, but what else could you fucking do? Man, you weren't asking for no motherfucking money. You were asking for them to apologize. Take accountability and apologize. They could have said whatever if they felt like it. You see what I'm saying? I didn't do any of that. They said they were going to do it. And they stood on that. That shit was crazy to me. Right? But to carry on for like damn near 2 years of the same thing, and then this with the Elijah McClain thing. Look, I don't know why they overturned that shit. I have to read the article. I just seen it like yesterday. That shit is wild. If the mother is not there, right, to express her feelings after she took a $15 million settlement, and she says, forget about my son, okay, yeah, we can't forget about that because that shit was, we terrorized the motherfucking city for that, right? Don't you think that at some point in time, like, what are you really expecting the city to do? Right? Really. It's all about accountability. Okay, well, shit, I can say, you know what I mean? Like, accountability is just a bunch of motherfucking words. They're not asking for fucking anything fucking serious. It's just a bunch of motherfucking words. And then in a time frame. See what I'm saying? And then here's the minuscule little motherfucking threats and menacing. That's menacing the city council, okay? Yeah, I know we talk a little shit too to the city council. I do it all the time. But not to the point where I'm like, you got 2 motherfucking weeks or else. Or, I wouldn't even make any kind of promise like they would be protected. Fuck all that. You know what I mean? Like, seriously. What they're doing is galvanizing, in my opinion only. Okay, in my opinion only. It's like galvanizing pain and a black plight for these white motherfuckers to say they're sorry and they want to take accountability for what? What the fuck is that going to do? Are they going to rewrite some policies? Are they going to do some more dangerous enforcement? I mean, Aurora PD is motherfucking dangerous. So what are they going to do? Are they going to adjust the fucking fraternal order? Like, I mean, what are you really asking for? They're not being I don't know, direct. You know what I mean? Accountability. Sure, they just send a spokesmotherfucker out there. Talk about fire one of the chiefs. For what? So you can get another racist motherfucker in there? Like, it's been back to back fucking racist chiefs, okay? So, like, what are you really saying? Like, what are you really wanting? And the fact that it's like, they say, oh, she just showed, like, she comes by herself and everybody's there to show up. Okay, if that's the case, why are you all galvanized to say around the same things and you stand in the same disruptive fucking bubble? If it's just by yourself, right? The other one that has a little, that is in a little business, he seems to be right there, right? Is it like a whole meeting? Like, hey, we're gonna meet up at city council and start gathering motherfuckers, and you got white fucking people saying this and that when knowing good and goddamn well some of those people are very racist and they're probably on the motherfucking Nextdoor app talking shit. They don't mean those things. Those white people don't mean those things. Like that white lady saying that motherfucking the what she calls slave catchers and I don't know what else. Come on, cuz she don't speak like that. She don't talk like that. She don't talk like that. Not really. Let's be serious, okay? Let's just be serious. Be really serious. So, all this disruption. Look, we've been watching this shit for like 2 hours now. It's been the same group of motherfucking people talking about the same shit. Look, the Elijah McClain shit is brand new, so I can factor that in. I can understand that. That just happened like 3 days ago. The other homeboy, this shit has been going on for like 2 motherfucking years, and every fucking Monday he says similar shit. Every fucking Monday. One fucking Monday, it was like Thanksgiving. He said he loved everybody and invited them to a fucking holiday meal. You see what I'm saying? I take seriously as an auditor. He's part of the family. But that's because he be chasing down the motherfucking T's, like really giving them that work. Like, seriously. Other than that, like, and my friend. Other than that, like, you know what I mean? Like, come on, what are you really doing? And no matter what happens, it's not gonna stop the culture of fucking Aurora PD. Right? You were so worried about what's going on outside. You need to be worried what's going on inside and outside. You know what I mean? And oh man, just wild shit. It's just wild. I'm saying that. You know what I mean? But yeah, I was talking shit about her. City council about that little dig happened. She said, well, everybody's talking shit about her. Mm-hmm. I sure was. But I said it. I just said what I said. You know what I mean? So it's kind of funny that she addressed it. So it's a mother lady.
No longer here. We replay memories.
A word for understanding. Here's a description. A mother carries a gift with a shared moment no one knows before the precious, delicate body is brought into this world, bathed, loved, and protected. fathers who bonded teaching boys to be men, protecting their baby girls from the world. Then you look at a young body taken too soon, and you have to dress them one last time. Those visions replaying over and over in your mind, that is a parent's grief. I am dismayed at the dismissal for humanity. Some of you fought with your own organizations, campaigned for or off of Elijah McClain's name. In your absence, a question arose. I wanted to ask, what do you even believe in anymore? Is there any stance for you now besides the political stance? Did your seat get too comfortable? It reminds me again of a harsh truth. To you, our children are just headlines that become old news. To bury your child taken from a system that failed never gets old for us. So I point out to council and all who is hearing this, there is more time and energy wasted disliking Ms. Median Schaffner and the epitome of Black excellence. Time wasted dissecting each other instead of listening to one another. Time that could be used to create growth for society. It has been said, Median Schaffner shows up with her mob. I want to clarify, she shows up as a one-woman team that you feel hit you like a crowd. Hats off to you, Median. Notes should be taken, not criticism given. To be crystal clear, we who have been called her mob are just people and families that show up looking for change or help. And Median stands with us. In turn, because our asks are the same, we stand with her. That's called unity. We who have been prejudged are the ones swept under the carpet to be forgotten. Median takes time for us by choice with a pure heart. Now that's real humanity. There is no mob here, just people that are supposed to be protected, stood for, and heard. I use the time wisely and with purpose. The remaining will be out of respect for Elijah McClain, giving Shanae McClain the silence she has been denied.
Mayor and council, we reached the 1 hour limit and there's still 10 speakers left.
Whoa.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
move to extend the time and allow the remaining speakers to speak.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by
Medina.
Second by Councilmember Medina. Is that debatable?
It's debatable, requires a 2/3 because of suspension of the rules.
Discussion? Seeing no discussion, call for the question.
Mayor Kaufman.
The mayor votes no.
Councilmember Bergen. Councilmember Hancock. Councilmember Lawson.
Yes.
Okay, the vote passes with 8 no votes from Mayor Kaufman, Councilmember Bergen, and Councilmember Hancock.
It's over. That's great.
The next speaker is Samantha Corrente, followed by Zachary Cotton.
How did that work out?
So sorry, Cecilia, you said 8 no votes.
Yeah, that's right. Ain't no.
It would be 8 yes votes for it to pass. Was there 8 yes votes or 8 no
Yes,
votes?
no, there's yes, 8 votes. The no
Okay.
votes are from Mayor Kaufman, Councilmember Bergen, and Councilmember Hancock.
Well, okay, gotcha. I just want to make sure because you said no votes and I thought you meant yes, but you meant yes votes. Okay.
Samantha Corrente, followed by Zachary Cotton. Zachary Cotton, followed by Cassandra Heil.
So I filed a core request with APD on April 23rd, and nearly a month later, on May 22nd, I was told to file my request with another department. There's no way that they could have determined a reasonable time frame for my request if they had not read it at all within the month that I had submitted my request. Luckily, this delay isn't severely impacting my own research, but I can only imagine how this has affected people with more time-sensitive issues within the same time frame. There's at least some kind of restitution process for a standard core request, but it's clear that APD is using the carve-out that they get under the CCJRA to continue to obstruct and obscure information that the public is entitled to. This is ironic considering that the independent monitor for the consent decree says that they're on the right track in terms of accountability and transparency, and are almost at 100% compliance in that area, according to this year's report. Core and CCJRA requests actually weren't even mentioned in the Integra Assure's latest consent decree, so I guess that's just fine with everybody involved. Last year we were here, or the last time we were here, there was a lot of discussion about bringing APD up to the same standards of the other departments of Aurora. There was even rightful blame handed over to Todd Chamberlain. This isn't just an issue with Todd, though. We have Katie Miller, our Discovery and Public Records Supervisor, writing testimonials on the Civic Plus website, providing free advertisement for this company, saying that since implementing Next Request, Aurora has reduced turnaround time by 97%. Now they're using the same system to automate delays without even reading our requests.
Ooh.
I have a lot of time left. Since I have time, I also wanted to say that the department that APD directed me to requested that I provide the external emails for public, or the external emails for the people that were unassociated with Aurora. This was not ever requested for me from Denver. I don't know how I'm supposed to get these people's email addresses, but I tracked it down. So hopefully they'll get back to me in time. I haven't heard back from them yet. But I wanted to say that Aurora, you're not up to standards even with Denver. This has been brought up before. That's all I have to say about this. So I also want to give a moment of silence for the rest of my time for Elijah McClain and everybody else that APD has murdered.
Ooh. And there's been a lot of people. APD is fucking.
I'm glad we're all alive.
Cassandra Hill, followed by Joel Benjamin. Cassandra Hill, followed by Joel Benjamin.
Hello, Aurora City Council. My name is Cassandra, and I am here with the Denver Aurora Community Action Committee, otherwise known as DACAC. I'm here demanding community control over the police. APT terrorizes the community by assaulting, imprisoning, and murdering our predominantly Black neighbors. Proposed solutions, quote unquote, to this issue have been training, updating procedures, laws that implement incremental change, and lastly, being placed under the consent decree from the state attorney general. However, none of these changes have stopped the police from killing and brutalizing the community. The partner of Corey Dillard, a U.S. war veteran, did extensive research into his killing by Officer Kevin Rodier. She found that at least 11 protocols were broken by the officer, yet Rodier faced no consequences and is still on the force. Cops can break protocol and face no consequences even after they murder someone. Protocols don't work. In Rashad Johnson's case and Rajon Belt Stubblefield's case, the cops continuously escalated the situation. Both situations ended the same. The cops pulled out a gun and killed an unarmed Black man. In Rashad's case, the body cam footage was withheld, even from the family. APD is actively violating Colorado law requirements for the release of footage. Who are we supposed to call when the cops are breaking the law? Officer M. Campbell has a history of using excessive force. He brutalized Tierra Mosley and put her in the hospital for over a year because she was filming APD brutalizing another Black man. He's he stole over a year of Tierka's life and got off scot-free. Officer Campbell faced no consequences for his actions, despite the many excessive use of forces on his record. The laws that are supposed to protect citizens from police violence are not enforced. Making laws doesn't work. There's a pattern here, and the corrupt and racist police chief, Todd Chamberlain, covers all these horrible actions by his cops. He needs to be fired. This consent decree isn't stopping the police from terrorizing the community. Protocols and training have done nothing to protect those murdered by the police. The laws we have against police corruption are not enforced. Luckily, there is a solution to this racist cop problem. Let the community hold them accountable with the Civilian Police Accountability Council, otherwise known as a CPAC. To be effective, cops need to answer to the community. The community needs to have absolute power. Give the community control. Thank you.
Joel Benjamin, followed by Ali DeWills Marcano. Joel Benjamin, followed by Ali DeWills Marcano.
Just want to start by saying it's staggering that us, are in a room with multiple people whose children, fathers, brothers, friends have been killed by your police department. Seriously. There are more people here to observe that than there are members of council, even if they were all to show up. The last person was absolutely right. We want community control of the police. There's a million reasons to be mad at this guy. I don't want to overlook the fact that dead Black men should be the first and foremost reason. We add on to that, that you all of you, even the good ones, allowed that chief of police to come to this council on April 20th and lie. The number of folks in the Aurora ICE detention facility is a knowable fact that the chief of police of our city should probably be somewhat aware of. And certainly the number of those folks who have previous criminal convictions should come from somewhere other than Fox News or Newsmax, whatever it is. We marched a couple years ago, a lot of folks in this room, along Alameda. We started at Bicentennial Park. There's a little arts installation there. There's a sundial. And as you face northwest, there's a sign that says, "Welcome to America." I'm sorry, "Welcome to Aurora." And Median and I contemplated what that means. Who's that for? Because there's a real story of American exceptionalism that Aurora, as it was when I was growing up, felt more right. It wasn't right then, but it felt right then. And the mask is entirely off now. This is supposed to be a place where people can come from wherever and just have a chance. It's not going to be fancy unless, but you're going to have a chance. From all over the world, from all over the country. I grew up with a lot of kids with single parents. I didn't understand until I was old or older that those folks were often fleeing a kind of violence in their home that folks were fleeing from abroad and made America their home. I have a lot more to say. I want to take the last time to observe Elijah.
Is nice.
Ali DeWills Marcano, followed by Laura McLaughlin. Ali DeWills Marcano, followed by Laura McLaughlin.
We have a home rule. We're in a home rule. Mayor officially has no real power.
Since I know all of you must have read all 2,667 pages of your packet this week, I know you're already aware of how packed this agenda is. I couldn't even get through it all and sign up on time tonight because despite the mayor's best efforts, I do have a job. That packet is too dang long, hard to navigate and digest for regular Aurorans who want to participate in their government, especially with only about 72 hours to do it. You got to get more worried about making this process more accessible instead of more decorous. To that point, I'll be up and down that damn elevator all night over and over again just for the right to give testimony. Let this be a reminder that people with disabilities need equal, dignified access to this podium and to that dais. Also, like many others tonight, I want to call for your attention and applaud your outspokenness regarding the overturning of the convictions and the upcoming retrial of the paramedics who administered the ketamine that killed Elijah McClain. There is so much that must be said, and I am not the appropriate speaker to say it all, but I will ask you to listen fully to the other speakers tonight, both that already spoke and that will speak at the end of the night, because people who have lost family members to police violence in our community deserve a voice. People deserve to be heard for as long as they need, in whatever tone they choose, and with whatever demands they have. You may not have the power to reverse an overturned conviction, but you have the power to listen and connect with the unheard. You have a literal platform to say more than I can, more than these other speakers can, and you do have the power to move forward resolutions, ordinances, and staffing changes that could help prevent another killing by Aurora police. I also think it is important to say that going through the courts is really the most decorous and civilized thing that someone can do. And these overturned convictions only highlight how participating in that system does not necessarily lead to justice. Since these convictions, which apparently never mattered anyway, more Black men in our community have been targeted, harassed, and killed by the people who were supposed to protect them. Resigning ourselves to bureaucracy and conforming to tone policing has not saved the lives of those in our community who have been killed by APD. And you are ignoring the most critical point of free speech if you enforce rules that ban, limit, or silence community members calling for justice simply because they are not subscribing to your arbitrary authority over decorum. If you want a decorous council night, try making rules that limit yourselves. Or better yet, laws that can be enforced against police officers and city officials who kill young Black men.
Laura McLaughlin. Laura McLaughlin, followed by Tristan Hurst.
Grief has been a big story in the last few weeks. A city is grieving. A wound was ripped open. But a few weeks ago, we heard all these people stand up here and talk about grief counseling and things like that. I don't see these people out here. I don't see these people coming to these families and offering their services. But it was really disturbing to hear them stand here and say people should be silenced through their grief. I have been called a terrorist. The people I stand with called a mob. I've never once stood up here and ever spoke disrespectfully, although there's been times I wanted to. But grief is serious. Last Monday, I stood with 14-year-old Jordell Richardson's family to mark 3 years that his life was taken. I stand with the community that is grieving because we continue to see it over and over. I never was the voice or in the front row seat of the people I stand with. I gained my voice, Mayor, from coming here, just curious one day what happens at City Council. And I watched you ignore crying mothers. And when I came up here, you ignored me and I had to ask you to look at me. So when we talk about grief, you cannot imagine because you're not there. My son watched his best friend murdered. My daughter watched her friend murdered. This community of children are watching people murdered and it being called justified. You may not like the way that people are speaking out, but the problem is we have to say something because it keeps happening over and over and over again. A city is grieving. A wound has been ripped open with the name Elijah McClain. I go out of town and I tell people I'm from Denver and they say, ain't that by Aurora? Don't they kill Black people out there? That's what I hear when I'm out of state.
And we did a job,
Tristan Hurst, followed by KDOT. Tristan Hurst, followed by KDOT.
He got the auditor, that's my friend. Also part of the Lewis family. They talked about.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Coons, and members of the council. My name is Tristan, and I am a resident of Aurora. I've been an Aurora resident for 7 years, a Ward 1 resident for 3. 2 years ago, I watched this council strike down a ceasefire resolution for Gaza. That night, I was heartbroken over children dying halfway around the world. It is heartbreaking, and we continue the boycott every day. But there's innocent blood being spilled here at home in Aurora as well. A mere 3 months later, I learned that Kylan Lewis, an unarmed Black man, had been murdered by Aurora police, May 23rd. He was unarmed with his hands up on his knees. I watched his family plead for justice only for their cries to fall on deaf ears. I thought about Elijah McClain back in 2019 when I first learned of Kylan's execution. I thought that was years ago. Surely we learned. Surely we stopped. But we hadn't. The names continue to pile up, and even with Elijah's fame, we still haven't received justice. This week, the Colorado Court of Appeals overturned the homicide convictions of the 2 paramedics who injected Elijah McClain with a fatal dose of ketamine. They will face a new trial. That means for Elijah's family and for this community, there is no closure, only more waiting. Since Kylan, the names have accumulated. Corey Dillard, an Army veteran, shot and killed by an officer while holding an airsoft gun. Rashad Johnson, unarmed and barefoot, shot in a parking lot during a mental health crisis. Rajon Belt Stubblefield, unarmed, shot 3 times in front of his son after tossing his own gun away. Avibal Mason, a 17-year-old, shot and killed while unarmed, having called 911 himself. Amar Garlington, shot after the police thought it was a good idea to send a K-9 unit to another mental health crisis. Each one of these is a tragedy, each family left waiting for answers that don't come. I started organizing internationally because genocide anywhere should outrage us. But I stayed local because justice cannot be global if it isn't local first. So here's my 3-minute ask. Stop asking for us to wait. Stop asking families to be patient while reviews happen, while appeals are granted, while officers stay on payroll. Elijah McClain should still be alive. Kylan Lewis should still be alive. So should Corey, Rashad, Rajon, Avi, and Amar. I'll keep showing up until Aurora stops killing its own people. Thank you.
Forget all the motherfuckers in jail.
KDOT, followed by Tanya Tabachek. KDOT, followed by Tanya Tabachek. Tanya Tabachek.
Only getting worse than they live. Now they got carte blanche to go fucking terrorize. Shout out to the viewers.
Elijah McClain.
Like and subscribe.
A lot of people don't know why why my background as far as the reason why I stand up here. A lot of my family members didn't know before this time. Elijah McClain is literally the foundation and the fabric work that created me.
He's saying because he's an auditor.
And
Out of that.
he is the reason why I fight for people, for justice, for accountability.
It's really.
He's the reason why I go so hard,
It was really hard.
consistently
If I was the mayor,
for other people.
I'd hire him to be out. Give the police that business.
So hearing the reversed conviction hurts my soul more than just my heart, because he is the reason why I'm up here today. Because I never wanted to have another Elijah McClain. That was my duty. That was my commitment. That was my oath to the people. That's why I get so frustrated. That's why I cuss. That's why I'm misunderstood. And that's also why I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
To be misunderstood, I'm willing to go to jail. I went to jail for protecting citizens. Beat every single case. Elijah McClain died alone. He shouldn't have. But he died alone by the very people that was there to take an oath to protect his rights and his life. And so, Angela, I remember when you went into the crowd that day, when you sat with us. I hold you accountable probably more than a lot of the other city councilmen, because I've talked to you, I've had one-on-one conversations with you.
I
really need you to dig deep inside yourself to really find that Angela that I know that you truly are. And I will continue to fight for justice, even if it means my own life.
Tanya Tabachek, followed by Alejandra Marin Alerana.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. First thing I wanted to say is I too watched that overturning of the conviction of Elijah McClain. I felt bad about that for his family, and condolences for his family and so forth. And I felt bad about that as well. And I know I've had a lot of thoughts and stuff the last couple of years, and my mom has made statements to me saying that I can't be on one side and on the other side and so forth. And I need to just say what's on my heart and what I'm feeling, and not try to make one side happy and another side happy. And I need to just speak my mind on what I'm feeling and how I'm feeling about things. And if people want to talk to me, they could talk to me. If they don't want to talk to me, then so be it, so forth. And I have certain things that bother me and get on my mind. And I've brought up certain things to like Chief Chamberlain about people with special needs. And I guess he's brought up the fact that they use like actors or people if they act out, or how they respond to them. And I'm concerned, to be honest with you, I'm just concerned. Because sometimes my brother, he has episodes. And sometimes he swears and he hits his face, and I don't mean to get emotional, sorry. But he gets really upset. And so, you know, my thing is it's better to have real people that they meet with, that they see this stuff actually happening to these people when it happens. So they could actually see and respond when things like this happen, instead of actors, people, or people that say, oh, they start swearing and flipping out and hitting. They could contain it because they're acting. But my brother, when he flips out, he flips out. He don't care who's around. He'll just go off. And he's done it in a grocery store. He's done it at a church. He's done it in a parking lot. And he's Asian, you know? So I don't know. And it just, I mean, I don't know. It just scares me, you know, and I try to bring suggestions up and nobody wants to listen to me. So that's my plea. Is maybe someone will listen to me and say, actually use actual people to actually look at this sometime. Thank you.
And the last speaker is Alejandra Marin El Arena.
Hi, my name is Alejandra and I'm a resident of Aurora. I've been thinking a lot about what it means to bear witness. I think there's a lot that we can learn from trees who have acted as witnesses since they've existed. To witness is to be fully present and to bear the pain and love that fills the moments. Witnessing is an intentional act that declares all of our stories as important and necessary. When we bear witness, we are resisting a system that does everything in its power to ensure that we are disconnected from each other, our bodies, and the land. I would like to ask City Council, how have you bared witness to the people who come to speak to you? Are you cultivating a space where their experiences are acknowledged and incorporated into the city's policies? I have witnessed the loved ones of Kylan Lewis, Rajon Belt, and Elijah McLean, among so many more, come here well, not every week, but every Monday that you guys have meetings. I've witnessed the pain that is caused by our government when it intentionally makes excuse after excuse for police violence. People are dead, mothers and children are grieving, while they go actively ignored by the City of Aurora, APD, and our state and federal governments. The connections between police violence, mass incarceration, and immigration enforcement are not lost on me. I've come to the conclusion that the suffering and pain of Black and Indigenous people is reflected in every foundation, crack, and pillar of this country. My name is Alejandra, and one way I bear witness to my community is by visiting people currently detained at the Aurora CO Immigration Detention Center to support their legal case. There are about 1,500 people detained there. About 60% of people detained there have no criminal history. Out of the 40%, most of them are charges related to theft or drugs, which begs the question of who decides what constitutes a crime. Why is the government fostering situations where people are left hungry and desperate? Not to get too theoretical, but under capitalism, where exploitation of our bodies is how most of the money is made, unmet needs are a given. It is a given that people and children will go hungry, unhoused, and unprotected. Back to my question of what constitutes a crime. Why isn't it considered for police a crime for police to shoot and kill Aurora residents? To shoot and kill people's children, parents, friends, and loved ones? Why isn't it considered a crime for a company like GEO Group to make millions from starving immigrants and making people sick? Why did the Colorado courts decide that the two paramedics who contributed to the death of Elijah McLean isn't a crime? Why isn't it considered a crime for the US government to outsource labor from immigrants, exploit their bodies, and expel them once they're done? Immigration is a natural act. Every living organism does it. Why is immigration considered?
I found the article. It says that he got
Mayor, there's one more speaker, Andrea Cherboga.
Find a paywall, that's for sure.
Thank you, members of City Council, for your time. My name is Dre Chiriwaga Flor. I live in Ward 1. I'm the Executive Director of Justice for the People Legal Center. Jason Legg and I co-founded JFP in 2023. We're a nonprofit law firm dedicated to fighting for the rights of renters and mobile homeowners across the state through impact litigation, grassroots organizing, and policy advocacy. Most of our cases involve challenging unlawful junk fees and violations of the Warranty of Habitability Act, among other issues. Landlords take tenants to court every single day. We believe we should be able to take landlords to court as well for unlawful behavior. When landlords defer maintenance and charge exorbitant junk fees, we believe these are examples of constructive evictions. These actions ultimately push people to the brink of becoming housing unstable. While numerous grassroots organizations have done an incredible job at passing critical legislation aimed at improving the rights of renters and mobile home residents at the state over the last 7 years, without enforcement and oversight, those laws are just words on paper. As one of the only firms set up to provide free legal services and do affirmative litigation to address root issues, it is absolutely impossible for us to keep up with the demand for enforcement. It's up to local governments to improve upon these laws, and one way to do this is to create a rental registry program to complement the current inspection program. Since we know that there are landlords that are so wealthy that a slap on the wrist or a fine is not enough to change their behavior. We have an opportunity to learn from dozens of examples from across the country and take best practices to create an even better, more effective version here. We, alongside DeGolia Law and Sue My Landlord, have been working alongside East Colfax Community Collective with residents displaced from Nome Street. I know you all are aware of that case, and it's, at the end of the day, not surprisingly, it was the landlords that are the ones facing criminal charges. I think we can all agree that steps should be taken, have been taken to prevent the property from getting to the point of condemnation, and that we must do everything possible to prevent that from happening in other communities. We cannot afford to lose more units. The criminalization of homelessness in the city is outrageous, yet City Council in favor of criminalization aren't doing enough to prevent further homelessness. We're excited that there's an interest from several City Council members to work with impacted communities on this issue. We firmly believe that this could be a powerful tool for tenants to assert their rights and improve the livelihood of thousands of families. But this program could end up being not effective if it's not led by voices of people who are actually impacted by these issues. So we're just here to open the door for more conversations and provide support as needed. But yeah, we really want to make sure that this is in the interest of people who are on the brink of homelessness or have been impacted by these issues. We also need to overturn the current criminal justice system and abolish the police and ICE.
That was the last speaker.
The next issue before us is the adoption of the consent calendar on motions.
Mayor.
What's that?
Can we take a brief recess?
Very well. The time is now 7:47. We'll recess until 8 o'clock.
Let's see what else. Okay. I think we have 3 more and that's it.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Elon Musk's rocket company, SpaceX, is set to go public this week, targeting a $1.8 trillion valuation. That's trillion with a T. It's expected to be the largest IPO in history. It's also projected to make Elon Musk, already the world's richest man, the world's first trillionaire. SpaceX is parent company to several Musk ventures. These include Starlink, the satellite internet company, which is profitable and growing, and XAI, which operates at a significant loss. The SpaceX valuation is based largely on Musk's promise to launch and operate data centers in space to power AI technology that's not yet been proven. While Musk and other investors are positioned to see their own wealth skyrocket, what will the SpaceX IPO mean for regular Americans? The nonprofit newsroom, More Perfect Union, has released a new report from business journalist Eric Gardner. It's called Rigged. We uncovered a hidden wealth transfer in the SpaceX IPO. You're holding the bag. This is a part of that report.
I'm a guy that's into space. I hope we go to Mars and all that stuff. To see that get turned into a way to transfer wealth from ordinary people who are just trying to save for retirement to people like Elon Musk is just depressing.
SpaceX is going public this month. It could be the biggest IPO in history.
It could also make Elon Musk the world's first trillionaire.
Millions of Americans like you and me are about to become SpaceX shareholders. We won't buy a single share.
The reason why I described it as a bag holder situation is because it feels like it's getting engineered to people.
Bag holders, IPO valuations. Sounds complicated. It's supposed to. But you don't need a finance degree to understand. You need 10 minutes. The whole scheme hinges on something you've probably heard of. Index funds. A good chunk of American retirement savings are tied to them. You pick a fund, it picks an index, which picks the stocks. You don't think about it. That's the point. Index funds are supposed to be safe. Passive. The rules are the rules. Except, if you look closely, the rules seem like they're being rewritten to make people like Elon Musk fabulously wealthy at everyone else's expense.
Every piece of evidence we have is that the IPO is being engineered to rise very rapidly after it prices and then fall very dramatically after that. That is a recipe for retail investors especially to take large losses.
$1.75 trillion. That's the value Elon Musk has floated for SpaceX when it goes public this month. More than Walmart. Is it worth that?
SpaceX is a real company. It shoots satellites up in the sky. It provides things like Starlink. It's a very impressive engineering company.
That's Robin Wigglesworth, editor at the Financial Times.
There is definitely real business to be done there and real asset value there. The question is whether it is as large as Musk claims it is.
George Perkins advises investors where to put their money. Last year, SpaceX made about $19 billion, most of it from Starlink and government contracts. But a company's market value is partially a bet on what that company will earn in the future. That bet is called a revenue multiple. Facebook went public at roughly 10 times its projected revenue. SpaceX is asking for over 50 times.
The combination of sheer size and this extreme multiple is completely unprecedented.
This valuation seems too good to be true. Some investors may need it to be. In 2022, Elon Musk raised $44 billion and bought Twitter. His backers, Andreessen Horowitz, a Saudi prince, the co-founder of Palantir, and Jack Dorsey, the guy who founded Twitter in the first place. Musk renamed it X, and within a year, it's worth less than half he paid. That's a problem. There was also a solution. AI was hot. Musk owned an AI company, so he merged X into XAI. No cash changed hands. X investors received XAI stock. But that solution raised another problem.
XAI is essentially a money furnace.
The solution? Musk has a rocket ship company. He uses it to buy XAI. Again, no cash exchanged. 3 companies, 2 mergers, $0 actually paid. Everyone who helped take Twitter private now holds SpaceX shares. Now, SpaceX isn't just a rocket company that sells internet. According to Musk, it's the future. Data centers in space.
If assuming my predictions come true, SpaceX will launch more AI than the cumulative amount on Earth of everything else combined.
I see no evidence that it's a viable business opportunity. There are far too many physical challenges with doing this.
But the value has to hold, because so far, no one has been paid. Investor shares are only worth something on paper. To turn paper into cash, SpaceX has to go public. When a company goes public, it opens its doors. Early investors cash out, get paid for the risk they took. Everyone else gets a chance to own a piece of something that used to be off limits. It's called an initial public offering, or IPO for short.
It is a very normal part of a company's evolution and life cycle.
There isn't just Twitter investors here. SpaceX's original investors took a big risk. Peter Thiel, Palantir's other co-founder, Google, and Andreessen Horowitz. But SpaceX's IPO is anything but normal. In a typical IPO, 90% of shares go to institutional investors, pension funds, banks, insurance companies. Regular people get 10%.
SpaceX says they're changing that. 30% to ordinary people. Main Street, not Wall Street.
When you see an IPO give a far larger allocation to ordinary investors, it's usually a sign that they can't get professional investors to buy it at that price. The price is nuts. And if you can't sell it to professional investors, well, you sell it to unprofessional investors who don't know any better.
If people want to invest in SpaceX's IPO, that's their right. The problem is Musk found a way to make people invest in SpaceX whether they want to or not. How? Index funds.
The index fund is one of the rare examples of the finance industry coming up with something that lines the pockets of ordinary people and not Wall Street itself.
An index is a list. Someone decides which companies go on it. A fund is a basket. Someone builds it to mirror the list. When a company gets added to the index, every fund mirroring it has to buy shares. Not because they think it's a good investment, but because the rules require it.
Index funds have both outperformed the vast majority of active managers in every market, in every country over any time frame in the long run.
Thousands of indexes exist. Nearly a third of American stock is tied to one of them.
One of the most popular tracks the NASDAQ 100, the 100 biggest non-financial stocks on the NASDAQ exchange. Under NASDAQ's index rules, SpaceX isn't eligible to be included in the NASDAQ 100. New companies have to wait up to a year. It's called seasoning.
Seasoning a stock is just the process of having it trade publicly for a while. Public markets tend to be unsure of how to handle certain kinds of investments, novel sorts of companies really quickly.
Like a rocket company that makes most of its money providing satellite internet and wants to build AI infrastructure in space.
If Musk could change that rule, he could trigger mandatory buying of SpaceX stock by every fund that tracks the index. This spring, NASDAQ changed their rules.
NASDAQ is both an index provider and an exchange.
Ben Schifrin spent 18 years at the Security and Exchange Commission, which oversees the stock market.
You know, it kind of used to be the case that the exchange, wasn't really supposed to be this for-profit money-making entity, but now it is.
Two stock exchanges compete for every major listing, New York and NASDAQ.
For the NASDAQ stock exchange, having SpaceX is a big win. You want big, prestigious tech companies to go public there, and the New York Stock Exchange wants them to go public on the New York Stock Exchange.
SpaceX was the prize. Musk knew it. According to Reuters, Musk conditioned where SpaceX would list on one thing: fast-track SpaceX into their major index.
It's all gravy for NASDAQ.
SpaceX pays NASDAQ to list their stock. The real money is somewhere else.
All the data and trading fees that they then sell over time, year after year, to other trading firms, to asset managers.
NASDAQ changed a rule that shaped trillions of dollars in retirement savings. No regulator approved it.
If an index wants to change how it's going to include certain stocks in that particular index, that is not something that has to be approved by the Securities and Exchange Commission.
Upwards of $30 trillion is being directed by a process that's effectively self-regulated.
I think at some point we are going to have to say that these are incredibly influential investment advisors in practice, and they should be regulated and supervised accordingly.
When I asked NASDAQ if the change was made because SpaceX demanded it, and if there's a conflict of interest in being both an exchange and an index provider, NASDAQ never answered the conflict of interest question, but did say that the rule change reflects how markets have evolved. The consultation, they said, followed industry standards.
That's an excerpt of business journalist Eric Gardner's report for More Perfect Union. We're joined right now by Eric Gardner himself. Thanks so much. That's a fascinating report. So if you can talk more about the guardrails that were put in fact, after Enron and the dot-com bubble burst, what's the worst case scenario of SpaceX prematurely getting added to the indexes and 401ks? And remember, You're talking to a world mainly of non-economists.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Well, I think the worst case scenario is what frankly seems like it's going to play out over the next couple of weeks. And that SpaceX is going to go public. It's going to go public at a price that is essentially double what independent analysts think that it should be. And regular savers are going to be paying that price. While early investors to Musk random companies will be able to cash out at that high price. As I mentioned in the piece there that you saw, a good way to kind of think about a value of a company is through what's called a revenue multiple. So if you have a restaurant and you do $3 million of sales a year and you sell it for $9 million, you have a revenue multiple of 3. That's a standard kind of workable revenue multiple that's normal. Musk is asking right now for 94 times revenue multiple. It's a complete bonkers valuation. And unfortunately, he has essentially financially engineered this IPO as a massive wealth transfer from everyday investors to insiders.
And Eric, the long-term goal of SpaceX is not simply to data centers in space, which itself is not yet proven to be able to be feasible, but they actually are talking about colonizing Mars and creating a self-sustaining city of 1 million people in Mars. I mean, who on Earth wants that? Given all the problems we still have on this planet.
Yeah, so when a company goes public, they file what's called an S1 with the Securities and Exchange Commission, and it basically outlines the company. And this S1 that SpaceX filed is effectively bonkers. If you look into it, right, like AI is viewed as, you know, kind of the saving grace of this company. It's referenced more time. I saw some analysis around this. AI is referenced more time in this S1 than Jesus Christ is in the Bible, right? Like it's a complete bonkers thing. As much as they talk about colonizing space and colonizing Mars, if you think about that, that cost a lot of money in kind of capital investments in building spaceships, in building space stations. That's a huge investment. If you're to trace their actual investments, what they're making, more than half of it is into AI. And so it doesn't really compute. Throwing out a few more, kind of a bigger picture for folks. One of the problems with this IPO is that SpaceX is basically 3 companies. There's SpaceX, the rocket ship company, there's Twitter, and then there's XAI. SpaceX, the rocket ship company, is a real company. 2024, the last year before they all merged together, it did about $15 billion of revenue and generated about $800 million in profit. That's kind of a low end of an industrial, but that's a viable company. Last year, Elon Musk merged them all together in kind of a sleight of hand as he was running into troubles with the others. And now revenue is up to about $19 billion, but profit has cratered to under a loss of $4 billion. And what's driving that? It's fundamentally AI. They've invested a serious amount of money in what looks like a business line that has no clear path for profitability. And the way out of it is through the public markets. So another way to think about this is that this looks like the first steps towards essentially socializing the loss of a huge investment into a product that doesn't seem to have a profitable path.
Eric Gardner, we want to thank you so much for being with us. We'll link to your report for the nonprofit newsroom, More Perfect Union. Headline, Rigged. We uncovered a hidden wealth transfer in the SpaceX IPO. You're holding the bag. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more.
You're not white. We don't need you talking to white women, trying to interact with them at all.
And that's the problem.
Right.
That's the problem. I don't need to be white to give a. See, here's the thing. You're behaving like a black person now. You're tipping out. You're literally behaving like a white person. You are behaving like a black person. So here's the difference. See, here's the funny part.
Not your women,
when I criticize black people, they'll sit there and say stupid shit like you're saying. You're not black, so you can't criticize us. You're doing the same chip out shit right now. Because I don't have.
But we've made the tethered class absolutely useless to the white supremacists. For example, your boy Myron Gaines, there's a video clip of him, at UCLA, and there's a real white nationalist who showed up and kind of went back and forth with Myron and told Myron, hey, Myron, we don't need you speaking for us. Myron, you ain't us. We don't need you speaking for us. We don't need you speaking about white women. Yeah, we don't need you. And they keep telling Myron they don't need him. And he's all embarrassed and babbling and splaining. You saw that today. Oh, yeah, they gave Myron his wake-up call. Yeah, they keep telling Myron, we don't need you. And Myron tried to flip it back. Well, you're acting like a black person. You're chimping out like a black person. And the white tea supremacist guy was like, you know what? The black community know you're a grifter. Yeah, Myron, you're a con, and the black community knows it. That was heavy right there. Excuse me. Hold on, let me see if I can find the clip and actually play it for the family real quick. Let me see if I can find it. Y'all bear with me 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. I got so many things up on my thing. Okay, here it is. I got it right here, ladies and gentlemen.
Talking to white women.
Hold on.
Interrupt.
Okay, can y'all hold on? Let me pull my phone down and show you guys real quick. All right, hold on. Let me see if y'all can hear this. Wait. Let me turn the volume up. All right, hold on. Listen to this.
We're not white. We don't need you talking to white women, trying to interact with them at all.
And that's the problem.
Right.
That's the problem. I don't need to be white to give a. See, here's the thing. You're behaving like a black person now. You're chimping out. You're literally behaving like a white person. You are behaving like a black person. So here's the difference. See, here's the funny part.
Not your women,
when I criticize black people, they'll sit there and say stupid shit like you're saying. You're not black, so you can't criticize us.
They're
You're
right.
doing the same shit about shit right now. Because I don't have.
You're not white. Sorry. We don't need you talking to white.
Well, Myron is getting G-checked by the people that he wishes to be. That's heavy. Boy, that's heavy. Like, yeah, you're not us, Myron. Yeah, you're not us, and the black community knows you're a fraud. Oh, they're checking because they realize they don't need him now because we've delineated, family. This is what delineation does. Delineation makes these people useless to the white tea supremacists. You understand? It makes them absolutely useless. Why? You got to understand the whole proxy hustle. See, for the Myron Gaines types to be useful, the dominant society, they rely on a specific con game to launder their anti-black rhetoric. They need a proxy. So they can't really openly attack the black community without it looking like standard textbook racism. So you got to recruit an outsider who the general public assumes is part of the black community. You understand? So the proxy's job is their only job is to parrot the white supremacist propaganda while hiding behind the illusion of being an insider of the black community. So that gives the racism a fake layer of validity. You understand? See, Myron, he built his whole platform around playing that role. He went out of his way to bend over backwards to pander to these white supremacists. He throws all of these negative, nonstop talking points about the black community, assuming that if he did their dirty work, he's going to be rewarded with a permanent seat at their table. The problem is this delineation kind of came out of nowhere on these folks. You understand? Delineation was the countermeasure. This FBA delineation movement on that ass. See, we drew a line. We defined our specific lineage. We said, hey, that musty tether ain't us at all. That is a hostile outsider. He ain't got nothing to do with us. So we just pulled the rug from his hustle altogether. The dominant society got on notice. You understand? They see and they understand that we know he don't represent our lineage. They already know, by the way. They know, that's why they got him. Now they see that we know we can't use him no more. We let people know he doesn't represent us. He cannot speak for us. When he comes around, he is a hostile outsider who's basically pandering white tea supremacist racism. So the onus goes back on the white tea supremacists for sending him. Yeah. So we done stripped his insider credentials. See, once the Foundation of Black American Community officially rejected him, we snatched his fake insider credentials right out of his hand. See, they like to come around and act like they're doing some tough love. See, that's the con game to the white team supremacists. So they can say, hey, look, man, somebody in your own community, they're showing you guys some tough love by telling you to stop committing all your crimes. See, you need tough love like that. And we're saying that ain't no tough love. He ain't of our community. He has nothing to do with us. So now if the white tea supremacists try to elevate him, that makes you look just as janky and hostile and outsider-like as him. We're looking at the white tea supremacists. Why are you trying to push an outsider on us? That man is not of our community. Yeah. And when a proxy loses their insider status, you become a broken tool to the system of white tea supremacy. Just like our brother Professor Black Truth says, when the white supremacists are done with their tools, they break their tools. And Myron is desperate to not be broken. He's trying to be relevant, and they keep telling him, we don't need you, Myron. You see? The only reason those white nationalists tolerated him in the first place because he was a useful weapon against us. Once we exposed him and his words and what it's about, it lost their weight. And his utility to the dominant society expired. And when that white tea nationalist stepped to him and said, hey, we don't need you speaking for us because the jig is up, they already know the Black community, Foundation of Black Americans, we've outed him as a con artist. Yeah, so he can no longer launder their racism for them. Yeah. They're telling him, Myron, your services are no longer needed. Just give it up, dude. You're done. They keep telling him this. And he's desperate trying. He keeps trying to do it. So I'm telling you, this is why this delineation is not a joke, man. See, that's the ultimate fate of a disposable asset. You know, Myron Gaines thought his pandering made him one of them, but he got that wake-up call. He got caught in a no man's land. He's useless to us. He can't come around us at all. He can't set foot around us. You know what I'm saying? So he's persona non grata around us, and he can't go around the white tea supremacists like that. They don't want him around. His cover is blown. He's useless to them. You know, they let him do the heavy lifting. Now, the second his cover was blown, they dispose of him, so he's in a no man's land right now. Oh, it's deep. Oh, he's radioactive now. Eh? And he was never a part of our community, at least some of the people, like Omarosa. Omarosa did all that bootlicking, and then she tried to weasel back to the Black community, tried to play it off. Hey, big head. Yeah, I know I was buck dancing for MAGA and everything, but I was playing a con game on them. I was like the spook who sat by the door. I was getting some intelligence to bring it back to the community. Oh, no. And then Candace Owens tried to kind of low-key play that. And I know, Candace, go on about your business. Ma'am, going about your business. Oh, no, y'all not about to swing back talking about, hey, big head. Oh, no. Yeah, Omarosa, they literally had to change the locks on her ass. Somebody said Kanye too. Yes, Stacey Dash. That's why Stacey Dash, she's out here doing all this damn thirst trapping. She's trying to get the brothers back. Hey, y'all remember me? Y'all remember I was 90s fine back in the day. I was 90s fine, remember? Now her little shape is weird. She got a little weird shape. I don't know, ma'am. You go back to Zaddy with that shape. Oh, your shape is very weird. Go back to Zaddy. Don't be out here trying to make little twerk videos for the brothers. We don't want it. No, ma'am. No. Sit your ass down. Yeah, we're not letting people spin the block. Somebody said she's shaped like a Latino. Hilarious. Yeah, Stacey Dash trying to do all this thirst trapping. Man, if you don't sit your weird body having ass down, she's shaped like a moth. Weird ass shape. Oh, Lord. Now that the Zaddy juice is dried up, the Zaddies don't want her. Yeah, she got that boxy waist, a real boxy shape. I'm like, okay, what's she trying to do? Man. All right, family, raise your hands. Let's talk to the family in here. Raise your hands, ladies and gentlemen. Raise those hands. All right. Raise those hands. Let's see who we got in here. We got a lot of folks in here, respect to the family. And I'm going to be putting these up on my, I'm going to get back on my Tariq radio channel because I've been putting stuff on the ISM channel because I've been, my Tariq radio channel, it was going through all types of shadow bans. So I'm going to see if they still got some shadow bans on it because people weren't getting my notifications. So I'm going to see what's going on. Let me see if it's popping again. Let me see. Y'all raise your hands. Raise your hand. Let me get y'all in here. All right. Yeah, ISM, that ISM radio channel pops because ain't no shadow bans. People get their notifications.
We had a true music legend here in studio, and he shared some exclusive news with our very own Sam Shocker.
Yeah, here's our interview with Brian McCain, a.k.a. Busy Bone from Bone Thugs and Harmony.
Some of the best hip-hop legends are coming to the Mile High to Levitt Pavilion for Hip Hop on the Hill, you guys, and guess who's headlining? Bone Thugs and Harmony. We got Busy Bone here.
Hello.
We're so glad that you're here. Brian, thank you for being here. All 5 original members will be performing tomorrow. Doors open at 3:45. You guys are headlining, so you'll be on a little bit later. What brought you back to Denver?
Well, we had the opportunity to do a show with the rest of the group, and, you know, we knew the promoter, and he said, hey, man, we really want you to be a part of it along with the rest of the group, and we made it happen. You know, it's really very easy, very simple. We're simple people. So
I actually, we had some technical difficulties earlier, and I've really gotten to know Brian. You are so kind, so humble. And I think that is so refreshing because you and I were talking earlier about just like teaching our own children that at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, you know, what you do for a living or how much money is in your bank account. If you're a good person, that is what matters.
Yes.
Speaking of which, something that really struck me is, yes, you're here for this incredible festival and you're headlining it, but yesterday you did something pretty moving. You were in Longmont, Colorado, and you were hosting a vigil to not only honor a friend, Raman, and I'm so sorry for the loss of his life, but also other victims of fentanyl. Do you want to talk about that?
yeah, definitely. You know, it's been, fentanyl has been a real problem, you know, as of recently, you know, and I'm not the only one that's noticed, of course, and it just touched close to home. And, you know, he was a great young man. It was just a major loss, you know. The details of it wasn't as important as just his loss of life. So I wanted to show support and, you know, bring awareness and talk about it and, you know, like put my arms around his mother, around his family and his sister and everyone else, just to let them know, you know, he was an important person and it wasn't just something, you know, that happens that will be buried. No, he lives on, you know, through people that he met like myself. You know, so yeah.
Yeah. And I know that, you know, unfortunately, you're not alone. You know, a lot of the country is grappling with loss due to fentanyl. I do want to segue, and this is going to be a hard term, but I think it's really important because I know what a pioneer you are. And I know how much you love your work. I heard something and I want you to confirm it. I know you have not announced it. So this would be a 9 News exclusive. Are you putting together a solo biopic about you, Busy Bone?
Yes, definitely.
No way, that's so exciting.
Yeah.
And you're okay to talk about it?
Yeah, it's just fine. It's just
But
fine.
you have not brought it up yet?
No, not yet. You
Okay.
know, as like a lot of the people that know, I was kidnapped and found by John Walsh from America's Most
Yeah.
Wanted. And, you know, it's like foster homes and abused homes and different things of that nature. And then from that, I was able to, at a very young age, make it in the music industry, taking one-way bus tickets at 14 years old. 15 years old, and going through the earthquake in Los Angeles of 1994, the big Hawthorne earthquake, and so on. So it's a great story to tell, and I do public speaking as well. And it just made sense. So I started writing it in 2016.
Oh my gosh.
And
10 years later.
Yeah, these things take a very, very long time, and I was told that before by different people in the industry that I deal with, and we're here now. And I've submitted it to some very, very important people that I met through Netflix. And, we're just waiting on, just the things to happen, the wheels to get to turning. So we're patient and we're good. We're good. Yeah.
Brian, that is going to be quite the biopic. And I know that a lot of your fans and just people in general are going to be inspired by it. So you'll have to keep us up to date on when we can see it. You guys are also, Bone Thugs are also getting a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
Absolutely.
What does that mean to you?
It's a dream come true. It kind of started because we had received a street in our name called Bone Thugs and Harmony Way. And that probably happened about 3 years ago. And then that's when the whispers started happening. And then, Snoop Dogg and Keith Sweat, they vouched for us because you got to have a couple people vouch for you for the star. And here we are. Voila.
Okay, so now we got to talk about tonight. This is like a family event. Not only do you have some of your own kids who are in their own group, who are very talented, but also Eazy-E's son, Little Easy, will be performing, who we all know your history. I mean, Eazy-E gave you that record deal with Ruthless. So talk to me about how this is so family-oriented.
Well, not only am I bringing my sons with me, some of the group members are bringing some of their family members with them as well. Of course, Eazy-E's son. And so all of us together, it's absolutely a family event.
Oh my gosh, that sounds so much fun. So once again, you guys, you can get your tickets, okay, at hiphoponthehill.com. It is tonight. Doors will open at 3:45. Bone Thugs and Harmony, they are headlining. You don't want to miss it. And we got to say, you got to keep up with all things busy on Instagram at Mr. McCain, because you got your solo biopic coming out. And I hope that you'll let me know when it does so we can keep up with you as well.
Of course.
And you are a pleasure, let me tell you. So kind. Thank you.
God bless.
They lied to you.
Hi, family. Oh my God, there's so much pain. Thank you, family. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for sticking with us for Line Blacc News, episode 29, part 3, continuation of part 1, Line Blacc News. Grand Rising, stay black, stay dangerous. Thank you for helping me. Thank you for staying up with us. With me. I gotta get off this. Kyle Rittenhouse. Yeah, hi there. Zimmerman, Justice, and Nico, the courtroom, jury, peers. Yep. You're right. Time. Grand Rising. Grand Rising, little eyeballs. Thank you for sticking with me. I gotta go, Philly. I can't sit in this chair because my knee is I was just in extraordinary pain. So stay black, stay dangerous. We'll probably go live again a little later on in the afternoon. Thank you very much for hanging out with me. I had to take over for Jesse for a little bit while you got some rest. Man's busy. So I'm gonna go figure out what's going on with my leg. I know it's going on. It's just fucking excruciating. So thank you for hanging out and watching Shoc's Black Experience Enhanced too as well, and sticking with us all day yesterday. I do owe y'all another RVA. I'll try to get that to you sometime. Hopefully, maybe I'll get a chance to do it later on today. We shall see. Don't quote me on it. We'll see. Thank you. Stay black. Stay dangerous. Stay out the way. Stay informed. Thank you. I much appreciated. Thank you, time. Thank you, everybody who was in the chat that I didn't get a chance to see because I can't. I gotta go right now. Finally, I don't get up and walk this pain off. You know what I mean? So bear with me. Everybody who came and visited, stayed in the chat and stayed with us during the first half. Appreciate you. Appreciate all of you. Thank you. And we shall talk to you soon. Stay black, stay dangerous. And thank you from the Frontline Black News. It's your co-host, Seduction Doll, aka Lady Che, or the Black Villain. And thank you. And peace. Thank you, Time. Thank you, Val, crew, everybody. If I didn't mention you, just know I've seen it, and I can't do it right now. I can't, oh my God, the pain is real. The pain is excruciating. All right. Peace out and talk to you soon. Thank you.